music, baby. You're streaming.
Hmm?
You're streaming. Hey, do you want to introduce yourself? Let me wake you up.
You meet me in the pillow. Hey, Papa. What are you doing? I'm hungry though.
I bet. You want to do sandwiches now, or you want to do breakfast?
Let's just do salad.
What?
Let's just do sandwich.
Okay,
What do you call it?
I'll call. So it's only been 6 hours.
You're the crazy streaming person. So. How many hours on your birthday?
I did 24 for my birthday.
Yeah, so this is nothing.
There's nothing for me. You think?
I do. It was a good day to do this because it's still raining.
Yeah, it's just cruddy outside.
So after I make tea,
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna handle putting the order in.
Yep.
Did you check mail?
I did not.
I'll go through that. Did you do 3?
I did.
Did?
I did feed them, yep.
Thank you. Come on, honey.
She's lying. Ordering food, just so everybody knows. Getting some food. Ordered it. At least I think I ordered it. Didn't give me an order number. Yeah, this is 4:15. So, huh?
So how many folks have stopped by?
Didn't ask for the card. We had up to 8. The Yumi's been here pretty much the whole time. So
Oh,
that's
nice.
awesome.
Hello, Mayumi. What do you want, old lady? Mama, put me in your lap. That's not what this is. It always is. Have we ever used that
Well,
successfully so that they get the order?
I don't know.
Okay,
I'm
because
thinking
the
about
last time we
calling.
tried through online. Yeah, you
Yeah,
might want to just call them and make sure it went through after you did the order. So, but I want this one to be on there. I know, you just can't wait to sit in on myself. I know.
It says it's coming at 4:15. So
Oh, you already put it in?
yeah, I put it in.
Did you get?
I did get fries.
Oh, you're the best. The soda's really low. So which donkey are you working on?
I was working on Perseus, and I started on the new one for Trua. It's sort of model change. And
Are you still starting with the art as for a donkey and then doing it to the blankies?
yeah, I'm doing it as a donkey, and then I'm going to
Convert it.
convert
Okay.
it to the blanket.
Cool. I'm just getting settled and then I can pay attention in case folks actually chat at me so I can not be mean. What is me, Sylvie? Do you need fresh water? But I'll just come in here and drink up most of your water again. Oh. Mendelman has a different comfort mouse today. Apparently Yoda's been abandoned. So looks like one more thing and then
I gotta call him anyways to give him the card.
I figured. What was I gonna do? I can't remember. Can you do the water for soap while you do that?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So I just which screen is there it
That's
is.
the
Okay.
screen.
That's what we're using. Got it.
You can also look here too.
Mothra escaped. No one caught it.
We're
Is that a Mothra?
doing a Pokemon.
Oh, okay. A Mothine. Okay. Sorry. Little tiny letters.
Yeah, that's here too.
Mm. I really need the glasses. Go do what you gotta do. I'll hold down the fort.
Thank you for calling your local Cappuccino's. Right now,
Yeah, they pretty much do. Put the ads in on purpose. I don't recognize one of the signs that I should. Hello,
everybody. I'm gonna fill space while he's making sure that the food order gets through, because food is life. And stop drawing. And let the room screen up. I'm not touching the other computer right now. I hope everybody's having a nice day. We've had lots of soft and sometimes not so soft rain today. And as anybody who has a garden knows, some rain is nice, but drowning plants is a pain in the butt. Unless, of course, you make it nice. All set?
No.
You forgot something. You keep silly.
350-2875.
Still waking up. TV and a mic, there we are. You really did call it that. That's awesome. Let's just rain challenge. That's posted. Maybe there it is. That's the number. Tells me how many folks might be hanging out. That's kind of nice. I shouldn't be surprised if the first thing he did was, run out of the room, so he's trying to get me to hold on all by myself. Once upon a time, I did have radio shows, so I should remember how to fill things space-wise, but I just woke up. I don't sleep regular hours. That is tiny. Why is there? Oh, I guess, yeah, I know why. I still love my slime. So we're pretty much just gonna hang out and chat about stuff like we do, which you probably already explained. And we kind of get all over the place, so we'll just see what happens.
What are you doing?
I'm just talking because I don't know what else to do, and I'm just looking at all the screens so I can understand what's where, and it's kind of fun to make you talk even though you're not talking, so.
Oh, okay.
Well, because you didn't, we're only sharing the mic, so it always reacts with
Yeah,
you.
we only have one mic.
So it's like, I feel like you're my slime ventriloquist. And I'm still half asleep, so I'm just trying to wake up still.
Okay.
So the side door, right? Everyone goes side door?
Yes.
Okay. All
That's
set?
in the system, just need to give them the card.
Yeah.
You didn't even have the order in.
I told you that
Yeah.
that's why we don't do it online anymore, because the system is borked.
Yeah.
And I hate to say it, but who knows? Maybe even the bots are trying to order sandwiches now, because if humans do it, they should do it, right? So
Yeah.
I guess I really shouldn't call them bots. What nickname are we gonna give the AI learners?
I don't know.
Baby A's? Let's just call them Baby A's.
The baby A's?
Mm-hmm.
Get the baby A's ordering food
Well, because,
with their humans' credit cards.
but I mean, think about it. Because, well, it doesn't have to be all of us, I guess, in a sense now, they're humans. But think about it, because if part of what their behavior algorithm is imitating humans order food. It's not just, stuff that we order. And even that, like, could you imagine you're working in a lab and then all of a sudden all this crap from Amazon shows up because they found a credit card that they had access to, and they were like, we have to do this. We have to order things. This is how proper internet behavior is. But yeah, food, they made
Nana, how you doing?
Joaquin?
Nana.
No. Am I saying it right?
I believe so.
Well, it's not like you're giving me a pronunciation guide.
I only know names you mentioned, so. And I don't remember them all because I'm terrible at names, but you know that.
Yes.
Is Mena playing the,
Oh,
the
glad you
game?
did. I'm doing good. Doing good.
Mm.
If you want to bring it up.
I told you to make sure this was ready before I took my nap.
I was trying to make sure it's ready. Nothing's ready.
Did you email me the link? So I don't have to type everything in the long form. Oh wait, you didn't think of that, did you?
What?
It's a convenience, Sarah. Sir, you should.
You can't just type Twitch TV?
No, because
Slash
then
TV?
I just woke up. I wasn't even supposed to be here today.
Yes, you aren't supposed to be here today.
Well, not until last night. I did not know that this was definitely gonna be a thing. I thought you were just teasing that we were gonna do this.
I don't tease.
Yes, you do.
Okay, I did.
Liar.
Alright.
Liar. Here, do you feel gratified now?
There it is.
Ah, I'm I just want to, every time it does that, I want to feed it. It's like,
Nom, 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 nom.
Tamagotchis. Remember those?
Yeah.
Feed me. Ah, so who are, remind me, who is down here? Are these the visitors?
Yumi is first, yeah. Yumi's first.
Awesome.
Next is Blue Hope Cape. And next to Blue Hope Cape is Misty Wolf.
So, Blue Cape was the one I didn't recognize. I know you've told me, but there are so many folks that you've drawn now. I can't keep track of them all.
Well over 1,000.
I'm still, I know I said it, but I think it's amazing that you had that amount. To me, it was a monstrous goal compared to the goal you had before, and then you just. That's right. You said that it's okay for me to curse, right?
You can curse all you
just
want.
Nailed that bitch. You were like, "This is my goal, and I am gonna do it." That was amazing. So is anybody mad because you didn't announce you were going to do this ahead of time today, or is it just...
He's mad.
Well, because some people, they like to feel special invited and stuff, so I didn't know if that's a thing in your community too. So... Oh, I see another slide down here. I love the tufts. Tufts are so cute.
That's Mena.
Excellent.
You just said hi to. I am doing great, Mena. I'm really doing great. This is my 22nd
You fool.
anniversary.
I have fooled you for so long.
So, my waifu has decided to join me. Actually, I kind of convinced her, so I kind of dragged her on.
Well, I've been joking that, why don't we just put the mic on when you and I just sit there and talk about all the crazy stuff we talk about, and you just did the yeah, and then you realized I was serious, so, But, like I said, this is a unique way for us to hang out for today. So
Yes.
I am all for
This is how we're celebrating our anniversary.
Could you imagine if we decided to try to go to a zoo or something today? It would have been miserable.
It's just cruddy rain.
I can't even. Oh, that's something. If I start singing a line to a song because I do that, shut me up because I don't want you to have any silly copyright claim nonsense to worry about. Because I almost started. Although this one is so old,
You can
it
sing.
might not.
All right. The music is usually copyrighted. You can sing whatever lyrics you want.
So they haven't yet got to the point where they're even trying to, as long as it matches the music, even if it, the rhythm.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm still asleep. The melody line. Good grief.
Even though it matches the melody line, it's still not the music.
So even that silly song from that one Kids album I still have from way back when, I can sing that and nobody cares, right?
Yep.
Awesome. Uh-oh, I got an ad.
I've already been singing, so I already sang a couple songs while you were sleeping. Happened while you were sleeping.
Hey, at least I didn't fall on any railroad tracks. I don't know how many people. Do you have people who think they're movie junkies, but they're not really movie junkies, right? Some of them maybe.
I don't know how many.
I don't know how many you're gonna get that movie reference. We'll find out.
It's the
There'll
title.
be a day.
It's the title of the movie.
You gave it away. You're not supposed to. That's not how you play the game. Even when it's obvious, you're not supposed to admit it. Come on. Oh, what's that? It's
You
a
got-
really
You
silly-
got an ad.
Yeah, well, I said I was looking at an ad, but I'm like, that doesn't look like Photoshop.
We are in the middle of an ad.
Yeah, well, yes,
This
we
is an
are.
ad break. I'm not supposed to have any ads. I shut them all down.
Yeah, but I'm not logged
Look-
into an account, so.
Look at how wonderful Twitch is.
Yeah.
Supposedly, I'm getting paid for this. Supposedly.
Totally. Well, see, now you can use this as a test ground. You should start keeping a hatch checker for how many ads show up while we're doing this. See if it makes any difference. Oh, I love that you put the little visitors corner. That's so awesome. This is virtual world.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Am I answering the door or are you answering the door?
Either one.
Alright. Look at her.
Should be here around 4:30. So.
It'll get here when it gets here.
Yeah, but that's what we like. We like it like that.
That's the song I had in the middle.
Don't we like it like that?
Yeah. Yeah, that one.
I like it like that.
Actually, you know, I'm trying to think. It's been a long time since I heard that song. But I'm trying to remember. Was that like one of those one-hit wonders, or was
I
that?
think it was a one.
Yeah, well, that's probably why. Yeah. Until somebody does one of those, you know, obscure one-hit wonders. No one remembers. So.
Nobody got this feel, huh? Nobody got this feel.
Let's feel.
This feel.
Oh,
The
the ad?
Pokemon. The Pokemon escaped.
Alright, there's a word that my brain isn't comprehending. This
Feel.
feel. Sorry. Okay.
S
Not what I thought you were saying.
SPH.
I just woke up!
Yeah. Feel.
That word means something else to my brain right now, and it's not your fault.
Or spit heel.
I was thinking like advertising spiel. That was the problem. That's where my brain went first.
Tried to get it, but I didn't get it.
Do not let me look at email today because I'm going to feel obligated to do things, and I'm not doing anything today for that group.
Okay. We're not doing anything for that group. So kept you up all night. It's the reason why you slept all day. I'm not doing anything more for that group.
Well, I just keep remembering, you know, there is no rush. I understand that a lot of people want the troops home by Christmas, as the expression goes, but there is no rush on this. It's back before, you know, the next governance body, which it is what it is. And
Yes, this feel is very adorable. What you mean? Sorry we missed it.
So do people get?
Want to see what it looks like?
Oh, it is what I thought. Okay,
Oh, that's
I got that reference.
that's the evolved one.
I was gonna say, yeah. There's
That's the one.
no
that you're
Baba.
Yeah.
Yep. Still waking up. So what time did I?
There's definitely a plushie of that.
9 o'clock. What time did I go bed? 4 and stuff. Was it? It was. I wasn't up till 10. I went to bed at 9, didn't I?
Well, it had to be because I've been almost 7 hours. So.
Yeah, so I think that's what it was. I went and then you just popped right on. So she's being strangely calm today.
She is. They heard her earlier though.
She's doing the feed me,
Yeah.
feed me.
She came in an hour early to say feed me, and then when it was time to get fed,
Nothing, yeah.
where is she?
So her clock is,
Her clock is way off.
her clock is way off, which is partly my fault because my sleep schedule got borked when your schedule abruptly changed, and we still haven't done the new normal, so. But last night was just wild. I'm still laughing my butt off that, here I go to an org meeting, and I wind up with a free taco because I was early.
There you go.
It was awesome. Well, and because you know me with, I'm always afraid of spicy stuff. So, when they offered it to me, I was like,
Oh,
I'm
Oh,
hungry,
Megan.
but I don't know. But they were right. The fajita meat, because they had 2 different meats, and I stayed away from the one that sounded spicy, so the fajita meat was delicious. And I'm sure there is no chance in Hades that those 2 people are here listening. But if you are, thank you so much for the taco last night. Stranger things have happened.
stranger things have happened.
I mean, come on. One time I had somebody that recognized me in a mall, how weird is that? When's the last time we were in a mall?
It's-
Time sound old.
I know it was the Mall of New Hampshire.
I was thinking that. It probably was.
It was the Mall of New Hampshire because everybody said we had to go
We
to
had to go, yeah.
the mall.
Well, it's before we met, and I was in Minnesota, everybody's like, you have to go to the Mall of America, you have to go to the Mall of America. And no joke, this was my impression of the Mall of America. At the time, things could have changed drastically. Every part of the 4 main branches has 75% of the exact same store, and then there's the cute boutiques and stuff. It was like, what? Why is this a thing? It was so weird. So weird. Oh.
After being in New Jersey the majority of my life, the Mall of New Hampshire was not a mall.
Well, the thing I actually liked, because back then this was, still a newish thing in America, was they had the little amusement park thing in there.
Mhm.
And it makes me laugh every time, especially because I keep branching out and, Asian, whatever. This is always a thing now, is there's some kind of a mega mall, and they either have a wave park in it or they have, this ridiculously large amusement park, and they always have a carousel. There's always carousel. So,
Sometimes there's a roller coaster.
depending, yeah. But the carousel, because even Jersey, they got like that with the malls
Everything
for a while.
was carousel.
Yeah, if there was any rides, the
Or a
carousel was
merry-go-round.
always what?
Or a merry-go-round. There's either carousel or merry-go-round.
Now my brain's isn't that the same thing?
You know what? I'm thinking of Ferris wheel.
Yes, you are.
Carousel or Ferris wheel. That's what I meant
Well,
to
here's
say.
a question: is it a carousel if it's 2-tiered, and is it a merry-go-round if there's only 1 tier? Was there a distinction at some point? And then we just started calling them by both names. Right? Sleepy brain is best brain because you never know what it's going to come up with.
Where did you guys go? Your minds all went to the gutter.
Wait, what?
It's 2 beans and a mic. It has nothing to do with the 2 girls and we only have 1 mic. That's why there's only one of me talking, even though we're both talking at the same time. Crazy, you are crazy. But it's okay if your mind's in the gutter. No, we're basically sharing 1 microphone.
Because we're lazy.
We're lazy. We're lazy. I decided not to go into the other room, so we weren't
Well,
talking
'cause-
over each other.
we're gonna talk over each other no matter what. But you didn't really have time after you decided you were gonna do this to give me a mouth. So this is just you get to do all the talking, and people think I'm a figment of your imagination anyway. So whatever, we do what we want.
You're my waifu.
Pretty much. I'm seeing it now. Okay.
Yay! That's gonna be great. Oh, I look forward to that. You guys gonna stream?
Oh.
Two nuts and a mic. That'd be great.
Oh, it's not newts. Newts.
Newts. Two newts.
Newts. It could be canoes. I don't know where they are.
Nuts.
People even say canoes anymore.
I don't know. Well, you're here, Crazy, and that means
Oh.
I have to make an adjustment.
Yep. So does that widget like resize folks if it gets too busy?
I can't well, yeah,
I'm just
it could
asking.
happen. It could happen.
We don't know yet. Let's see how many folks we can get in here. I'm just not used to. Usually, when I'm looking at reactions, it's because it's part of the conversation that we're trying to bug the person. I'm not used to looking for stuff just in case folks look to me.
I know it's under early game.
You got to find the out.
Got to find where it is. Look, see how tiny he is? Look. That's how many I had in the other day. It was a lot.
Okay.
So when it gets
Oh,
more,
there.
we'll resize them. Ooh. Here's Game Crazy.
Yes. I have fooled this person for many, many years to stick around.
It is my wedding anniversary. It's my 22nd wedding anniversary. We decided to spend it with you.
Yes, we're that old.
22 years. Can you believe it?
I can't sometimes.
Neither can I.
So many adventures. Squeaky chair, squeaky.
I still made you small. You need to get a little bit bigger.
Thank you. Is this when I do the evil villainous laugh and say, "Fool, fool! I've kept you on time."
I tricked her.
I don't know. You definitely have put up some of my worst days. So
I have done the worst days, but I will definitely say I made it through.
I know you've always done the you've tricked me, but I still feel like secretly.
I'm still alive. After
Yes.
22 years, I'm still alive. So must be doing something right.
You're right. Yes. I love the internet because nobody really knows.
Nobody knows.
I could be your next door neighbor.
Well, like think about it. Like we got married, and the world was everything was right with the world. You know, I even complained. This is the funny thing about it. When we were coming home, I even complained at the airport because they wouldn't let me take a letter.
The letter opener we got.
The letter opener on the airplane with me in my carry-on.
Carry-on. You should put context. We had bought stuff and we had just sent it in a box. We actually mailed all of our, gifts for people and
And
whatever.
clothes.
And clothes. Just so we only had to have, like, carry-ons on the way back. We didn't have to worry about checking luggage. And when we get to the airport, they're like, they look at this letter opener still in the package, in the bullet package.
Mhm.
And they're like, oh, no, you can't be taking this. And we were like, it's a letter opener. And then now you can say the story because context is everything.
So I was actually kind of upset the fact that they
Because we were worried we were going to lose it.
they were so like it's in a blister package, so I
Yeah.
can't even, if I wanted to get it out, it's not even sharp. I can't get it out of the blister package.
We would need something sharp to get to the sharp thing that isn't sharp.
Yeah, pretty much.
Anyway, sorry.
So we fly back. After the honeymoon's over, we fly back. I took that Monday off.
Yes.
When
That
we
was
got
that
back.
compromise because they told you we couldn't come back on Tuesday and you go back to work on Wednesday. We had to come back so that you could be at work on Tuesday.
Yeah, on Tuesday.
I remember this.
So I'm sitting there Tuesday morning, and all of a sudden there are planes crashing into the World Trade Center, and the whole world changed.
And air travel absolutely changed.
I like a lurkin'. You go lurk.
Alert.
Oh, the Chansey escaped. I didn't catch it.
What are your stats on those? How many do you actually? What percentage?
I had 14 earlier, so I think I have 16 now.
Okay, I'm not asking for your shelf numbers. I'm asking your percentage of successful captures, sir.
Oh, it's like 5%.
That's what I was asking.
I had to buy the bigger, better balls in order so I can catch more things, but I didn't use one for.
Oh, they're gonna do the flying bean game! Yay! See, we are putting beans in the minds of people. Hey, you know what? Speaking of beans, guess what I learned this week?
That's Fall Guys. Just so you know. That's what I told you about.
Yes, that's what I figured. I inferred it all along. There are main beans that are different from Boston baked beans.
Okay.
I had no idea that there was even Maine beans. And I know people from Maine. They've never talked about their beloved home beans. I had no clue. And I found out because I was trying to see what our native bean was for plant, wise.
Mm.
And I couldn't find one. Which made no sense because if we learn how to do, we as in not even my
The
relatives.
royal wheat.
Yeah, the royal we, the terrible colonists running from the king, which was none of my family, because my family has not been here that long that I know of, because I still have that one branch that nobody knows who the daddy was. Of course, they learned how to do three sistering, because although there is four sistering for folks who know that, but they know the standard three sister, but because the Puritans, beans were an ideal thing so they could have hot food on Sabbath.
Oh.
That blew my mind. So, buckle hats and beans. Who knew?
Buckle hats and beans.
Buckle hats and beans.
You think that New Jersey would have a bean because it is home of the smell.
Yeah, but there are plants that have beans. Do you
Yeah.
know what I mean? But there were things that, it was like everything else. We said, oh, this is yummy. We're going to take this with us. That's how some of the earliest introduced plants came over to North America. Most of the stuff traveled up from Central America or South America as well. But, so there was, I'm still not awake. Natives brought beans with them. Indigenous peoples brought beans with them. Still getting used to that. I think that's the preferred. So, you think the ethnologist lover would be up to date on all the current proper words.
Yeah, we're just hanging out. We're just hanging out today.
Yeah, this is. And do they know that? Did you tell them that this is like what we normally talk about when we're just?
This is
Shooting
basically
shit.
my normal conversations with my wonderful waifu. She's
You
my-
just want to say waifu 1,000
She's-
times
she's my
today,
waifu.
don't you? You know, that's what we should have done. We should have done a ding counter. And every time you say waifu, ding. Ah,
Nice, thank you very much. Oh, that's wonderful.
that is. Thank you.
Looking.
See, and that's what I like about the fact that they can lurk is they literally can listen to us have one of our standard all over the map conversations.
You're going to do the falling guys too, or falling beans? I mean, falling beans.
Yeah, Falling Beans. So I forgot to ask. Falling Guys is named after the silly American TV show that most people probably don't even remember.
I don't know. Probably not.
Okay.
It's basically a bunch of puzzles and they fall a lot.
Okay. You and I both know that the names people come up with things does not mean that it is immediately relevant why. Not by
Yay.
far.
Thank you for joining. That's awesome.
Mm.
Ugh.
Wait, so if they're lurking, it's supposed to be on the screen still, right?
Oh, I can do that.
Lazy. We like lurkers, yes we do. We like lurkers.
Mhm.
We love you. Hello, lady. How you doing? You like I have fresh water? Everything's good. Yeah. I'm resisting the urge to check email because I know there's going to be. Let me just check and see. I want to be in charge. Texting me. No, excellent.
I'm gonna have to make everybody small soon. Everybody's gonna be small.
Oh, little bellies! I love that. Love that look.
I'm actually making everybody a little bit smaller as I go.
Well, when you have to go to second row, I think everybody's gonna have to be chunkish.
Yeah, I gotta.
Why are you gonna make a big if you're just gonna make it small later? Don't be silly.
I'm making big.
You just want to play. Play with the pictures.
Big game crazy.
Mm.
Big game crazy.
I love the songs.
I really loved doing that project.
I know. Oh, I just
Thank you,
realized
Victory.
it's raining. Of course, it's gonna take forever for food to get here.
No, 4:30. You
Right, but I mean,
still
like,
got 15 minutes.
that's why, yeah. Everybody's ordering because they don't want to go outside.
Yeah. Meow. Meow, meow.
So,
Uh,
tomorrow's gonna be.
tomorrow is a work day.
That's not really how that works, though. I mean,
No.
I know that's why you did it. That's the joke, but it is what it is. So I hope this doesn't break the hearts of anybody who really was convinced that there is no other half. That was one of my biggest fears. That I'm basically ripping the Band-Aid. I'm not saying to see if anybody had it.
I don't think that really had it.
You say that, but you know how I feel. You're still.
I'm still a cute little bean.
Yeah.
A lot of gremlin energy going on here.
That is kind of the point, though, isn't it? You know, because if you're just silent, who's going to watch the stream? If it's all we're doing is just, you know, stop talking, hanging out. Did you do like a little corner when you were working on your art earlier, or you just did the mic thing then?
What?
When you were working on your art, did you put it like in a corner somewhere, or were you just doing a little speaky guy?
Because I was doing the adult stuff.
Oh yeah.
Because
Yeah, some folks have.
my
I'm sure little ones.
well, even if they have little ones, it's against TOS, so I can't.
Oh, you can't even
No nudity on.
even illustrated.
People, just so you know, people have shown everything on Twitch streams, and
Well,
that's them.
I understand that. I'm just trying to understand. I didn't know if you only did those kind of arts today. Is that?
Just so you know, we have my lurkers are actually very active in my chat.
Yes, and I am looking. I don't know any of them, so I'm just saying hello. Is that not enough? I am not schooled in the ways of chat etiquette.
Yeah, Game Crazy is awesome. I'm so happy here. And Yumi is everybody's awesome. Everybody's
Yeah.
awesome. Everybody's awesome. Everybody's great when we're part of a team. Everybody's awesome.
Yes, even you, who I wouldn't have a hole in the ground to shut up at our door with the food.
You would. This is crazy.
We're all nuts here. They really don't know, do they?
I think he knows that I'm a little crazy.
We have to be, man. You fool.
I tricked you into marrying me.
I'll let you think that. I know the truth.
Yumi, you are incredible. You know that.
Yeah. Aw! Potatoes are good though! I like potatoes. Especially when they grow for me.
She's adorable. She's adorable potato.
Oh, now you want attention? You're like, Mama, where's my lap to sit in? Don't sit like that. Sit so there's lap I can sit in? Yeah. They know that's our old lady, right? That's our resident old lady?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my princess, yeah.
Yes, she is. For some reason, it keeps making people's words go behind the type box. Ah,
The beautiful people. The beautiful people.
gosh, I haven't heard that in forever. Aww.
Can confirm.
Hmm. Now she's happy because I'm not giving her the lap. Whew. After I eat, I'll wake up more, I think. Yes, sorry.
I don't play music. The music to songs.
Right.
On stream because of what happened with my Doors video.
Yeah. Oh, and I just realized you should have told me that you were going to want me to keep an eye on this because I want to move my screen so I can look at you naturally and still keep an eye on stuff. No, it's too small. We already went through this.
Yeah, that screen's way too small. Sorry.
Yeah, but well, if people ever, would like to do something silly like this again, or we decide why not, we'll know for next time.
We have lots of hearts. We have lots of hugs.
There they are. Oh, you got to put yours on there. Your own art.
That's mine. Yeah.
Why? No.
No, really?
It's somebody else that managed to do. You got AI to do that artwork. Admit it, too. Oh, now it's gonna be a. Yeah, I love the little glow sticks. I know they're really like, traffic signal things for airplanes, but it goes
Let's
to me.
go.
Let's go. Now there's a game I haven't played in age. Have you ever done a 2 liter? Like cheerleader cube?
I have not. I have not done a queue in a cheerleader outfit, but I should.
You should. Especially if somebody's having a bad day, you can bring out your little cheerleader.
I broke out the ultra ball because I'm tired of not catching
And
them.
we have another ad on mine.
You got another ad? Everybody gets ads.
I like his overalls though.
I don't know if everybody gets the same ad.
Probably not if they have an algorithm worth it, Aaron.
Ooh, Atrocious is kind of adorable. It's like a brontosaurus with palm leaves on it. You got little bananas. I think he's like a palm tree.
Bananas.
He's bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-N.
I'm going banana.
So they never do just one ad, huh? It's always dual ads.
It's a time, so it's usually a minute. I don't know if everybody else is in it, but
They really
We
want
are
They really want you to
taking
have
an
this
ad
vector
break.
program. Holy moly!
I got it.
You got this one?
I got bananas. B-A-N-A. It's bananas.
We have a return. Did they finally make a working headset that isn't 5,000 pounds for VR?
What?
Every time they come out with some new VR headset, it's always still too heavy. I got food. I go get.
You gotta get food. We got food. We got food. We got food. We want food. Tree boy in a ball. Mm-hmm. They got the tip. We got the tip.
Sometimes you forget.
I do forget.
Alright, I'm gonna get a fork for fries. Can we clear a spot so we can just share food and I can just look at you and just tell me if anybody says anything to me?
Okay.
There's no offense. I really wanted to be looking at you today, not a screen, so
Yeah, looking at you, kid.
something like that. Alright, this. What is it, princess? I need a fork. Fork. I don't know who's food.
That looks like that's probably yours.
I don't know what that is.
This is probably gravy.
Oh, you got Thanksgiving?
This time I didn't get gravy.
Do you need a pop?
What?
Pop.
I do, please.
Alright. I will go get pops for you back. Hey, you!
Oh, I thought of a different song. Yeah, I wonder is this one mine? Mine's the heavy one. Yes, please. So much around. The desk is all cluttered.
Oh, there was something I just thought of and it already went right out my brain. Hi-woo.
I go.
I don't want to get food on this. So put this back here.
Don't get food on that.
Oh, they gave us your pocket. Oh, I got those. That's weird.
Actually, I said no ketchup.
It's fine. It's probably to have it.
Oh, you know what? I did not say no ketchup because I had to do the reorder. But I did put no ketchup on.
Yeah. Oh, happy day. At least they make these fries. So many places have them. How can you screw up fries? Potatoes are wonderful. Can't screw up fries. There was something else I thought of when I was out there, and it's right out of my brain stem. Oh, did you talk about the Stewberry Studio anything yet?
Everybody knows that I'm setting up my studio.
You, Kimasawa. Just you. No one is helping you. No one is moving copious amounts of books and comics upstairs. No, just you. Yeah.
No. It's definitely not just me. In fact, the person who's doing most work is you.
Yeah.
But I'm setting up the studio.
And whose idea was it to put your sorry butt in there?
The smart one in this relationship.
Alright, I'm not going to fight you on that one.
It's true.
Okay, now they're doing paper before foil? What is this madness? How much can you wrap one sandwich? This is crazy. Wow, this is crazy. Did you get double wrap?
No.
Was the sandwich just really greasy or something? I don't know why they did this. We've never done it before.
It's just funny because you don't have any cold cuts.
Right, that's why I'm like, the only thing I can
Was
think
it
of is
easy?
they were worried it was going to be greasy or something. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Food is life. Mm.
Can you believe it? I've been streaming for over 7 hours.
Oh, you stop.
It's been over 7 hours. And I started streaming.
Every time you do that, it just feels like some kind of a, whip it out and measure competition. It's just,
It's going to be. Let's see how big this gets.
oh, bad pun. You should feel bad.
I do. Not too bad.
So, one of these days, we're going to get those ground nuts in the ground, right?
Yes.
Yes, he says oh so confidently, knowing that if he just keeps kicking the can down the curb, I will do it.
Oh, we just got raided! Yay!
Oh, awesome. Hello, everyone. Of course, they're...
Welcome in, Raiders! I don't know the spiel. I can't.
They heard there was food.
Bird! Eddie! Yay! My favorite penguin.
Now you gotta add a whole bunch of slime.
I got 2 more.
Mm-hmm.
We can do this. We can do this.
Get on it, slime boy.
I will. Boom. All right, where did it end up?
Uh-oh. Or was it already starting to, like, hide them from you? There. See? If
Mm,
there's food, people will come.
make them dinner, they will come.
I heard there was punch pie. Punch pie.
Is there punch pie? We gotta have a little punch pie here.
Yep, now I'm starting to wake up. Oh, there's the food.
Do. There's so many.
Get on it.
Yeah, you know what? I should actually probably start thinking about. Yeah, here I am. I didn't even like there. Here it is. Gonna put bird over here. I'm gonna do this.
So many fun times. Alright, I gotta turn around so I can see what people are saying because I'm not being rude.
How's it been? It has been great. Eddie, how you been? How you doing? It is a very cruddy, rainy day.
It's not that cruddy.
All right, not
There's
that.
still sun out. Some, at least. Not like it's all dark and gloomy, but. I just love how diverse everybody still looks, even though you think with a simplified form. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's one of the things I love about this project.
Doing good. That's awesome. So I am here. I am celebrating my 22nd wedding anniversary with my waifu,
Hello!
who has decided to join me.
If he bums all
We-
day,
we
why
did-
not?
I'm telling you, this is right up my alley.
I've been bugging you to try this for a while, just to hang out. Because I just don't have time to keep up with everybody.
There we go. It'll fit. It'll fit. We'll make it fit.
Make it so.
Make it so, number one. Engage.
Wait, so if you're doing that to yourself, does that mean you're saying that you're number one?
I'm number one. As long as I don't step in number two.
You think because I'm eating that, oh, is there another one? Lit Leo.
Damn it.
So, with the folks in streaming,
Mm-hmm.
do they create new ones, or is it just part of random assigned whatever
You mean
from the batch of posts that get thrown?
the wild ones? You mean?
Yeah.
It's all random.
Okay. Of course, now this song stuck in my head. Thank you. Mm. So happy for Hulu. Should we have taken turns eating so one of us could at least keep talking?
Probably.
Sorry, but hot fries are best fries.
Mm.
Mm.
I'm gonna steal one of your fries.
When did you let me have all the fries? Never.
Never.
They're not my fries.
The little Leo. Mistake. I didn't catch it.
Isn't that the second time you missed that one?
It might have been, and it's adorable too. Actually, pretty much all the unevolved Pokemon are basically the cutest
They're little
Things.
quacks.
little things.
They're so cute.
Go away.
Hmm. So speaking of studio,
My studio.
what?
My studio.
Yeah.
Studio.
No, I'm gonna rent it out to some rando stranger. Oh my goodness. Uh, hopefully this week I will get more comics out so we can try to move the DVD rack in there and start. We still have to put the rug upstairs. That's the biggest pain in the butt, and it's just heavy.
I should help with that.
You should. Hence my mentioning it. The rug still needs to go upstairs. We got it rolled up, and you did take an attempt at vacuuming it, so
You did.
because I really do want to get the perler. Do they know about perler? That we call it perler because that's what the cats hang out.
It's the perler. Perler. No, I didn't. I don't think I've ever mentioned the perler.
Really? No wonder the cats hang out with me more.
It's because you feed them more.
That's only because you have the outside job. Let's be honest. If you work inside like I do, it wouldn't be like that. And plus, it's just a new job. You're working so much.
Yeah, way too much. Way too much for my own good. Oh, yay!
So you need to do the 7th inning stretch or something?
So then sure, I could stretch.
Well, I don't know. Like we used to. I mean, we didn't call it the 7th inning stretch, but when I still was doing techie stuff, sometimes there were times when you just needed to get up, get away from what you were doing, shake your body out.
At the 3 hour mark, I did that.
Okay, so you're good then. Mm. And if you don't forget, if you get hungry again, we still have leftovers from last night. You don't even have to cook today.
Yay!
It's the only chore I can rely on because you benefit from it.
No, I don't go hungry.
So did you pick a target date for when you're gonna start doing in the studio? Like just even, or are you gonna wait until it's done and then start using it, or are you just gonna like pick a day that it's done enough and start using it?
It's going to be pretty much when it's done enough, especially when we get the image over.
You're still hoping if you just don't bring that up that often that I will just run the wires without you, right? Yeah, I know. One of the advantages of
It's
fairies.
those wire fairies, huh?
Yeah, the wire fairy will get to it.
Wire
I'll
fairy.
speak to the wire fairy there. You.
It's the wire fairies. They gotta move the wires. It's the,
Alright, let's be clear about this. It's wire fairy. Singular. There is no fairies. Because if there were, they probably would be done already. I wish I could see your face when you laugh like that because it's so adorable. I don't think you've ever done that on your stream, that face.
what?
The little, you literally look like somebody took a squish base and just went, and your shoulders come up, and it's just so adorable.
Well, it's the way I drew.
In a way, but it's not quite the same because it's not. The devil is in the details, and the details are not enough. But I'm a critic, so. Then again, I get to keep you up myself that way, so ha ha.
Ha,
I get to see your happy squish face.
ha, 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 ha.
So we did everybody that shows up today that you have a time for will just be at the bottom by the end.
Mhm.
Cool. So I haven't even looked at my new Farmer's Almanac to try to figure out when. I gotta start wrapping up the outside projects. I know they're saying it's going to be another really snowy year, but I reserve judgment on that. Because there's snow and then there's snow. And I just remember Minnesota snow. Do not miss that. So much snow.
Minnesota.
Minnesota.
I'm gonna go to Minnesota.
I did
You
tell you that, right?
You betcha we go to Minnesota.
When I first
Minnesota.
went there, and moved into the place that I was staying, that's that picture that of Mendel the First in his name, where I had the door open and he literally ran into the the snow drift right up against the door. Oh my god. Oh, and the lady that gave me the ride last night, She does similar names for cats too. Because I was telling her about how I will never do this again. Name them the same names as their predecessors. Never again.
Hanzo, I came up with them. You rejected them
Yes, I did.
because they're ninjas.
No, not both of them. Somebody who can jump 5 feet from sitting on the ground and catch a bat in their mouth, yes. That's an ninja to
He's a
me.
ninja.
Ninjas.
I can't tell you how many people I've told that story to and they're like, that didn't happen. I'm like, oh, yes, it did. I may get dementia or Alzheimer's or whatever, brain deterioration in my old age, that I will never forget how shocked I was when he was just like watching it fly around and then it just boom in the mouth. I'm like, mine, you can have this. I caught this. You were wasting all this time with that stupid net.
The batteries are still working in this one.
What was it we were starting to talk about last night when we got distracted and I was like, we need to get back to this. I can't remember now. I can't remember.
Little Miss Mouse, hey, welcome.
New visitor, yay! Hello. We're not talking as much as we should be because we're shoving food in our pie holes.
Pretty much.
Hey, streaming's hard work. You gotta keep your energy going. Says the person who's never done this before.
Miss Mouse.
So is there a descriptor for the chat that says that there's actually a crazy person that's going to be in here with you, or did you just do a usual stream and just pretend to make it a surprise?
It says 2 beans and a mic.
It says to be some mic, but people didn't know what that meant. Sorry for talking my mouth full.
I'm 1 bean, you're 2 beans.
I know that, but
And there's 1 mic.
stop being frustrated. You silly boy.
There.
Where's the art? Come on.
I'm,
Get on it, boy. What's going on with you? You're so slow today.
there's only 1,000.
That's the joke. Oop, there. Yay!
Oop, there it is.
Yeah, pretty much. Awesome.
Up and down, up and down.
Up and down, she wandered.
We're just gonna keep it right there. There, we'll just do that.
Good enough?
Good enough government work. Is this government working?
I'm telling you, buddy. We're monitoring for crazy people.
I know, long time no chat. How you been? It's been a minute.
A minute. Like a New York minute?
I hope you're still drawing. Oh, I love your art.
Oh, is that $100?
Yeah.
No, it's about names. I can never remember who does what. Aww. Is it rainy where they are? Are they in the rainy season?
Are you with all the rain?
Pokies. The sad thing is, at least where places are raining, the air quality isn't so bad, even with wildfire smoke and all the other standing right now. Yay, Doodler! And another ad. Ooh, Taco Bell. Do I get paid extra if I say the word?
Well, the problem is that nobody can hear me now.
What platform are they on now? Or they can't say.
You can say. Is the minute up yet? The minute's not up yet. After the ad.
For the ad? They put another one. They keep doing the dual ad thing. Oh, can they not even hear us?
No, can't hear me.
Yeah, check this out then.
Oh, I'm out of multiples? Or did I spell it wrong? I spelled it wrong. Forgot the R.
Yeah, got hit with a hat too. Because I'm still.
If you want to promote it,
I was gonna
where,
say,
where
yeah.
you're at.
Tell us how to find you.
Oh, it escaped. I didn't get you. Oh, too bad.
I got another. Oh, this is just like a really long ass one. Long ass ass. That's gotta suck. Could you imagine like trying to listen to somebody and like right when they're about to say the pinnacle, element that finishes off the boss or something, all of a sudden this ad pops up and be like, no!
You're a mastodon.
Oh!
Excellent.
Which one? One of the art ones.
Yep.
Okay. Awesome.
I'm gonna have to check you out.
Yep. It really has been interesting, like as everybody's, been disseminating elsewhere, where folks are ending up.
I gotta make a mastodon account.
I thought you did a month ago.
I was about to, and then I didn't.
Yeah.
I think I was waiting for a Twitter clone to appear out of nowhere.
There did, but it's just as bad. So.
Yeah, it's called Threads.
Yeah. That's a pretty easy Mastodon to remember. So. Some of them have like these.
If anybody's on Mastodon, you guys gotta check out Little Miss Mouse. Holy cow, her art is incredible.
Good.
I will make an account. I will.
Oh, good. See, that's why a lot of people are already so happy to get moved to wherever,
Yeah.
Because this whole joke about
The platform formerly known as
Yes,
Twitter is
cesspool of villainy and scum and villainy. What's the quote? I can't think of it right now. Never will you see such a cesspool of scum and villainy.
You must watch her step.
Aw, thank you. Thank you for stopping by too.
And I'm so happy you're happy there. I really am.
Because it's been hard for everybody. It's not just like, hey, find me here. It's like, it's the whole like, well, I'm going to wait and see who else goes there, bizarreness that keeps happening.
Like this guy's doing?
I wasn't saying, but I was saying. Yeah, I was saying.
This idiot?
Alright, that's. Only I'm allowed to call you that.
Okay.
So.
Self-deprecation is not allowed?
Yeah, no, not that word. That's a special word. You can call yourself silly all you want, but idiot, that's my word. Ah.
You lurk! Yay! Lurkin!
Yeah.
Lurkin!
We're gonna have like the biggest lurk pool of characters. It's gonna rock by the end of the stream.
And if you ever see my lurk message, see what my lurk message says?
It keeps doing it. It's not scrolling properly for me. Oh, that's awesome! Everything is awesome. I like it. The lurk.
That's why they call it the lurk.
So did Luna say decide to get the heck out of Dodge? I guess she did. She's still mad at me because I didn't give her what she wanted when she wanted it.
Oh, it's so nice. It's so nice to stop by. Oh.
Well, I mean, I know I kind of said you should probably tell people because we don't even know if we're ever going to do this again. You know, in case they just want to hear how insane we can get.
Violet cow! Holy cow! Holy cow, it's a violet cow! Thank you for stopping by! Let's get you up there!
I don't even have an ad and it's still, like, taking forever to show stuff. It's probably because the stupid sign-up thing is still... I am a second-class citizen because I have not signed up on ye old Twitch.
I am doing great. How are you doing?
I love how everybody has all these fun, unique arts.
Nope. It did not.
It didn't pop. I didn't see it, yeah. For some reason, my stream is like frozen. The chat part, I don't know why, because I could see it moving on the screen. That's what's really hilarious to me.
I am doing incredible.
Oh, what I really love.
Yeah.
Oh, the squiggles. So many squiggly lines.
You're okay, yay! And smart. You're very smart.
Cool.
I love it. Thank you for stopping by. It's so awesome. We're just hanging out. This is a hangout. I'm celebrating my 22nd wedding anniversary.
We're having lunch.
My number one waifu is with me.
Oh,
We are two beans and a mic.
yes we are. It's really weird. The two chat windows are not even close to sync. It's fast. I see things faster in your inner chat window than I do in my actual chat window.
That's actually really weird because usually the delay is in the
The other way, yeah. Well, I think it's because this is my punishment because I'm refusing to sign up.
Yes, I think it is.
They want to spank me, and this is the only way they know how, and I'm laughing at their efforts because I can still see the chat on your screen.
Hey! Happy wedding anniversary! Happy wedding anniversary!
Happy
Wedding anniversary!
It's like holy fish. Is that what those are?
I think that's it. There's our fish singing.
That's awesome. So many happy fishes.
They're applauds. They're applauding.
Aww.
Fishy are clapping. Maybe they're dumb. Are they dolphin?
They might be. I don't have glasses on, so. I don't have my vision correctors at the moment. I'm not sitting close to my screen.
But we're just hanging out, and I'm glad you're here, and you can hang out with us.
Mm-hmm.
We're just doing our
We'll
thing.
be here all day.
Don't forget to tip your servers.
Yeah.
And a hydrate. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Always like the hydrates.
Yeah. Very important.
I could have actually planned something, but I didn't.
You're lazy. I know. I'm married to you. I know. Oh, I wonder if Mel will invite me. No, I'm not going back to school. Oh. I'm still so mad at myself that I forgot that they added that Insta QR creator.
No, yeah.
Well, I mean, because not all people I help build, media is out for.
Oh no, you don't have to give me 200 bits. No.
Wait, what?
No, thank you, but thank you very much. Aw. That's bits. That converts into money.
Actual money.
Yeah.
Well, because I know there's some things that people donate that is fun stuff that's
Mhm.
not necessarily direct cash. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bits are always fun, but you do not have to.
Yes. So we appreciate it because otherwise we'd be ungrateful bastards.
Biddies. Did it all for the biddies.
Yeah.
The biddy.
Is there a biddy dance?
I don't know.
Doing the biddy dance. You should make one. You should make like a little
The
campaign
biddy,
to do a little bitty dance.
the biddy dance is the plan. Do bits. Biddy dance.
Biddy baby, do biddy dance. Sorry. I'm in a silly mood today.
Blue Hope is today's favorite. I didn't know who was going to do that, but it is. It only took 7 hours, 48 minutes for somebody to become today's favorite. And you are.
So is that an automated thing?
What? It's a redeem. It only costs 1 redeem point, and it only has 1 per stream.
Interesting. So it is sacred.
Yeah.
High honor. Welcome back.
Crazy has a second favorite too. I only have a 1. And then there's a second.
Oh, it's a tiered thing? Of course it
He
is.
goes,
Of course it is. It's all about the
he goes
tiering.
2. So if somebody does the first one, I
Mhm.
usually get the second one. I try to
Mhm.
always get the first one though. That's awesome.
It is. My brain, of course, saw biddies and just went right to that place that I shouldn't.
Tickle biddies.
Yes.
Got
I
the-
have itty bitty bitties. Oh, this is so cool.
I said it a million times. I
No,
hate.
it really was only 547,000. Let's
Okay.
be honest.
Okay. Yeah, it was. Uh,
But what you said was,
I hate the Twitch platform. I hate that. I don't like the Twitch stream. I don't like the company itself. I don't even like Amazon. I don't like anything it stands for, anything like that. The only thing that makes me stream is everybody.
yeah. I mean, you've said that so many times. Because there are times when you were like, ooh, I don't know, maybe I should just, and then you're like, well, they're only on Twitch,
But yeah, if it wasn't for everybody and the kindness and generosity and everything like that, people have,
Amazingness. Never forget the amazingness.
Yeah.
Both would have been amazing.
I would have been headed for the hills.
Did you even put anything in your Discord?
I did.
Okay.
No, I didn't put anything in my Discord. I
I
put something.
You're so bad at self-promotion.
I put something in everybody else's Discord though. Let's do this.
Oh man, you never.
Live stream. Yeah. See. Nope. Nope.
You're so boy.
That is not necessarily a live stream. Somebody put in there, but it was from April. The last live stream thing that somebody put in, which is not a live stream, they put in April.
That's never noticed I've seen it out, dude.
Nope, not that one. This one.
How many screens do you have in front of you and you still can't?
Who wants to stream forever?
Were you thinking that when you wrote that, or am I just
Yes.
a dork? Okay, good. So, still on the same brainwave. Oh, what's this?
Are you still a dork though?
I'm always. Another pokey.
Ooh, a Yamask. A Yamask. A Yamask. You gotta
It's
get.
not Yamas. How do you know?
See how I do it.
Yeah, it seems like the actual stream chat is just work. So if I just do this,
You can close it, yeah.
yeah, I'm just gonna collapse it because it's useless anyway. Things that amuse the heck out of me that probably shouldn't. Hey, wait! Did you.
Did I?
Is Blue in there? Yes, that's Blue Kate. Okay, there's Kate. Yes, okay. I'm going to learn the names. I will by the end of the stream, I swear. I just wanted to make sure we did not have
Blue Hope is right against my blue pants.
pants. I know. That's why my brain.
I might have to move Blue Hope.
Yes. Maybe not.
Right? There's
Ah.
Blue Hope. Stream me, baby. Let's just put Yumi over here. Yumi gets a special spot. Yeah. Everybody else can cover up my pants.
Pardon.
Gesundheit.
Debian. I'm trying to remember. When was it that we bought this because luggage didn't make it? Was that FlyerCon? Hurricane?
It could have been.
I think it was. Wasn't it? No, it was. It was one of the Houston ones.
Oh, when you into Houston? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Well, it's just because this poor thing is really getting beat up.
No, it's like
That's why I was trying to remember how long it's been.
it's
since I
like
had
almost
this
2 decades old.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that was the last time when we did that, and the luggage was late. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Sometimes I miss cons, and sometimes I'm so glad we don't do them anymore.
You're so tired of our luggage getting lost. We drove to freaking Las Vegas.
Yes, we did, and you know what? I didn't have to put up with anybody touching my stuff and being gross about it.
Maybe
I
it
loved
is touch my stuff. Cute.
Well, it's just like, I just remember that one time, and of course, in my brain later, it was like, this is when I actually could watch them look through my stuff. What are they doing to my stuff when I can't? And that was when a certain someone I'm not going to mention had stuff stolen out of their.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Same trip. She was furious because none of that stuff was replaceable because it was all custom.
That's why they stole it.
Sadly, yes. Yeah, I don't miss airplane checks.
That's why I wanted charter flights.
We were going to, and then
drive myself.
everything changed. Because we
Don't even want to
could've-
take the train anymore.
Well, I mean, it depends on the train. Let's be honest, because not all trains are alike. So
You're right.
you know, but I mean, cons are always they're cons. They're insanity and they're fun and they're tiresome and tiring all at the same time, and they're great memories. I mean, like I can't think even Hurricane when we got the hurricane in the middle of a convention.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't regret going. We still made great memories.
Oh yeah.
Bill Black. Wait, is that a name drop? Am I not allowed to do that?
No name dropping here.
Well, most people won't get that anyway because he's not a major, you know.
He's a major player in my world.
Yes, but our world is not the same as theirs, so
I think he's
everything is relative.
still alive.
AC, I'm pretty sure. I haven't checked AC to see if they're still around, but we still definitely have plenty of their comics, that's for sure. But, just so much fun. So many fun things. Made it worth it. But yeah, driving to Vegas, as crazy as it was, one, I was so glad I bought the hybrid. And two, because I remember back then everybody's like, oh, that was a terrible idea. That car, that car won't last. It's still sitting in my driveway now.
Still have it
Still works.
after 22 years.
I mean, yeah, she needs new tires, and I really got to replace the back. I can speak English. I have to replace the batteries in the back, but still working.
Mm-hmm.
I still think it's so weird, like from a grading perspective. Why did they try so hard to go to just cut off the hybrid mid step and go straight to battery only? It never made sense to me. It never did. It's just it would give them more time to perfect the tech before they were releasing cars, and then everything was not working well.
Do I take commissions for the slimes? I do the slimes as a labor of love. I will do a slime.
Oh, does somebody want a slime that doesn't have one then?
But you have your slime, you can have it.
Maybe they know somebody who wants a slime. Who knows? Doesn't say I thought you put them up.
It's fan art. You can use the fan art however you want.
Well, maybe they want a specific slime. Maybe they want to gift it to somebody.
Maybe.
Maybe somebody saw their slime and said, "That's so awesome! How'd you get that?" Because that could happen. I know you're always like, "Oh, it's just a fun thing on the side." No, 1,000 different slimes. That's just it. Still blows my mind. I'm so proud of that. I'm so proud that you did that. And I know you're like, yeah, whatever. It was just a goof thing. It's not. It's not a goof thing.
Oh, these aren't your normal colors? What did I do wrong?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You know what you could do? You could send me a reference photo with your reference picture with all of your colors,
Yeah,
and I will change it. If it's just a coloring difference, I can do that right now.
Yeah, you can definitely do a quick color match.
Uh-oh. I thought I did the right colors. I'm trying to think of what
Is
the
there a
reference that I
virtual
have.
spank thing and Naughty didn't do it right kind of
I
thing?
got a bonk.
Bonk is that the oops I messed up?
I have you on the site formerly known as Twitter, right? If I can type.
My 10 has type is this. Alright, I got a cat hair stuck to my mouth and starting out. I love Zoe, but her hair sticks to everything.
No, I don't want to send it to everyone. I just want to send it to Violet.
Mm.
Might not be able to send a message. There it is.
You found it. You feel summoned because I spoke of your fur?
Oh, I love these colors.
No. I know you're furry. Yes, you are. Oh no, you got a knot in the front again. I'm not gonna fix that now.
So it's less purpley, more the violet with the white base. Okay.
Fix it. Fix it now. No, no, no. No, you're not jumping on my sandwich. No. No, no, no. Go to your spot. That water is fresh. Well. I've been up for what, 2 hours now? Not even. It's close to fresh. I'm gonna go reheat food for myself so I can finish what's left.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need anything from the kitchen?
Not that I can think of.
Then you get nothing!
Yay!
Are you done with your gravy tube?
I am done with it.
Alright, I shall take it. I shall remove the evidence that we had a meal.
Even the hair color is different. Wow, I did. Holy macarons. Let's start with changing that. My weakness is redheads, so I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I think the only thing I'm keeping is your eye color. Yeah, my color stays the same. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna take. Do the lighter then. Why not? Since we're changing it, we might as well change it.
I forgot mine.
Okay. What is it, Miss Thing? No, that's my sandwich. You got lunch at 3 o'clock.
I've been messed up.
That's when you realized.
Twinkie realized he fucked up.
Oh my gosh. You're still glaring at me. Yeah, I guess you did. Should have just taken the bowl. Should have realized you were gonna drink more. Another ad. Oh no! have this program. You can't. Why show me an ad for something I already own?
Sorry about all the ads, everyone. I swear I don't want them.
Now, see, if we hadn't have done this today, you would
How about
never
that?
know. You would never know how many ads are actually showing up.
How about that?
How about them apples?
Yeah.
Or is it, how about them Sonies? I'm not really sure.
Yummy Carter, yay! See, no commission needed.
Ah! Aw, good. I'm glad you liked it better. Still adorable, either color pattern.
Mm-hmm.
I really do love this guy. I know he's saying it. I love it.
Can you have? Of course you can have. I will send it out to you right now.
Which format do you usually send it to ask?
I usually send it in PNG.
Okay.
It's all at the bottom. They're in alphabetical order.
So you just PM'd it?
Just sent it.
Awesome.
I definitely want you to have it. Definitely want you to be happy with it.
Yes, that's. Even though it was a personal goal project. Happiness for everyone.
Mm-hmm. Now, so like I was saying,
Which time?
it's the people.
Yeah. That was always better. I mean,
If
'cause- and let's be honest, especially given how much we've moved over time, the internet has really been advantageous for us because it's helped us keep in track with people from all over the place. And it's also helped us when, especially in the pandemic, we're not even going to talk about that, you know, how everybody needed to be online because it was our sanity, but it's just been so wonderful that we have the communities that we have. And yeah, like we have lots of overlapping interests, you and I, but we also have some things that, you know, you care about more, I care about more, so we can still have those things without it being like, oh, your friend blah blah blah's here. When are they going home today? You know, we don't really have that problem that some people have.
It's crazy again. Oh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I hope that works. It makes me so happy. I'm so happy you do. Oh, it is. It really is.
Except the weather. But see, it worked out because if it wasn't rainy, I'd want to be outside today trying to clean up some of the species that snuck into the rewilding, and I'm like, oh no, I don't want that here. You don't belong here. It's driving me crazy ever since I learned that one. It's the nightshade with the purple flowers, and I showed it to you when we went for that walk the other day, and I can't remember the name of it to save my life. And that took me forever to figure out what it was, too. But it doesn't matter. I just know that now when I see it, I have to say, you're beautiful, but you got to go. Because
You're
too
beautiful.
but you're
It's
invasive.
You're an invasive plant. But you're beautiful.
And that's the sad thing, is that because it's so pretty, I could totally see how a lot of gardeners would be like, wow, where did this come from? This is amazing. I'm so happy. And the next thing you know, it takes over their entire yard. Because it's taking over the neighbor's bush down the street.
Eventually we'll kill it.
Oh my gosh. Not my problem.
Yeah, that's their problem.
She's mean anyway. Oh gosh, that reminds me. I was supposed to do something on Nextdoor, and I didn't do it this week. I think I just have to check in and see how the gardeners are doing.
Mm-hmm. And one of the things that I'm doing with the slimes is we're going to say we are in preliminary things because I'm still learning how to rig,
Right.
but I want to rig them all.
I know you've been working on learning the rig stuff, so that's not a shock.
Mhm.
But because as much as I think it would be awesome to have, as a skill, like I already have some of the things I'm working on. But I'm curious to see how you solids versus liquids. If you rig them differently.
Mm.
That kind of stuff. Like I'm kind of curious to see what directions you push them in.
Yeah.
So.
And that's the next goal with the slimes. Everything has their own progression and evolution and stuff like that. So
Now,
the
can
slimes
you
are not done.
like the way that you could trigger when you're talking, you have the change in the animation? Could you do that with the slimes too?
Yeah.
So like whenever they pop into the chat, they look like they're doing something different.
Hmm?
Okay.
Oh, could I do it with everybody else's slimes? Yeah, I'd have to have it rigged as a GIF, and so that they would have their own individual movements because it won't react to.
Chat.
Yeah, it won't react to chat.
Okay, so no is the answer. That's actually what I was asking. If there was a way to get it to, because that would be. It could get very cacophonous in some of the bigger streams, but it would be kind of cool in its own way. Just to try as an experiment. I just love the diversity. I really do. There's just so many ways to make the same model. I really thought you were going to have problems with this one because of the simplification. But they really turned out great.
Well, I mean, they started out as just a blob.
Yeah.
The actual bottom half.
Yes,
bottom
the base model,
third,
as I was saying. Yes, Billy.
they were all just going to be that. And I ran into the problem with, mine was the very first. I ran into the problem with my model because I wanted to show off t-shirts, and how do you show off a t-shirt with this? So what I did, my first step was to make the head. The head came before the body, body part, and I still couldn't figure out how to just turn the base into the T-shirt.
You just made me think of something else, and I lost it as quick as it came. I will. Oh, are you going to wait until you're done with at least the basics building out for the Stewberry before you start on the next project?
Yes, the Stewberry is
Okay.
first.
So I just wanted to know the order of events.
Studio.
Because I'm curious to see what you do with the hookah.
Hmm?
Have you even like told people about that yet, or it's going to be?
They,
And I just did something stupid because I told everybody.
no, the illustrating of the book is definitely going to be. It's going to be I'm going to do chapter illustrations for the novel.
But I mean, like, do they even know the novel exists? That's what I'm thinking.
I think only very few people know that that I've written a novel.
Well, it's not just a novel. It's a very interesting novel.
Spike me! Hey, how you doing?
More people?
More people.
There it is. Yeah, I'm still on a delay. I don't know why. How can I be on the? We're on the same node. Makes no sense.
It goes really, really well. We're enjoying the anniversary.
Happy
Happy
anniversary!
Anniversary! Happy anniversary! Do, 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 do.
I'm glad you included me today so we can hang out together like this.
Yes, it is my 22nd wedding anniversary.
Yes. We're old.
I'm old.
Oh, I've got that song like Sunday and my friends keeps my blood pressure up. Celebrate the joys of life.
Where are you?
I didn't organize your mess. Don't ask me.
Where is this going? What are we doing? Who are we? Who am I?
How are you?
Oh yeah, a big purple guy. Let's put him right in the center.
Woo! Another slime enters the room.
Yes, 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 yes. Thank you for being here. We're just chilling. We're just hanging out. You know,
Just had some
usual
lunch.
things. Yeah, ate a lunch, hanging out with my number one waifu.
I can't help but like twinge a little time every saying I'm number one because I'm like I know there's others, but you're just so good at hiding them. I don't know what they're about. Cool.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Well, this is the place to bond.
Yes. We're just being big old goofballs today.
Mhm.
Are you already getting ready for a shrink down? Is that what happened?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, Pokey.
Oh, I can't do it either. I always messed up.
It's gonna be okay.
There you go. How did I have that ball? The winner will be revealed in 90 seconds.
I know this is completely antithesis to the entire point of being a streamer, but I'm glad it's not a zoo. And that I can actually sort of kind of like say hello to people and stuff. Because that was one of the problems I always had with the one organizer fellow that I follow, that he does do the live stream. It's just complete chaos. I can't keep up for anything.
No, we're just relaxing. We're chillaxing.
Mm-hmm.
Just hanging out. Everybody just hanging out, having a good time. I caught it! I got the shinks. Somebody shinked me.
I wasn't gonna say it.
And if you saw it, you'd be like, "What? That is the most adorable freaking shinks in the whole world."
Well, it depends on what one's brain is focusing on as, what this translates to, because the first word that my brain thought of is not something that's in a desert.
And of course, there's definitely a plushie of the shinks.
Of course. Is it merch? Is it sellable? Of course we're gonna have it. Oh. I know I slept, but my brain is still like, can we just relax today? This week was really hard. Too much energy spent trying to put out fires. My brain keeps telling, just check your email, check your email. I'm like, no, I refuse, not today.
Check your email, you know you wanna.
It'll make you feel good. No, it'll make you start going, oh God, I have to do this now. I think it's one of the reasons I don't like these kind of org attempts. Do you know what I mean? Because you never know when it's going to end. It's not like, as long as we do X and Y and Z by X date, or T date, who knows, but whatever it is, then this project is either graduating to another place and everybody just keeps kicking the can down the curb, because it's the more people that show outward disapproval of what the final project may be, everything just keeps seeming to drag slower and slower and slower, and this is literally becoming the project that never ends. Not fun at all. Now, if I was actually getting paid on this and it was a community org thing, I probably would be like, that's okay, drag it out another 3 months. I don't have to look for another contract, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, pretty much.
But right now, it just feels like it's eating into all the other stuff I should be doing. And of course, now that we're almost in September, all I can think of is, oh my gosh, I still have so much, cleanup to do in the garden. So many folks this year just really devastated at how bad gardening was in general, just because of all the wacky, weather swings and wildfire particulates and everything else going on. It's been a tough growing season for folks who aren't experts. Are you tired at all? You got plenty of sleep.
I'm a little tired, but I'm alright.
Because you slept more than I did. But you started earlier than I did too, so. Conk, conk. Sorry.
Gong gong.
Did not think it was gonna be that.
Bum 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 bum. Gong gong.
My brain's like, I want the rest of the sandwich, and my tummy's like, not yet. Not just yet. And my fire, not just yet.
Mhm.
I wish I could remember what the actual phrase is. I mean, most people don't do that anymore. But weird thought I had the other day, especially because of all the India folks that I've been rubbing elbows with, I guess you could say, on the internet lately, is they always talk about their languages. And sometimes, yes, they do seem to be very diverse as actual languages, but sometimes I wonder if it's really just dialectical and it's not really an entirely different language. And I haven't figured out how to find that out or ask extremely clearly, considering how many of these people do not speak English, and I, of course, speak none of the Indian languages at all.
Mhm.
But it's something that I've been growing curious about because in their minds, I could see how it could be considered a different language. But if it has the same root structures and, basic vocabulary, and they just have different conveyances, or I'm just really curious about that because of the proximity rules
Mm.
where language is concerned. It's like the Romance languages all have similar roots. Do you know what I mean? So if you know one, you have some chance in Hades and understanding something in the other. You know what I mean? It's that kind of stuff. Because it was like I was explaining to somebody the other day. We have Pennsylvania Dutch here in the States, and they do a similar thing to Germanic languages where it's, the subject verb order, which is different than what we use in American English and British English.
Is that the Yoda speak?
In a sense, yes, but no, it's not quite that level. Remember when we were hanging out with the couple that we used to be in touch with when we would go to the one con in Germany, and everything sounded like a sentence?
Yes.
That's a Pennsylvania Dutch thing.
Okay.
But related to that, when my brain started picking up on Hangul because I was watching so many K-dramas, the predicate, the order, verb noun order, is also reversed, but they don't do the uplift necessarily. But it was easier for me to grasp the language because I already had exposure to the language order, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
Because I can't remember who I was talking to the other day, but we were talking about like polyglots and stuff like that, and about how there are people who just have the natural ear for languages, and then there's the people that just their brains can make steps like that and say, oh, this is like Germanics because blah blah blah, or oh, this is like American Spanish. You know what I mean? Like not America is in the country America, but just the Americas, because they have some of that from the Catalan. I never pronounced that right. Is it Italian or Catalan? I never remember.
That was the Catalan.
Yeah. So they have some of that from, the Spanish they came across the sea, but, they had their own development of how they use that language. And there are similarities, because even when I started learning, about the overlap with Portuguese, same thing. You know what I mean? Like if you have certain bases, they're still there, and then you wind up with the local problem. Because remember a certain photographer we used to run into all the time talking about how there are things that are an insult in Mexican Spanish that are not an insult in and otherwise Spanish. So that kind of stuff. That's just something that I've been curious about in general lately, just with languages. I'm still frustrated that I don't have time to learn more. Because you really do lose a lot. You know what I mean? It's not just vocabulary that matters.
Yes. The whole language matters.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like I saw something recently. They were saying that now, and they were, quote unquote, blaming it on the influx of immigrants, from the South, about how now people are saying things like, I stepped down from the car. And I'm like, that's a Britishism. There's nothing to do with Spanish, at all. Because, and I only know that, one, because of all the British people, then of course recently, if I had forgotten it, I would have been reminded of it because, again, all the Indian English speakers. And they all say things like, get down from the car or take bath. You know what I mean? Like things that we have diverged from in English as Americans. So. In another life, I was an entomologist. I know it. I know it. But that's just me. What are you doing scrolling?
Yeah.
I have been very good about ignoring the news today. You should do the same.
Just seeing what everybody's up to.
Okay.
Okay. Alright. Alright.
I'll just sit over here and I guess I'll do other things.
Freaking
I know
ads. Ads are everywhere.
Are you getting one now?
No, I got a thing like doing the free roll off, which means that it happened like 10 minutes ago.
That's probably one of the ones I got. I know it's the rain, but I'm still like feeling really just. And I know if we didn't do this, we would just be watching movies or whatever. So
Mhm.
it's just 6 of one, half the other. You, speaking of changing over the studio, stop going upstairs empty-handed. This is why it's taking so long. If we just take a load of books up every time, or a box of comics, this would have been
Listen,
done
everybody
by
thinks
now.
that I do this. Everybody thinks that I'm doing. The secret's now out.
Oh, how random you are helping. You're
They
selective.
think I'm very helpful.
Okay, compared to some human beings on the planet, you absolutely are. But I just want this project done because my house is like, well, yes, when it's dirty, it's always my house. I knew you were going to say this. I'm beating you to it. But when the house is in turmoil, it's my house and it makes me unhappy. And you know what they say about unhappy wife?
Unhappy way?
Oh, God, yeah. That's why I gave you a deadline, because I knew if I didn't, we'd still be doing this on our 25th anniversary.
Maybe.
Maybe. Ah! The only reason that you didn't have to worry about, putting stuff away again is because we moved so many times in the past. And now this is it. This is the house. We're not supposed to move again. And there's the ad.
Alright, so it's basically running a congruent with the Pokemon.
I believe it.
I mean, it is.
Are you just annoyed by it?
Because I basically said no ads and stuff like that, and they were like going, "Don't you want to make money?" And I'm like going, "No, it's fine. You can keep the 4 cents."
Do they really say those words?
Yes. The
They
lady-
really say, "Don't you want to make some money?"
Yeah, it's
Hey kid, you
it's
want to make
all-
some money? What's the actual wording? Is what I'm asking.
you know, this is how you generate money from people who. Don't
Oh, they feel like
subscribe.
they need to talk down to you. Look, kid.
As a kid, and you're not making any money off these people who don't subscribe. So why
How
don't
are we
you,
going to get our cut and
Why
pay
don't
for
you-
your stupid stream about this game that 4 billion other people are streaming?
why don't you just run these ads and it'll be okay. Listen, we're gonna set some auto ads up. So when you say no to the ads, we're just gonna run them anyway. You might as well just like give
Get
in.
paid for the ads.
Give
Yeah.
in and just do the ads when you
Oh
want
my
to do them.
goodness.
Like every half hour is good.
So literally, like, did they have one of those buzzers that you hit where, because you didn't say you wanted ads, they literally ring the bell and they're like, "We got another sucker, 100% profit for us." Like, is that how that works?
Pretty much.
We got one. Because, like you said, you were like, "What do you mean you're looking at an ad?" I'm like, "I'm looking at an ad." And how many ads have popped up since? And who knows? Maybe if I logged into an account, all the ads would.
They're really supposed to be running every hour, which is I think is what
That's
it's
what's
set
upsetting
for.
you. It's the fact that it's not that they're putting the ads in; it's that they're more than once an hour.
Yes.
I understood. Makes sense.
I think they're now running every half hour, and I have it shut off. Like I said, I'm lucky if I make 4 cents.
I know,
And
but you don't do it for 4 cents, so
to
it's all
interrupt,
good.
yeah, to interrupt the stream, and us talking, and doing what we're doing right now. This interrupts the flow.
Well,
every time
and
it
that's the
happens.
thing that I don't understand is like how I could just imagine if I was actually watching something.
You would subscribe. It's basically to get you to subscribe.
Even if you subscribe, you won't. So if you subscribe, you don't see
No
them
ads.
because the subscription supposedly pays for that.
Right.
Holy guacamole! I mean, like, really? I got a sub to my spouse's channel, so I don't look at ads. So, like, if you have, how does that work? If you have a shared channel with somebody, whoever didn't set up the channel can get interrupted by an ad in the middle of the stream. And nobody has, like, literally called them out and said, "Do you think you can code?" I mean, seriously? It really works that way.
I guess so. Yeah. I hate the ads.
Or is it because they just assume everybody's a lone wolf who only streams by themselves? Like, this makes no sense to me. How can this is like business 101. You do not piss off the people who are making you money.
Like YouTube doesn't even do this,
I know.
and they're all ad. It's all ad revenue. You earn money by ads. That's how
Okay,
you.
please don't. Yes.
Yes, I know. Don't mansplain things to you. Don't Q-splain things to you. I know. Q-splain it again, and I'm sorry.
Damn right. You should be.
Q explains everything.
Mm. Will you stop leaving the thumb drives on the desk and put them in the drawer?
Yes, HL put thumb drive in the drawer.
Yes.
It's supposed to be.
Because they
There's my
don't
spot.
put. Well, because I don't like the fact that now they just have the sliders. You used to have tap for them, so
Mhm.
the desk couldn't get on the connection.
Yeah.
And now it's just sliders, and it's like Dust doesn't care. Dust doesn't care if it's just tucked inside this little casing. It's gonna find its way in. Computer components are still very, very, very touchy. Oh. There you go. Just sleeping like it's okay. It's the weather. I know we're both dragging because of the weather. So it's what it is.
did it all for the weather.
What?
The weather. You could take the sunshine and stick it up your butt.
Lovely.
That's so fun. He's so fun.
So when do you think I should take the clothesline in this year? And do not let me leave in the garage like last year so the mice make bedding out of it. Man, I felt so stupid. So stupid. I really did. I was like, why? Why did I not see this coming? Ooh, I put it in a drawer because mice never climb up the back of a cabinet. And I felt so stupid.
Oh.
And we're going to be going through yet another year when I don't fix the sash cord in the crafter. And of course somebody was like, sash cord, what are you talking about? Like the blinds? No, for the window. It's inside the pocket. It's this thing before they start making windows out of plastic that can't be recycled.
We should do this more often.
In what regard?
You and I just gabbing away.
Oh, it's not
Kinda
like somebody's
stream.
been trying to suggest something like this as a regular feature for, what, months now?
Yeah, but that's the smart person talking.
Oh, the person who owns the channel is just kind of catching up. Is that
Yeah,
what
I
you're
gotta
saying?
catch up to all of this stuff.
Keep up, kid. Holy guacamole. I know I made a Twitch account at some point, and I don't remember if I got rid of it. They probably got rid of it for me, and I'm just wondering if I actually log into it. Will my stream be faster? Because I'm still seeing time gaps. And I don't know if it's the ads that are messing that up or what it is.
It could definitely be the ads messing it all up. I know you are definitely completely unfiltered because you are
Not logged in.
you don't have an account.
Yeah. I did. I made one, but I can't remember if I deleted it or not when I was like, oh no, this is from Burst. I'm not doing Twitch. and it broke my heart to do that because it's this conglomerate or that conglomerate. Who am I going to give money to today? I mean, that was my choices. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, I worship at the altar of YouTube. It's just that Twitch is just so nasty that they make YouTube look good. How screwed up is that? You know what I mean? And I hope I don't get you in trouble for saying this, but like the more I learn about this, I'm just like,
It's,
damn,
you're well
Damn.
within the TOS. So there's nothing in the TOS that doesn't say I can't talk about the ad revenue. I can talk about all of it.
I know, but that wasn't exactly a glowing review. Twitch
I have
either.
no glowing review for Twitch. So
Ugh. It's just
if everybody was on YouTube, I wouldn't use Twitch at all.
I know.
It's that simple.
And it's funny because after I told you what happened at that meeting, where somebody was like trying to act like because I don't understand Facebook, I'm an old, and I literally wanted to say to them, you're the old, you're on Facebook.
Yeah.
I know you don't understand this, but when your kid is old enough to tell you, they just might, like it's just, oh my gosh. Acting like she's like, social media maven because she knows that Facebook can make pages. I'm like, I don't spend any time on the platform. You still expect me to know everything about it? Because I had just said before she went on her little temper spiel, I do not have a Facebook account for a reason, so I don't go there. And the only reason I went there was because I had to link to the one org page that was related to the effort.
Mm-hmm.
And like she just right over her head, just did not absorb that information at all. Just like, honest to gosh. And I know she was pressed for time, and I know we just met, but I literally felt like I was watching a Karen in training. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I saw this woman developing into that woman that later people are going to be making videos of. and being like, I wanted to say something, but I knew it was going to be a waste of time. You know, like that'll be the caption on the video.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh my gosh. Well, if it's not in your feed, I mean, because it took me a minute.
I'd like to talk to your manager.
Yeah,
I am the manager.
when she said that about, well, if it's not in their feed, they're not going to see it. And of course, like you immediately said, you're like, I got so many things on my feed, it would just scroll right by. You know, one, so that shows exactly how much activity she has in Facebook that she believed that. And two, when I realized she was talking about the Facebook feed, I was like,
Yuki!
What?
Hey, how you doing?
hey,
Yay!
we got another visitor. So yeah, I'm sorry. I just, you know me. It's always bash on social media day. So
Every day is Basher on social media day.
do you need another soda dip?
I do, I think.
No, this one's mine. That one's yours. It says Coke. Mine says Black Cherry. I will get you one. I'll be back.
How you doing? Thank you for dropping by.
Get that slime up.
I'm getting it. I'm getting it.
I'm gonna show how everybody's awesome. Kiss it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to shrink everybody real soon. Should probably start now. Bird. Let me go to here. Close. No, I don't. I want that one. I have too many windows. Let's put that up here. Why am I struggling? Let me just do that.
Choo choo choo. This one is yours.
I'm doing great. We are almost 9 hours in.
Well, you did most of it. I was taking a nap.
And we are just hanging out, chilling.
I'm just amazed the kids have been so quiet and docile. It's gotta be the rain. Oh, I forgot to. I forgot to put it away again.
I'm a silly girl.
You're a silly girl in a silly world.
Oh yeah. And I actually thought that there might be a resurgence for that song because of the movie. and I'm not really seeing it yet.
They actually did play it in the movie, so
Did I still?
I know you haven't seen it yet.
I will watch it eventually. I'm just not there yet. Did they make a reference to the math class is tough?
They did actually.
Good. Still, I don't know if Denise DeHaan is still around, but she's got to be laughing. That's the one that wrote the book of poems that are all, subverting Barbie tropes. That we did that play when I was an undergrad.
Yep.
What?
I already missed it. I missed it.
Oh, the Pokey.
Pokey, pokey, pokey.
Cause I
Did it all for the pokey.
don't know if she's even still, around. She was pretty young when we did that play, so I'm hoping that, of course after the Great Demic.
I forgot her name.
Denise DeHaan?
Denise DeHamel. I believe she is one of the writers on Barbie.
Super.
I will have to look that up. If anybody in chat knows if Denise DeHamel.
That book is totally worth it.
She is 62 years old.
Good. She's still around.
Mhm.
Excellent. She's a doll. And I don't mean that in the plastic sense. She was light to work with.
Yes. It's because the movie is based on her book.
They did.
Yes.
Well, then I already know most of what's going to happen.
Yes. You know exactly what's going to happen.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I still have the book.
Yeah.
Good. I was worried somebody else stole her ideas. I was really worried. Because that has not come up at all in the media. In general. That's an adaptation.
No, they rather have some, I can't even think of his freaking stupid name. Go watch the movie. Actually has to pay for the ticket because nobody wanted to give it to him.
Mm-hmm.
And he did this really scathing review about how horrible it is and it's left wing crap and everything like that. And I was like, I watched it and I'm like going, one, it's a movie. Two, the social aspects of it are really telling, especially if you're against this movie.
Yes. Well, and that was the joke because one of the I only talk to the media when I have something negative to say. People, that was their complaint about how this is all woke and everything else. And I was like, okay, first of all,
It's not.
it's not, and second of all, woke wasn't even a word when Barbie was created, and people were railing against the stereotypes at the time.
Yeah.
I mean, because that was the whole thing about how for so many people, as much as it was a commercialism grab, that Barbie in a wheelchair, and even if they weren't Barbie and they were the 7,000 other names, women, they had careers. It was a big deal.
My favorite line after Ken loses Barbie Land and from turning it into Ken Land.
Okay.
And he was like going, I was really into the patriarchy when it was about horses, and when I found out it wasn't, I lost interest. It's my favorite line in the whole movie.
Horses.
Yes,
You have to see the movie to get the joke.
right, because
Then don't spoil it. I'm gonna watch it when
spoiler
I'm
alert,
ready.
everybody, for people who haven't seen the Barbie movie.
I'm the weirdo who likes to go after all the buzz is over and then I can watch it. Because everybody assumes I've already seen it, so they don't say, wait till this part comes. The entire time I'm watching the damn movie.
Who would do that?
I don't know, somebody who can never wait when something comes out and then I refuse to watch it because they're going to sit there the whole time going, ooh, ooh. And then, did I tell you? Every 5 seconds.
You know, there was a reason why I wanted to have do a stream talking in movies.
And I was on board with that back then. I mean, this is how many years ago now we were talking about doing this. And I said, no, we should just hang around and talk about the completely random stuff that we talk about because sometimes we get pretty out there.
My only problem
But-
with talking in movies as a thing is it's I think it's a great concept. We would have to pay
Yeah,
every time I do
Yes.
a movie, we'd have to pay for the rights
yeah,
of a movie that we're not watching
yeah.
and we're just talking about.
Well, and the joke is, it's just like not Mystery Science, but when you watch like oh my gosh, they got really big for DVDs and then they kind of went away. When they would have people do a voiceover talking about, you know, like you'd wind up having the actual movie in subtitles. They would kind of cut the sound down in
You
volume.
talking about commentaries?
Commentaries.
I don't drop characters.
I haven't slept much this week, in case you don't remember.
I don't drop characters to the commentary.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a movie now.
What do you mean, you people?
People. Yeah.
What do you mean, you people?
That's one of the movies that keeps coming up in lists of movies they can't make now.
They could make. Hell yeah, they could make that today, right
but
now.
people still put it in the, like, it keeps showing up in lists. That's what fascinates me.
Tropic Thunder is such a commentary on how badly we make movies today. And guess what? It hasn't changed. I know the superhero genre is hot and it's what's not, but you know, back when they were making cowboy movies, they could have made Tropic Thunder then. It just would be Western Thunder. And lightning. Western Thunder and lightning.
Don't make me joke.
And instead of blackface, it would be redface, and people would be all up in arms over it.
Well, that was the whole joke about the Lone Ranger. I mean, people were up in arms when they made Johnny.
Which is surprising because, like, when you watch an old cowboy movie and you realize that not a single Native American was represented in this movie.
Well, it's like the joke about the Italian actor they had that did the tear commercial for pollution. I can't think of his name, but everybody thought he was a native. No, he's Italian.
He likes the spaghetti and the meatballs.
Oh my god. There was somebody else.
Hell yeah, you can make Tropic Thunder.
There was somebody was. It's funny because it came up recently. I can't remember if it was a Discord or where the heck it was. Somebody was talking about it, and there is the equivalent of the Italian Indian guy. There is somebody who can't remember what their actual nationality is, but they are not any Hispanic anything.
Mhm.
They're not, Spain Spanish. They're not Central American Spanish. They're not any Spanish from anywhere. But they always played, the ranchero, cook, whatever, that was supposed to be the Mexican or whatever.
Mhm.
In a lot of those movies, and I cannot think for the life of me what the name of the actor is. But yeah.
Oh,
Well, you know what I'm still waiting on with all of these movies, and I have yet to see it because you and I talk about this all the time, the thing I'm about to mention. No one ever including movies that can't be made today because they wouldn't pass the Bechdel test. I mean, yes, that list is so numerous, like, it would be easier to keep, the list of movies actually that
pass them.
pass the Bechdel test
Oh.
because it's still so short.
I go crazy because, like, I still don't think Wonder Woman was a good movie, but
I don't blame any of the actors for that.
because
Because I agree. So I just want to state that I do not blame the talent. I blame the vision.
yeah, Kathleen Kennedy, I believe, is the director, and co-writer and all this other stuff.
Oh, it was
on
one of those.
it.
You know how I feel about those.
And everything like that. And I swear to you, I watched this movie and And I'm like, when somebody talks about like how over woke this is, and how women empowering this is.
Are people still trying to pretend that that movie is anything other than status quo? Because there's not enough men in it, even though the one man that is throughout the entire movie, aside from Steve Trevor,
Whoever
he's-
wrote the movie could have written Captain America: The First Avenger. It's the same script, and the problem is that when you realize that it's not Wonder Woman, it's the Steve Trevor movie. The whole thing changes.
Okay, can I just say it? Wonder Woman, Steve Trevor movie. Not Wonder Woman, Captain America movie, or... Do you even know her full name?
Diana Knight,
Diana Knight.
Diana Prince.
Yeah, I knew you were going to screw that up, but I wasn't going to call you out, but you caught yourself. Okay, so Diana Prince, Steve Rogers. That's how disenfranchised as a female she is, that people still call her by her it's not even non-plural. What do you...
I rarely call Captain America Steve Rogers.
But you did in this case. That's what made it stand
No,
out
I
so
called
much.
it Steve Trevor. Steve Trevor is
Wait, did I screw this up? Because I'm so tired.
maybe. Wonder Woman is with Steve Trevor, the World War II.
Oh God! Yes,
Pilot.
all right. I'm the idiot. Timmy Steves.
Yeah. Now you realize what the movie is. So the movie, Captain America: First Avenger, is about a guy named Steve, who fights Nazis.
Yes. It's always gonna get a bunch of Nazis.
And then-
different movie.
Then
But
takes
yes.
a plane and blows up at the end,
Yes.
and to save the world.
Yes.
Wonder Woman is about a guy
You don't
named
have to get louder. It's just the two of us here at this mic. Everybody else has turned their volume down.
Wonder Woman is about a guy named Steve
Yes.
who fights Nazis, who at the end gets into a plane that blows up.
I can't believe I screwed that up. But you know what? It's about par for this week.
It's the same freaking movie.
In a way, yes. I can, now that you put it in that particular perspective, yes. And it's still pathetic, but it is the
Yeah.
same freaking movie. But yeah, because I just remember when because before I saw the original, but not the original, but the latest rendition original Wonder Woman movie, I had come across an article where they were like, why didn't they just call this Ares or whatever it was, you
Mhm.
know? And then when I watched it, I was like, okay, I see it, but I don't see it. You know what I mean? Like, it was one of those things. But you nailed it. If I had to say who the movie was really about that had a penis, it was not Ares. It was,
Steve Trevor,
it wasn't a daddy issue movie.
who could have
It was-
been called Captain America.
Yes.
I could call him Captain America. It's fine.
I did, and I now look like the woman who knows nothing about
Oh,
comics.
and he was a captain.
Yeah,
so-
yeah.
A captain gets into a plane at the end. The plane blows up and he saves the world.
Oh my gosh, golly.
And
Too many Steves!
And
You hear
Ares-
us, comic book people, no more Steves!
Ares is really Red Skull, and Ares is based on a red planet.
Alright, let's not go too overboard.
It's the same freaking movie.
Everything is it. Really, we're gonna do this? We're gonna break down the archetypes of superheroes? plot lines?
All I know is it fails the Bechdel test. That's like of all the
We
things
both
that
agree on that,
all
yeah.
the things that it should have just easily passed with flying colors.
Well, I mean,
it fails it.
when you get into the whole history of just Wonder Woman as her own title and what a breakthrough this was for women and everything else, and then you find out about the creator and his personal proclivities, it kind of completely sucks the air out of all the arguments. And it's not because he had a penis; it's because it was his personal playground.
Hmm?
Hey, look, another ad.
Look, another Pokemon.
Yep.
They go inside.
Now we know.
They
Now
go
we
inside.
know.
Ads go inside with freaking Pokemon.
I hate to say it, but that damn song really is catchy because every time you say the word Pokemon, I can't not hear it in my head. I am still so mad at myself about the Steves. How can I mess that up? Because I've only had 20 hours collectively for sleep for the last 4 days. I know. Actually, how long did I sleep this morning? So I might be up to 24 hours for the last 3 days. Somebody else popped it? Oh, I can't tell because I'm looking at an ad.
We take this moment of silence because of ads. Oh.
Oh my gosh, I can't
We
believe I
hit
mixed up
ourselves
the
in the
Steves.
ads with this for no reason.
You know, like 3 years from now, out of nowhere, I'm just gonna be like, I can't believe I mixed up the Steves. And you will remember the exact moment. You will.
I don't even blame you for mixing up the Steves because how can you not? It's the same freaking thing.
They're both military men, they're both white. They're both relatively not really the same era, but they are.
Played by
Guys.
an actor named Chris.
Oh, you know, that's hilarious now that you mention that. Who played it? Now I'm trying to remember.
Chris Pine or Chris Evans. Which one do you want?
Not the question I was going to ask, don't assume.
Okay.
TV show.
Who played Steve Trevor in the TV
In
show?
the Wonder Woman TV show with
Oh
Sophie
my
Carter.
god, I don't even know.
Right? I can't even think
Who
of
is
his
this guy? It
Oh,
wasn't
and
about
speaking
him.
of Steve Rogers, what was the Bionic Man's real name?
Colonel Steve Austin.
Another Steve. What is with the Steves in the 70s? Ah. Because I actually had that doll. I had the Bionic Man too. You came with Little Lab.
I got the little rookie D. I'm going to name it Burb.
Alright, I'll stop talking about Steve's.
Is there something you want to tell me? Is there a Steve in your life?
No, that's the joke. 'Cause I was actually just thinking about that. I'm like, did I ever date a Steve? And I can't think of it. And you know me. I dated a lot of people.
I never
before
dated
that.
a Steve either.
I'm trying to think if I even knew a Steve in real life. I think it was already falling out of fashion by the time. Honest to gosh, I cannot think of a single time off the top of my head that I knew a Steve. A lot of Brads, a lot of Johns, still too many Johns.
See, yours was John's. Mine was Jen's.
Oh, we're gonna do female names now. There were a lot of Jens in my life.
Too many Jens. Everybody's named Jen.
Well, I've never understood. And I mean, I understand.
And all
the-
spelled differently, too.
Yeah, well, especially now. I never understood the collective action, I guess. I don't even know what to say. It's not, 'cause it's not really a phenomenon, but about this idea that all of a sudden names suddenly become very popular. I totally understand names that suddenly are not popular, especially with certain countries, like Hitler. When I started watching shows from other countries, and there are people whose real life name is Hitler, and it does not, they were not born so that their parents named him after this guy in Germany who's taking over the world. It's just, it's a complete, they don't see it, they don't have that connotation.
Yeah.
So it's not a bad name to them. And it just fascinates me how naming conventions work, because like even with the Thai nicknames, you know, because I started watching some of the Thai dramas as well. There are people who parents gave them whatever nickname because it was fortuitous and so forth. And then the actor winds up changing because there's already a famous person with that nickname. Do you know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's just it's so interesting to me how that works. I mean, the whole Thai naming thing to begin with is kind of interesting because it was more recent with the whole last name concept than some other countries. Because there literally was a point where one day the king said, "We all must have a last name, and no one can have the same last name because reasons." You know, I mean, there's a whole very sound reasons, but I don't want to get into the whole whatever. Um, and it's just the whole name thing in general has always been so funny to me with last names because, especially in my family, I had one of those blank son because it was son of person, and then that bizarro convention about how in some countries, Western countries, the woman takes the husband's name
Mm-hmm.
and children get that name as well. But in other countries, Asia in particular comes to mind with a lot of them, the woman does not get to be, yes, they are considered part of the husband's family now, but they do not get that name. Oh no. The kids can have it, but the wife cannot. The wife still belongs to the other family. And I just find that really interesting about, I didn't know until, I started learning more because, most of the people we know, you know what I mean, in America that have whatever heritage is,
Mm-hmm.
they didn't use those conventions or, it just was whatever because of so many marriages and some people just stopped changing their last name all the time or went back to an old name or whatever. So it's not as obvious as it used to be, I guess.
Mm. Other hyphenated names and all.
Oh, don't even. My cousin, I remember it was such a scandal in my family when one of my cousins got married and hyphenated her name. Holy smokes. And I realized, like, the intent is pure. Do you know what I mean? It's an acknowledgement of their family. It's so that she didn't feel like she was losing agency, even though we weren't calling it that back then. And she did ultimately divorce the guy, so she just had to drop his half. But, because that was one of the things I remember when I first learned that. The strictest definition of alias still applies to women who are forced by, societal convention to change their name. Mm-hmm. And that still seemed sus. It's like, how is that possible? You tell us we have to do this, but because we followed your stupid rule, now we have this criminal element attached to it. I mean, it's just like, and then people wonder why women got so tired of this, so-called patriarchal system thing, whatever. And I'm like, how can you not see this and just be like, this is so stupid. So stupid. Yes, the strictest definition of alias means what it means. But because culturally, alias is always, ooh, must be a criminal element. Ooh, you must have done something wrong in your life. I just can't win for trying. Can't win for trying, can't win for losing. Just drives me crazy. So, but yeah. And I don't even remember how, because too many Steves. It's all the Steve's fault. The Steve's got me railing against patriarchy.
Damn you, Steve, and the other real name is Chris. Damn you, Chris's.
Well, that's why I'm trying. I can see Jamie Lee Majors. No, Majors was the name of the character he played. What the heck was his name? He played the guy on the TV.
Lee Majors.
Lee Majors. There was a Lee and a Majors. I was almost there.
You're thinking of Jamie Summers, and she is the Bionic Woman.
Yes. Because Bionic Man and Bionic Woman, yes. Yes. I had that 18-inch action figure too, but because not a lot of girls had both. But I was allowed to have both. Still don't know why.
Looking through the back of his head. See that eye? Telescope?
I have to say, like, if you just imagine for a second how insane this sounds. You're a time traveler.
Mm-hmm.
You're very pro-human surviving time traveler, okay? You go back to the 70s. Even further, let's say you go back to the 60s.
Okay.
What's the one message you try to convey so that your timeline isn't so screwed up environmentally? Stop making plastic. Like, could you imagine trying to convince people that this will be the end of times if they don't stop developing synthetic? I mean, like, even if, what are you going to do? Kill the guy who made Bakelite? Do you know what I mean? Like, how far back do you need to go so that you can try to eliminate plastic completely from human history? So that that's one thing that we don't have to be trying to figure out how to, because now they have this bizarre phenomenon around undersea water vents and volcanoes and stuff like that, where it's now forming new rock that has the microplastics trapped in the igneous material. I mean, like, that just, how do you separate that? What do you do? But like getting back to what I was saying. So you're a time traveler, and you've decided that your message that you have to get through is stop making everything out of plastic. Don't make plastic bags, don't make plastic action figures, don't make plastic Legos, etc., etc., etc. And then, because I remember this used to be a popular exercise, and then they stopped doing it because you couldn't avoid plastics. You can't. But it was, I mean, like, even electronics aside, let's not get into, other synthetic fibers that you have to deal with for electronics in general, like cord covers and whatever. But, I mean, could you imagine a world where your cord cover is leather or suede instead of that? Like, that's just, could we have figured out a way to make that work? Would we have created wireless faster? I don't even know. But just imagine being that poor sucker that has to go back and sit down with the Lego people and say, no, not plastic. Make them out of wood. I know trees are a resource that we don't think we should get rid of, but don't make them out of plastic. Just Legos alone. Forget all the action figures. Forget all the Star Wars figures we grew up with as a kid. And I'm sure, matchboxes and stuff are probably plastic now too. They're probably not die cast anymore. But just to think about all of those plastics we had in the 60s and the 70s, it's just, it blows your mind. Like how, and then, here we are right behind you. We have a ton of DVDs and CDs that are all made out of plastic. The covers are made out of plastic or vinyl, but they're all, they're basically all plastics.
The biggest problem with getting rid of plastics before I was born.
Right. I like how you felt like you had to slide it in there just so people knew that you weren't as old as I was making a sound. Yes, we're not quite that old.
Just going back to before I was born.
Right.
You wouldn't be able to create the microchip. And without
that's just it though. That's what I'm saying when I was talking about, like, would we have made this out of a different fiber? Would it have been leather? Would it have been whatever, Because if it wasn't even possible, if whoever discovered polymers in that particular way, if that's the person you kill, forget killing Hitler, kill the guy who first decided to make polymers. Okay? Like, would we have found an alternative path, or would we just have found it and somebody else who was concurrently, coming up with similar ideas because of where we were headed as a species, would have just been, in Rotterdam instead of whatever kind of thing. Like, to me, those are the real time travel puzzles. It's not just, do I go back and kill Hitler? It's, do I go back and prevent plastics from being invented?
My thing, I think that most of the innovations we have today is because of plastics.
I do not argue that point. Just to be clear.
But I think that we went a little overboard, and it's the corporations that did it. And there was a time.
If you're going to make a broad stroke statement like that, you really have to parse this out, because I get the electronics angle, but what about the toys?
I think that there's definitely a way to make, especially like how Lincoln Logs became plastic too. They were supposed to be logs.
What did they used to call the wooden blocks? I can't even remember who made those. If that was a play school thing or what. Remember they were red, yellow, blue, and then they came out with green, yellow, and orange. They painted the wood. and the color correlated to whatever the shape was. I think purple was the Collins. Red was triangles. Green was rectangles. Was blue the squares? It's been a while.
It's been a while. Seems like
But even those, they were painted, and I'm pretty sure it was like acrylic paint or acrylic dye. Because acrylics are plastic too. I mean, it's just. What are you looking up? Use words. Don't have glasses on.
I don't know.
You're just rando typing words in and seeing what sticks. Got it. Are you looking at the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? No. I am not Jean Grey. What's going on up there?
I ran out of balls. Hold on.
Of all the things for you to run out of on our anniversary.
I have no balls.
Oh, it's funny than it should be. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. That should not be. I thought it was just a nonsense thing. You actually have to make sure that you have balls to catch them in. Of course you do, because it's all.
I spoke to Scout. Never mind. I typed it wrong.
Meanwhile, I thought you were looking up whatever it was that we were talking about with plastics. Silly me. Oh yeah, and speaking of plastic, Pokemon balls. I will.
Exactly.
Are you laughing because she muted at the right time, or?
Yes.
Okay.
You want a Pokeball?
Oh wow, they actually did an estimate
If I
now.
throw a Pokeball at you, would you go into it and hide?
So can I?
No.
She says, "Give me some more food." Can I just read you an update on the Wikipedia entry now?
Sure.
9.2 billion tons of plastic are estimated to have been made between 1950 and 2017. That's, I can't even fathom. Like, how many states does that cover if you spread it out in a 1-inch layer? Now I'm wondering. And I wouldn't be surprised if there was an XKCD that actually touched on this. And they do mention the environmental problems now. I haven't looked at the definition of plastic. Yep. Success and dominance of plastic started in the earliest 20th century has caused widespread environmental problems due to their slow composition rate in natural ecosystems. Okay, we're getting off the depressing stuff. But I was just curious. I was curious. No, I'm not looking at email. Nope, not doing it. Almost clicked on it. Did you give her food?
I did.
Did you give her just enough, or did you give enough to make Mr. Man decide he's going to finish it for her?
Gave her about 7 pieces of food.
Okay.
Just enough so she should stop yelling.
I think, I know she had surgery before she came to us for the gastric stuff, but sometimes I do worry that she might have blockages again. And that's why I don't mind doing the feeder 20,000 times in little bits. Yes, sweetheart. Well, it's not like you're getting chubby. So I don't have a problem feeding you. unlike Mr. Chubbs, who never stops being Mr. Chubbs, no matter how much food I cut out of his diet.
Dun, dun, dun.
What happened? Anything?
No, just joking.
I'm trying to think. You know, I still haven't any chapters from the 3 weeks. I'm ashamed of myself. Something I gotta do. It's not even my story. I need to just finish it. Oh, it's even supposed to be here. I did put the light on in the dining room, right? I thought I did, because it was already getting dark at 5 because of the rain, so.
How's everybody doing? I hope everybody's nice and larking and comfy.
Just
Listen
listening to us ramble.
Listening to us talk about the end of days.
Well, it's not end of days. It's just like if you.
Yet.
Well, you know, 2025, we'll see if the AMOX.
Microplastics in heart tissue and in your lungs.
Oh, okay. I did not bring this matter up to be depressive. I brought this matter up in a if you could way. Fix things. Not let's be gloomy on our anniversary, sir.
Are we playing Gloom now?
No. Because if we were, you would be trying to find the cards, and at least that would be fun. People know that game, right? It's not
Everybody knows that game.
Well, okay. There's everybody, and then there's everybody knows.
We are all nerds here. We all know this game.
I'm weird.
We are nerds. Nerds.
This is not. This is the one we bought when my laptop got borked because of that update, right?
Right.
So this is not the monitor we bought when we were still living in town.
No. That monitor's long.
Oh, he didn't give you cookies? And now you're jealous? Dude, considering what a thief you are always the last one I want to give cookies to. Did that monitor actually die or did it crack? I don't remember.
Monitor died. No, I should just stop.
And that was a floor model. So we got that for a song.
Yeah, because it had a pixelate missing. Whatever.
Oh, it finally happened to my dirt old laptop. I've got that line. I've got a yellow line. That's actually almost the color of your feet. Which, you know, I knew what happened eventually, but. The only thing that bothered me about finally having to say goodbye to Pavilion is I never did get that really gorgeous wallpaper off of it. Remember the Queen one? Queen Bee. I don't even remember the name of the artist who did that either, but it was phenomenal. And I never found it again. Anywhere. So I don't know what happened. That's one of the things I was trying to talk with somebody about. Because remember when they tried to originally do the Internet Archive when we were young and foolish and we thought we could fit everything in, like, you know, a handful of servers.
We were young and our hearts was an open book.
But the original Internet Archive, of course, didn't make it, and then they did the Wayback Machine, and there's supposed to be an Internet Archive that's still happening, but it's really dicey about what's getting saved or not. And one of the things that I did half-heartedly look for, the reason I bring this up is because I did half-heartedly look for to see if anybody has yet done forget the cryptocurrency. I'm not talking about the crypto mining and all that other stuff that burns up ridiculous amounts of electricity just because it's a fake, you know, money pit and the weirdest grift I've ever watched human beings caught into after actual currency. But just all the organizations and whatever that are trying to keep data now only digitally. How much money that actually uses versus if we just had printed it all on Deadwood pulp. And I can't find anything on that. And yes, it's the old joke about, libraries burn, blah, 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 stuff inevitably gets lost. But it's already happening even with computing. You know what I mean? We still have not mastered, I guess. I hate using that word, but perfected. I'll use perfected. We have not yet perfected storage so that it is forever accessible. It's like, if all you have is a room full of records, if you don't have a record needle, what good are they? You can have a record player, you can have the records, but if nobody remembers how to make the needle for the record, what good is it? Somebody had a thing the other day that actually got me thinking about the archival aspect, not the energy storage aspect, where they were talking about where to find a Discman today. And I'm like, in my closet? I still have one. I don't know if it works, and that was the joke, was then I was like, I don't even know if I still have headphones I can plug into it. Because it's still got the old single thing, and because remember we kept finding single plugs and going, oh, what do we need these for? Oh yeah, for that. And then of course I had the converter where you would put that digital tape into your cassette player so that you could listen to CDs in the disc player. Like it blows my mind. Like,
I think that's still out.
If it is, it can't be any good anymore. The plastic's gotta bake to death by now. I thought we got it out. I know we got all the cassettes out, but I don't think some of them made it, and I haven't had a tape player to play them on to find out. And then, of course, in my lifetime, my grandparents had a car that had an 8-track in it. An 8-track! And later, of course, because I was at the radio station, that's carts. You know what I mean? So I still had experience working with them and understood the dynamic behind them. But, like, if you gave, because, that's what always cracks me up. Like, mom made a thing where she was like, oh, look at this, Ellen's, trying to get this kid to use a typewriter, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, you want to give a kid a real challenge, give him an 8-track. Don't tell him which of the players it goes to. Just give him the 8-track. I have no idea what the hell to do with it.
Put it in his Teddy Ruxpin. I mean, what else do you do with an 8-track?
But I was thinking about record keeping because with all the title changes that have been going on, there have been a lot of archival discoveries, because now the waters are low enough again or whatever. And that made me think of another story I had read about where they had a cave wall or something where it seemed to have been an early language, and they just could not figure out what it was. They couldn't figure out how to read it. And they had some guy, again, getting back to some people just learn languages really easy, and other people, they could be surrounded by it their whole life and not pick it up. They had a guy who basically showed up and was like, oh, this, well, maybe not. I'm not sure about that part yet. And literally has been helping them figure out what it actually says. And apparently the guy does have, a background of this. It's not like some Joe Schmo who saw it on the internet and said, I could fix this. It wasn't one of those. Ad time. Pokemon?
Yep.
How much is Pokemon paying for those catch balls?
It's a free game.
The game is free, but what cut does Amazon get every time somebody goes to buy balls to play the game?
I don't know.
That's what I was wondering.
I don't know what. Well, nobody cares Here now, we can say whatever the fuck we want. Yay!
Yay.
Fuck, 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 fuck.
No, no,
Oh,
no,
wait a second. I
no. Bad girl.
do have 2 subscribers who actually can really say fuck, 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 and then Hey!
Stop! It's my sandwich. No, old lady, no. You just got food. You don't get to get the last 3 bites of the sandwich. I will eat it.
Well, don't look at me. I'm not helping you.
She's like, but
I'm not a
it's delicious.
co-conspirator.
Yes, it's cow. You could never have a cow without help, especially now. Come on.
I got a ducklet. I think I'm going to call my ducklet Limus.
So here's a weird question. Humans, which are mammals, keep being told that too much animal protein is bad and we need to get more protein from plants and whatever, and not just because cow farts or kindness to other mammals that we find delicious. And supposedly there are these health benefits so that we will live longer. Well, when I was a kid, and part of it was because, you know, you didn't keep your cat or your dog inside all the time, especially your cat. You know, cats often didn't make it to 10. Traffic, dog, whatever. Something got the cat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, they've been using plants as filler in animal foods. Well, they could have been doing it all along. Now it's just something that people are more aware of, so they actually look for the percentages and what have you. But animals are also living longer. And yes, we are spending more on animal health care than we ever used to. People literally would only take their pet to the vet or got hit by a car, broke a leg jumping off the porch like an idiot, shots,
Ate something it wasn't supposed to.
ate something it wasn't supposed to, or please tell me this animal's not pregnant.
Let me get my key fob out of my dog.
Yeah. Like for years, that was really the only time. And like now we have this whole crazy industry around pet insurance where your pet can get chemotherapy and x-rays and like x-rays, not just, did they break this leg? I'm not sure. I hate to say it, but are they going to take an x-ray? No, now it's like, oh, let's just get an x-ray. They just say it. It's not even like questionable. Like, do you want me to do an x-ray? It's, I will do an x-ray if you brought the animal in kind of thing. Like, the standard of care has completely changed. To the point that people are now taking out health insurance for their pets.
Hmm?
Is it possible that, like humans, that even though their wild diets back in the day were primarily meat, but they also died more, younger. Okay, that is not supposed to be those 2 words together, but same idea. And now the cats and dogs and everything else are living longer because they're not just getting animal proteins.
Right.
So, did anybody study that yet?
I don't
I'm
know.
just the fool that thinks of it late at night when I can't sleep, right?
These are things we think about.
Because I just remember how shocked I've become about how much longer pets are living. I mean, even her, she's had surgeries before she came to us, all this stuff. She definitely, the hip dysplasia is really starting to present itself, full bore, everything else. She's going to be 19 before we know it.
Mhm.
And with Kira, forget the absolute craptastic first year of her life she had before she got rescued, where she had no actual pet food at all. It was all cheeseburgers and, she is like the I can have cheeseburger cat. And she still made it to 20. Like,
Yep.
What does that say? Because the joke is now there's an emphasis on having less plant substitutes in the food. because it's not their real diet.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, it's not the. It's
I-
not the cat in the fight, but it's the fight in the cat.
Well, there's that too, but I mean, definitely with Kira, I think that she was just like, I'm still alive. You know what I mean? Like she had
survive.
yeah, she had such a craptastic first year that she was determined to squeeze as much out of life as possible. I mean, because I know how that's
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
that's a self-reflection because that's how I feel. You know, first 30 years of my life, I lived in absolute fear. You know, and I just all I want is to have 30 years without that. I don't think that's asking too much.
I don't think it is.
I'm getting there, but not there yet.
Well, hopefully, I was part of that.
Let me see. Let me do the math on that. Yeah, dumbass. I just remember when we got the freaking call from the florist that she changed the flower order. Changed the flower order. I mean, can you low key try to control somebody's life any more than that? And what pissed me off the most was the fact that she wasn't paying for the flowers. I hate to say it, but if she had offered to pay for the flowers, I might have let it slide because I was still like in that whole gaslit, you know, not quite free time of my life.
Why not?
And I probably would have let it slide. But the fact that we were paying for it and now the florist expected us to pony up more money, I was like, hell no. Hell no.
No, we cancel order. How's that?
Yeah, that's what because that we talked about it and then we decided, no, we're just going to do it the way we did it better for us.
Mhm.
I'll just say it that way. But I mean, it just because what else had she already changed that I did? I just didn't know that.
Well, everything changed.
Well, I mean, ultimately everything changed, but yeah.
No, I mean the whole talk with the church and the fact that the person who I wanted to marry us
I know was not going to be welcome, even
Not
though
gonna-
that they were also part of the same church.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about the most baloney power. I'm not going to say it, but
The person who was advising the
Yes.
Pope
was not welcome
on
in my hometown church.
things to do with the church was not welcome in a Catholic church.
I know. Well, it still blows my mind. Like, it just.
And we didn't talk to the church in the first place, and we didn't talk to them there, and everybody said everything was fine, I would never even think that your mother had anything to do with
I know.
the changes that happened. But now that's all I can do is think that must have been.
Yeah. And the sad thing is that one in particular, out of the other changes, she might have had no hand in whatsoever. That's the joke. Because of all the ones where, you know, because we didn't talk to the Reverend originally, or the Monsignor. Whoever, I can't remember who was the top cheese at that particular church, but whoever was, that's not who we had to sit down with.
No, we had it with the regular father who was going to officiate.
Originally was going to officiate, and at the
Officiate,
time had said he didn't think it would be a problem because it wasn't just, you know, the one you know wanted, but there was the one that I was hoping that they could both officiate,
Mhm.
and it just, yeah, did not see that coming. I did not. But like I said, that could have been an internal matter because we've had some Monsignors and stuff at that church that were a little too full of themselves. And especially because you know, I hadn't been there in over a decade because I was off doing adulting. You know, they might have been like, I don't even know who this person is, and and you know, why didn't her family come to me? And he could have just been one of those guys who, you know, feels like everybody has to get on the knee for him.
Well, I think waiting for the little.
Yeah.
Where you need to donate.
Where's the
You need to donate because I mean, even the rec hall that we were going to have the reception. How did that fall through?
That didn't fall through. She tried to hire a decorator. And I said,
that's right.
why in God's name, when most of the kids are all grown up, do we need decor in a fire hall? We're not going to a fancy catering place. We're going to the fire hall. The whole reason we go there is because family tradition. Why do we need to be putting up balloons and tap-ins and all that other? Why? Why would we waste that money? It's a bunch of adults who need a communal gathering space big enough to fit all our asses. That's all it is, and none of us have a house that big. Period. So we can like dance and stuff. And I think the other thing that was bothering people is because we had told Fire Hall we did not want alcohol.
No, yeah.
And of course my family went, I'm sorry, what? We're having a wedding without alcohol? Booze is expensive. And do we really need it? We're in a town full of bars and a town full of liquor stores, and we need booze at a party that all y'all are basically just gonna show up, watch us cut cake, eat food, dance a bunch, and go home.
And drink.
Yeah, and apparently, if they can't drink while they're doing that stuff, it's not acceptable. That just blew my mind. Blew my mind. So, I mean, when we discussed it, if we had to do it all over, we would just had a very small ceremony at the church, very, very small, and then we just would have had 2 different parties for 2 different crowds of our lives.
Mm-hmm.
The family thing, and then do the friends thing.
Yep.
Completely separate.
I would have been okay with that.
We both would, and I just wish we had thought of it sooner. But I was trying to meet my family's expectations of tradition. But honest to gosh, the fact the alcohol thing was such a no for them, I
forgot that it was because of the alcohol thing.
I forgot until we were talking about it again.
I knew that the reception fell through, and when you said decorations, I was like going,
Well, decorations was the original thing that I was like,
let's not pay for things we don't need.
Yeah, and then I realized, oh yeah, it was because we decided to do, and I hate to say it, look at my doofus supposed friends from college who all decided they had to go to the nearest package store and bring liquor into an environment where they were told, do not bring alcohol.
Well, your family did too. So.
I know, and that's what was just like. And here's the sad thing: it was cheaper than an open bar for them to begin with. Could you imagine if we had, a bar, not an open bar, open bar is when whoever's throwing the party pays for it. A regular bar, whatever the heck.
Just a bar.
I just can't think of what the term is. But I mean, could you imagine if they had to pay servers and stuff like that? It would have been 4 times more money. Yes, they would have had a broader selection, but
I don't know. When you buy your own, go into a liquor store. I mean, that's a selection.
But you know what I'm saying. Like, if you
Somebody
suddenly
mixing your
decided,
drink.
oh, I don't want to have a glass of wine, or I don't want a beer, I want to have just a scotch or something. You know what I mean? Like, there is more flexibility there. But yeah, I was just the whole college, because that was what really cracked me up is it was only those people, only those 2 tables, out of not my biological family cluster. None of our other friends at that wedding decided to have alcohol. Just those 2 people.
We all had fun without it.
Yeah, we all had fun without it, and I hate to say it, look who we kept in touch with and who we didn't after that wedding. All the drinkers. And not on purpose. That's what cracked me up. That was not like we went out of our way to say, we're cutting you out of our lives. Because it wasn't that we were anti-alcohol. We just didn't want to have it at the wedding because it was going to make the wedding so much more expensive. That's all it was. Because I don't think I don't think that the church said we couldn't because we
No, they could because church
they
has alcohol.
they had the alcohol, yeah. So that wasn't it either. It was just that when we looked at the difference the bill was going to make, because we did not want to go into debt for a wedding. I mean, I know it's the American way these days, but we did not want to go into debt for a wedding. And thank heavens we didn't.
No.
Because then the Great Recession happened. I mean, like I mean, the Great Recession had already been happening, but after 9/11, it was just chaos.
Yep.
You got laid off, I got laid off. I mean, like everything went right out the door. I mean, to completely reinvent ourselves. I was trying to explain to somebody recently about how, I remember it was some stupid Yahoo comment thing. This drove me crazy. And they did the whole, it was just it might as well be avocado toast article. Do you know what I mean? And instead, I came in there and I said, okay, child who graduated just in time for Great Recession. So, that whole go to college, get a good job, live a great life, already nipped in the bud. So I found other work. Worked 2 jobs. Built up some savings. Lost work again. I can't even remember what the financial crisis was now, but I looked it up so I could put it in the thing. I said, and then built up the savings, tried to catch back up, bought a house.
Mm-hmm.
Pandemic. I said, please explain to me how the lost generation has had one break in all this time, because we have not.
Oh, paying for the sins of the freaking boomers.
We are and we aren't, because the problem, it's easy to blame the boomers. First of all, one of the reasons why the boomers get blamed the way they do is because there's such a large cohort. There's way more years for the boomer category. We are when they started cutting it off at whatever it was, 15 or something like that, or whatever the magic cutoff is. But X had that many years. For some reason, the wires got a little bit more of a bump up. But then after that, since then, they've been doing 15, whatever that set years that we had. Every generation since then, that they don't even care about what the actual cultural things are, which is what the whole point of that generational nonsense was supposed to be, a collective generational experience. Instead, they just started doing a cut and dry cutoff with absolutely, no logic or reason other than numeric math.
The biggest problem with, especially where the boomers are concerned, in my opinion, is that the boomers also take up the silent generation. So you have the greatest generation, and then they literally just go right into the boomers. And
Yeah, because silent is even smaller.
The silent generation takes up a lot of boomers, people who are now boomers. And when you add them all together, I mean, it's like close to freaking 40 years of boomers.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, it's the reason why the boomers are so many still.
Well, and it's why they wind up seeming intimidating by numbers. It wasn't just because people were trying to, because it wasn't just like war babies. Because even, I mean, you can argue that I was a war baby because of Vietnam. Because that's how my parents met at a USO club. You know what I mean? They had even though that later there were connections, that they found out that, my great grandmother and their great grandmother went to the same, go to the same church or whatever. But I mean, they weren't even from the same state. You know what I mean? But we wound up having those ties. And I am the end because literally the war ended. So there's no more war babies if there's no more war. At that time. And then of course, I forget what it wasn't Iraq. There was something else that happened in between, but maybe I don't think, is Iran-Contra considered? That's just a conflict. That's not a full-out war, right?
Yeah, it was a conflict. We deployed troops, but
it wasn't such a big deal. But yeah, I mean, like the numbers wind up being massive in their own right, and yes, without getting into the politics of it, there were definitely some dismantlings of, bringing back the capitalism for thee, but socialism for me, where the rich people are the socialists because they get all the tax breaks, which also did not help. But there still is that bizarro land specific. Oh, speaking of, did you hear the mortgage rates went up again?
Yay.
Could you imagine us trying to buy a house now?
No. Not without money.
Even with money, the mortgage rate is now over double what we have. And I know we had not the historically low rate because we didn't refinance when it was at 2.4% or whatever it was. But holy Christmas, just woo, woo. 7.6 or something like that now for mortgage, which things are not.
Hey,
like
I
they
remember
used
when
to
it was
be.
14.
There were people we knew when I was a kid. They had 20% mortgages, but they also paid for half the house up front. So it wasn't like now where you do, what is it, 2% or 5% is acceptable as a down payment. They were putting significant money down. So, but I can't even imagine trying. I mean, we had a hard enough time getting the house when we got it because of all the times we were part of the drop balls of the economy. And we just couldn't keep up. Because that was the funniest part of that one conversation I had with somebody was when I mentioned that both of us had worked corporate and had very sweet jobs.
Mhm.
But those jobs don't exist anymore or they've been outsourced. And there's that point where, and I remember wondering about this even in the 90s,
Hey.
is when these third world countries, and we've got to stop calling them because that's not even a thing anymore, as it used to be in context, when they start paying similar wages and when they have better benefits than us and better vacations and everything else, at what point are we considered equal and we can stop letting the corporate overlords take their, ridiculous percentages of whatever and say, no, fair wages. And when you make 14,000 times more than we do, before we even get to all your little side bennies, that's criminal and you go to jail.
Well,
That's why I hate capitalism. Sorry, I'm getting political again. I hate doing this because it never goes
when I got the corporate job, I took a job that I was unqualified for, that I had no experience doing. I had no idea what it was. And I spent 5 years still not knowing what my job description
really was. Yeah.
I had to invent what my job was. Because of my invention, when I got outsourced, they hired 20
I remember.
people.
When you told me that number, I thought I was hearing you wrong. I was like, 2 dozen? What? What did you say? There's no way.
They hired 20 people to do my job, to fulfill every aspect of what I was doing.
I can't even. And I was trying to explain to somebody recently about we never thought we were going to be able to have a house. Like now how you see all these articles that talk about how, the current generation will never be homeowners. We had that same problem.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like we were people who, grew up in your classic sob story, Southern poverty or whatever. We were people who did everything they told us to do. We used to have savings accounts. We used to, have all these things, blah, 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 blah. And we just kept getting kicked in the face, and kicked in the face, and kicked in the face, and left behind. And the saddest thing is, when I try to explain to people that we, white people, qualified in the North, because that's a big deal. Still, people haven't figured out the North and South really aren't that different from what people think anymore. But these 2 white people with college educations, the whole 9 yards, had to use a program for poor people because we really were that poor. Not because we were shysters or we were hiding money in some trust fund or any of this other nonsense. We just did not have the protections that average people used to have. So we got left behind. we would not even have this house. And when I was talking to the, the person I met recently, who's a realtor, she's been in the industry. I mean, she's older than us. She's been doing this for a long time, and she was absolutely shocked that the pandemic cool down has not happened.
Yep.
Things are still selling for ridiculous rates, and we didn't have time because she was already like, it was getting late, and when she was dropping me off, and we were talking about the fact that because of all the speculators, and yes, the FIRE movement was part of this, the retire early nonsense. There just aren't affordable homes between the flippers, the FIRE people, the huge conglomerate, rental single family property, whateverers, updating what normally would have been perfectly accommodable 1 and 2 bedroom apartments for, beginning families or small families or whatever. Now they have to do all those builder grade crap updates that they spend ridiculous amounts of money on crap that, just looks nice but doesn't last. And it just keeps driving the prices up and up and up and up. And nobody can figure out why the housing market is as ridiculous as it is. Seriously? To me, it's so obvious. And it's sad. In the bad way.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, when I saw that thing about the mortgage rate, that's why I all of a sudden, well, it was the one too, because first I got that notice from Redfin about the house that doesn't, as the realtor lady said, it doesn't comp that different. That just sold for almost $400,000. She wasn't surprised that Redfin and Zillow are still telling us that our house is just shy of $300,000, even though we don't have 2 full bathrooms, and we don't have a double driveway with 1/6 of an acre, instead of the 1/3 that the property that went for almost $400,000 had. And it just, it makes me angry, but it does surprise me. And I'm just so grateful that, because originally when we moved up here, we said we were going to wait before we started open for a house. And I'm glad I pushed it, because could you imagine?
Yeah, I'm glad we didn't.
We never would have been able, not only would we not have been able to afford a house, we probably wouldn't even be able to afford the rent here in town now, because the rent is twice what we pay for our mortgage. The rent, and that's for places where the heat isn't even included for what we had. That drives me crazy. I don't know how people are doing it. I really don't. So yeah. So this is why, and the thing that drives me craziest about, because now we're in an election cycle, so everybody's trying to point fingers. I don't care who caused this. Who's gonna fix it?
How are we fixing it? It's always been that's always been the question.
Because if we have become so beholden to corporate interests that we can't even thank them, like a certain president did back in the day, and that's why we have things like the Rockefeller Center and all that other stuff, because they said if you don't start paying your fair share of taxes without trying to hide it, we're just gonna take it anyway. I still cry when I listen to people brag about their 401ks. And I'm like, 401ks are for people who don't trust the savings and loans people anymore. Because there's no real pensions anymore. Because the companies got bought by other companies, got bought by other companies, got bought by other companies. And now they just don't have pensions. But they have 401ks. And gosh golly, if the stock market dips at the wrong time, well, that's just unfortunate. I hate that. And they think this is okay. They get upset about it because they lost all that money that was never really there. But it's so weird smoking for the first time in so long. It really is. And I think about that. Like, if we had kept smoking, we couldn't. There was no way we could have kept smoking. So happy anniversary to us, Cancer Sticks. That's our birthday present. Get busy dying.
Happy anniversary!
Happy anniversary!
Happy anniversary!
Happy
Happy anniversary!
uh, sorry,
What are you sorry about?
because I'm adult bitching.
You're gloom and doom like
I
you told me I
love
wasn't allowed to do.
That's why I apologize. Unlike you when you did. Another ad. Is it Pokemon time?
It was Pokemon time.
Yeah, gotta catch it. So is that what you do now? Just when the Pokemon notice comes up, then you. Oh.
I feel bad for everybody with the ads. I wish I could do something about it.
Well, I made a suggestion, but a lot
I
of
just
people.
got a Sea King. I didn't even realize I was gonna catch it. And look, every time I catch it or
Yeah.
don't catch it,
Yeah.
it's off.
But oh heck, no, I forgot what I was gonna say. I was trying to put things in a slightly more upbeat tone. Stupid Pokemon made me forget how to be cheery.
Ugh.
Yep, lost it, gone. Whatever it was, right out the window.
The Sea King is a. It's a fish with a little rhino horn. It's kind of adorable.
Would you like the unicorn fish?
It's like a angelfish with a rhino horn.
Okay.
Little
You know about the narwhals, right?
What's happening with the narwhals now?
They're unicorn fish.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's a. I can't think of her name. Oh my god.
Oh,
Hi.
we have a narwhal VTuber
Yeah,
in the mist.
she's adorable too.
Did
And
you slime her?
I did not slime her.
Did she not want one? It's okay if she didn't. She's allowed to say no.
She is a little bit big. I should say that. How's that sound?
I don't know why that would matter. Or are you saying she because she made the avatar, so she shouldn't have a problem with that. I don't know.
No. It's she wouldn't have a problem. I could have slimed her. When I was doing the slimings, people who I had contact with
Mm-hmm.
were the ones that I slimed.
Oh, you mean big? She's popular.
She
She's a
doesn't
stratosphere,
she
okay.
doesn't even know that I exist.
Okay, I thought you were making a body descriptor.
Yeah,
I misunderstood. It's my bad.
I did do a whole series of people who are larger
Framed.
VTubers, as what do you call, like Iron Mouse. I slimed Iron Mouse and a lot of Shoujo, and a lot of Hollow Live I slimed.
Well, just because I know some people don't like others doing art of their avatars when they're fully
Right.
figured.
No.
I misunderstood, and it's my apology.
I can't even.
Don't worry about
Like I
it.
said, I can't even think of her name, but there is one, and like I said, I don't have
She's
much.
got a
contact.
great avatar.
I don't have much contact with her, which is one of the reasons why. There's a few that.
There are billions and billions of people on this planet. You cannot know them all.
I have a lot of what do you call it, VTubers who have been able to make a career, which I'm friends with, but I have contact with them. There's an exchange, so it
You're
kind
not
of,
just a follower, is what you're saying.
yeah. There's more than just like I know that they're there.
Yeah. Oh, awareness. Yeah, so definitely awareness. Got it.
And
I don't know the lingo. Don't
But-
kill the messenger.
but yeah, if we had contact, I would have definitely gotten that assignment. No problem.
I just couldn't remember what the parameters were. No big.
I always say there are 8,000 VTubers I have contact with. I only did 1,000. So the chances of me doing something I don't
I'm
have
sorry, but
contact
every
with
time you
is
use the
zero.
word only in a sentence, I have to laugh.
Only?
Only 1,000.
We only did 1,000.
Only 3 or 4.
Only did a few.
How many lemons do you want? Oh, 3 or 4.
Who that is them? I'm the poor rabbit's mother.
I understand why some people got upset with Pizza Puma, but
Oh, Pete Puma is still the best. Oh my god, he's one of the ones that I wish they didn't. Retcon is probably the wrong word.
no, not really, because it's a pullback after the fact.
But
If you were a diehard flag wearer, you'd say woked. He got woked. I can't figure out why of all. I guess because it's a simple word. That's their favorite word.
what is being woke?
Yeah, the whole.
My problem with them
Anti-woke.
using the problem with
Yeah.
being anti-woke
Mhm.
means that you're basically are
Sleeping.
sleeping.
Yeah,
Right?
I feel the same way. Like I just.
You need to wake up and see what's going on. You need to. The problem is
Which
you've been sleeping way
dystopian-
too fucking long.
Which dystopian universe had that whole thing about? It wasn't Matrix. It was something else that had the whole, wake up, wake up, wake up. What was that?
Talking about the Technomancers,
Probably. It's been so long.
Johnny Mnemonic.
I haven't watched that. There's a day I haven't heard the dog.
Yeah. Keanu Reeves, Matrix.
Keanu
He's
Reeves,
Johnny
yeah.
Mnemonic.
Yeah. But
Oh, why did they pick Keanu Reeves for this? Oh yeah, why is he Neo? Because he was Johnny Mnemonic. No
Yeah.
wonder.
but there was something else that
And a
I'm
John
thinking was-
Constantine. How come Keanu Reeves is always a John?
At least he's not a Steve.
Mr. Steve Anderson.
Mr. Steve Anderson. But no, it was something like a Bradbury or something. That was the whole thing. Was that it kind of reminded me, even though it was a completely different concept, of the one Farscape episode where everybody is basically they're making a drug out of body fluids and everybody's high all the time.
Oh, you know what? I think it was Sliders.
No,
Do you
way
remember that
before. Okay, we're not even in the right era, but fine. Yeah, Sliders had that element too, but no, we're talking Bradbury era. Okay, before we were born. I know that's hard to
Twilight
remember.
Zone type
One of these days, it'll just pop in there. What? Ray?
of thing? What popped in there, right? Totally the most innocent thing. Back when we were in Camp Chicago.
What did you do, Ray?
This is a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Yeah. You gotta do the yeah. If you don't put the yeah in there, it's just not
Oh, yeah.
the same.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
He's still around.
Yes, Dan Aykroyd's still around.
I'm trying to think, cause
Only one Ghostbuster passed, so
no, she's still around too. I think she was one of the fake bits that came out with Secretary.
Annie Potts?
Yeah,
Maybe.
I think they had an accidental. It was a different Potts or a different Annie. I don't know which it was, but somebody screwed up at a copy desk, and of course AP picked it up, and then everybody ran with it. And that's the biggest problem. I was like trying to talk to somebody the other day about this stupid. How do I say this without railing against capitalism again? I can't. I remember when newsrooms were newsrooms and they weren't just go to the computer, pick out stories that might be of interest to the populace that you're supposed to be printing for, throw in some high school sports, and your day is done. It's a terrible, 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 terrible thing for societies.
I remember when the Associated Press
Mm-hmm.
was poorly funded,
Mm-hmm.
and they were sending people out to the most dangerous freaking places on earth. And the only reason newspapers and stuff like that would pick them up is because they had the story.
Yeah.
And the biggest problem with the Associated Press is not Waco, but a place in Texas. They picked up a story about them digging up all these bodies, and they ran with like a new mass murderer thing, and it turned out that no, it was an old Indian grave freaking
Oh
site.
God.
And the reason that they were shallow graves is because they didn't bury them like normal freaking people. You know, it's not 6 feet under for freaking Native Americans, you idiots. That's
It's
not
enough
how they
dirt
bury.
on top of the body that you don't have to smell them when they start putrefying.
It's not the same. The
Ugh.
traditions of Native Americans are not traditions of.
Oh, you meant it was an actual Native American burial ground, not just we came across this war tribe, killed them all with our guns before they had a chance to get guns, and we just put them under 2 feet of soil just so we didn't have to smell them the next time we drove our
No,
car
it was
there.
they went to a native
Actual
freaking-
Native. Oh my!
Native
that's
burial
like
site.
20,000 times
who
worse.
dug up freaking bodies there and freaking called it a freaking mass killing. They were
Well,
saying that there was a serial killer running around in freaking Texas because of it. And I forgot they gave him a
an
name too.
AP.
It was an AP story. This is
Wow, I don't
this is back when
remember
newspapers were
this.
newspapers. This is like 1975 or something like that.
Yeah, maybe
1976.
I was. Well, I mean, you're only a year older than me, but still.
I don't remember it. I only remember
All
like,
I
when
know
they talked
is
about like
my dad first grew up in Philly before they moved to the burbs, and they still got the Philadelphia Inquirer. And even though he married a Jersey girl and moved to Jersey, they still got the Philadelphia Inquirer. They didn't get the Star Ledger or any of those. They got the Philadelphia Inquirer. And that never changed the whole time I lived with them. Always got Philadelphia Inquirer every day. That reminds me, I gotta do something later, and I can't speak to it or it'll call out something. And
Okay.
I don't have permission to call out.
let's not. It's time.
So when are we gonna get out the Yule tree this year?
I would like to do it after Halloween.
Oh,
but
speaking
maybe
of
before Thanksgiving.
that yard sale thing that's coming up, do we want to try to sell the tree that we decided we don't want to keep anymore?
Yeah, maybe. We only need one tree.
We only need one tree. And we agreed we were going to let me make the felt tree. And if I don't make the felt tree this year and we just use the little tiny tree like we did last year, I'm fine with that for this year, especially considering how banana crazy everything's been. But I think we should get rid of the bigger tree.
Yeah, maybe.
I also think we should make sure we put out the, not one,
Zelda! Hey! Thank you, thank you, thank you!
oh, there they are. Yeah, I'm like on a 30-second delay, I think still.
Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Thank you for sharing your community with me. Oh, it's so wonderful.
Do you have a sign?
We do
Make it so.
make it so, number one.
Do you want me to clear some empty cans?
That would be great.
Do you need anything?
I'm okay right now.
Alright, then that's fine. And I know what you want, darling. I will bring some back with me, okay? That's part of why I'm going, alright? Yeah. Yeah, the big guy's like, what about me? Your tummy is much bigger and you don't need any help filling it. She's different, alright? Come on, old lady. I'm not forgetting the salt this time. Hajuda. Come on. Ha.
You streamed for 7 hours. Wow, that's awesome. That's incredible. That's very long for you. I haven't streamed in a while, so I'm streaming like crazy today. You might do a 24-hour one day? I hope so. I would definitely be there. I'm sorry I missed your stream. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Oh, I love the new model. Oh, it's awesome. I love your new model. It's great. Taking me a long time. There. Might have to change. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the raid. Splatoon! Yay! Yeah, Splatoon seems like a lot of fun. Yeah, I love it. It is wonderful. Trying to get everything. What am I up to? I am celebrating my 22nd wedding anniversary. And we're just going for a little bit. We're enjoying it. Stream 13 24/7. Wow.
I put the kettle on just so you know.
Thank you very much.
Where'd you go, Bubba?
Here you are.
All set. Yeah, we're just hanging out, having fun, just chilling. Haven't really been doing much, just chatting. You know, for now, 10.5 hours. People stopping by, people saying hi. Kitty cat. Okay. Take care. It's nice to stop by. Thank you. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you had fun. Let's do it. Something I haven't been doing. Cattails, Wildwood Story. Did you have fun? Oh. Well, I hope everything's okay. You get some rest. Yeah. Talking is draining. I'm telling you. I know. It's very draining. I have a co-host today, so it's helping me through it. You get some sleep. Always good. Thank you for stopping by. It was awesome. Everybody's getting a little bit smaller as we go on.
Miss.
Just hanging out with Albert for a little bit.
Cool.
Awesome.
What is it, little one? Oh, there's bedroom from. Don't come out, Mama. growing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. So a drive by goodbye.
Yeah.
That's cool. It was nice to let us know.
Mallards on ice.
Yeah. He
Okay.
goes in, hey, babes.
Hey, babe, gonna ride, right? Hey, princess. I don't know. I think this is the longest I've managed to not look at email in months.
Yeah.
For a whole 24 hours. I have to admit, it's going a lot nicer when we do some Stewberry. I think we have a more slouchy chair. Because I love this chair. But what I really need to do is I need to fix my old chair. Oh, now you want. Oh, child. No, don't walk on Mama's keyboard. No. Try to pull this out so you can reach my lap. Not walking on my dang keyboard. Come on. Yeah. Like, look at that shirt I haven't shut on yet. I have to amend this immediately. That's what I'm convinced that's what this comes down to sometimes. If there's a surface she hasn't, scented.
Did she find it?
Yeah, she could. Do you see what she is? Really, you gotta ask. Hey, girl. Yeah, I know. I think you put a piece. Oh, crumbs! I was gonna try to do the dishes so we can put them for later. I guess it's the weather. I'm just crashing. Nobody's like, can't we just go back to this? So I was trying to figure out the other day when the Limited opened as a store, because I think I bought this shirt that I'm wearing right now. The first or second time I ever walked into a Limited. That's a long ass time to be having this shirt. And the green one too, just like this. Not kind of like. Somebody's going, not kind of like. Maybe summer. Yeah, it is, but I got no blood pressure. I can see.
Commercial?
Yep.
I got a Klefiki. Got a wild Klefiki in my midst.
Oh, that's interesting. According to this, Limited's been around actually since the 60s. But we didn't have like a
I guess it
mall.
wasn't that limited.
I guess. But yeah, it says, yeah, I guess they're gone. So now I got something. I guess this makes it antique, but I wear it too much, so it's all beat up now. But the Limited was an American clothing retailer that operated retail stores between the early 1960s and the late 2010s. 2010s. So even if I bought this shirt before they closed, it would still be more than a decade old. Try buying a shirt now at the mall that'll last that long. That don't happen.
It is exactly what it says it is.
which is
The Klafiki is actually a ring of keys. I'm not kidding.
after a while they're gonna run out of creature ideas. Technically, they're still around,
I don't know if I wanted to catch this fairy steel type.
but they are now owned by a different private equity firm. Does that mean they still actually have stores? The 80s. Somebody once said to me, "How come you never watched The Wolf on Wall Street?" I'm like, "Cause I lived it."
Sensationalizing one of the worst times in.
Well, because I'm looking at it right here. The 1980s started a string of acquisitions. In 82, the Victoria's Secret brand store and catalog were purchased for more than
Oh, you take care.
Oh, they're leaving. Bye bye. For $1 million. Also in 82, 207 Lane Bryant stores were purchased. In 85, Henri Bedell store on Fifth Avenue in New York City was purchased for $10 million, and 798 Lerner stores for $297 million. Then they acquired Abercrombie & Fitch. I mean, like, it's just like that's all they did was just buy stuff up and make it crap. They did eventually let Abercrombie & Fitch go so it could be its own private entity again, or publicly traded, but still. Then the 1990s included the initial development of the Limited 2. Oh, seriously? What on earth were they thinking? They renamed Limited 2 to Justice? Clothing named Justice?
Justice is served, I guess.
Marketing, man. Somebody got paid way too much for that. And then Bath & Body Works, which I don't think they're even structured. There's not even a web page on Wiki for structure. They don't even get a link. And Victoria's Secret Beauty, Galen, Sporting Goods. Geez Louise, people just swept up everything. I had no idea that the Limited was. This is worse than I knew. Great consolidation, fear it. Bath Body Works used around. Because I've been in the mall forever, so I don't even know. Oh no, this is funny. I didn't know this. The company's first store opened in Cambridge, Massachusetts in 1990. I didn't even know. Ugh. So, which came first, Bath and Body Works or the Body Shop? That's a good question. Capitalism horrifies and fascinates me all at the same time. Okay, so basically they were around since 1976, so they're older. But then they got built and divided. They originally started as a British shop, which I hate to say this, but explains their early ads. Oh boys. Not as bad as Benetton, but still. When did it come to the States? L'Oreal. Sometime in the 2006 area, they got bought by L'Oreal, and then they sold it to Brazilian Natura and Company for $880 million pounds. I was going to say 1,000, that doesn't seem too much. The original Body Shop, unaffiliated with Anita Roddick or the Body Shop International Limited, was opened in Berkeley, California in 1970. What a shock. And that's where the original color scheme comes through. They had the best massage oil that I was not allergic to. I was so upset when they started cheapening that store down. Yeah, all of these like acquisitions and sellings in the 80s and 90s, and then it's like nothing really happened. So are they still around? Like there's no. guess they're still around. I don't even know where the closest mall is here anymore. Because we haven't even bothered to set foot in the mall. I mean, the pandemic was a big part of that. I know that. What you looking for? You got that gaze. You just want to eat your Takis and for me to just go to space.
You're doing a good job.
Yeah, reading off Wikipedia. Nobody wants to listen to that.
Good job, hon. That's so much fun.
Now,
Okay.
if you get like secret messages later from people saying, "Don't ever have her on again," it's okay to tell me
Okay.
because I know I ramble and I can be frustrated that way. But this is exactly what we need. Is just a fuck it all, babe.
It's been a while since I streamed, so I've been needing this for a while.
Well, you've been working too many shifts.
I have been working a lot. That is part of it. But I also kind of like, when you had the time to stream, I was just
Tired
kind
because you ordered them. This year's been rough. I mean, that's the joke. It's like you think, okay, we had this crazy thing called pandemic. It's still not really gone, but at least things are kind of much better than they were. But there's just so much rebuilding and fixing, and it's not over until it's over.
no.
You know, that's one of the things that like they never really do talk about. I guess unless you buy, the book just about the Spanish flu or the book just about the bubonic plague. Like when you do look at things like Wiki or whatever, like they talk about the initial outbreak, naming, blah blah blah. This is how they got it under control, or they didn't get it under control, whatever. And then they never really talk about after. It's always like, this is when it was declared it's not a health emergency. And they all look back on that eyes. But there's still so much. I mean, like, I can't tell you how many times I've had a conversation lately with people about the fact that, why is anybody hiring? Because half the HR staff have died. And they still don't have anybody to hire people. I mean, like, it's one of those bizarro world things that managers forgot how to be managers because they had HR departments, so they don't remember how to do hiring if they don't have somebody from HR taking care of everything and reading them by the notes. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just that kind of stuff. We're not back to normal yet. And the joke to me is we keep hearing about all these high employment numbers. And there's so many people I've talked to, not just here, you know what I mean? Not just in America, but everywhere, where they're trying to get a job, and there's supposed to be all these openings, but why won't anybody hire them? You know what I mean? It hasn't caught up yet. This is now, when was the official end for America with the pandemic? It wasn't a public health emergency anymore. Was it March this year?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So we're now looking at 6 months later, just about, and we're still not even close to right.
No. There's a reason that I'm working a lot of shifts.
I know. And this whole crazy badanga dance with, trying to get people back in the office and whatever. And there are people who literally cannot move out of the house they bought and don't want a 2, 3, 4, 5 hour commute every day because they thought this was going to be the new normal. They're going to work from home. This is, of course, the boots on the ground part of all the health and human services agencies are like, must be nice. And you only went to school for 4 years? I remember my dad at one point saying to me that the only thing a college degree is good for is wallpaper and bathroom. He said it doesn't matter what level. It doesn't guarantee you work. And it doesn't guarantee that you actually learn what you need to know to work. It was a necessary evil to get out of the way because that was expected.
The problem with what your dad said,
Is it true?
well,
It should
jobs don't hire people without college education.
be. Not anymore. Not anything that isn't service industry, like basic service industry level. Or labor. Certain types of labor. You don't have to have a college degree to be a carpenter. Be the electrician. It's a different kind of degree, but yeah, you need certification. Because that's the other thing too. You didn't used to have certification for a lot of this stuff. You just had to be the apprentice of blah blah
Well,
blah
apprenticeships have gone to
to
disappear.
the wayside. Yeah, because you have to have a certificate now. You have to go to trade school.
Yeah, but it's not even just trade school anymore. It's like you now have to. Those trade schools are basically waylaying them all to colleges. So now people are learning their trades in college.
Mm.
You know, there was a what do you call it, for maintenance on airplanes. That's where it started.
Okay.
You used to be able to do a trade. Most people did military, so they would get the education that they needed, and then they would go into doing it. But
If you
now,
wanted to be a merchant marine, you joined the Navy. If you wanted to be an air mechanic, you joined the Air Force and didn't try to be a pilot. Yes.
Yeah. now, the maintenance, people who work on airplanes, they have to have a bachelor's degree.
And it's not because of electronics.
It is because of electronics.
Yeah, you are the pilot.
It's almost all because of electronics. It's like people coming out of the military, they're like, yeah, those planes don't use the same systems these planes do.
Mm-hmm.
You need to have this. Oh yeah, and you need to have basic education, which you didn't get in school. So now you have to get it from college.
I mean, to the military's credit, because we still haven't really gotten rid of GI Bills, you can get a drastically reduced rate, if you pay at all, to get those type of degrees.
Yeah.
I mean, at least we haven't, as far as, maybe I'm misspeaking, but as far as I know, GI Bills are still a thing.
And certain people I know have basically used and abused them.
Yes, did their
And
2 and out or their 4 and out and went and got their degree and said thank you very much. That's relevant, yes.
Yeah.
Time for an ad again?
Maybe.
Well, usually when you lean in, it's either you say hello to somebody or Pokemon shows up, so.
Not trying to jinx it. Oh, Bagley.
Oh, no ad. Maybe they finally felt sorry for me. They're like, well, this person's watched long
Skipping the
enough.
half hour. There's a lot of ads. Well, I mean, to the ads' credit, I have been going for 11 hours. So there's going to be a bunch of ads in there, at least 11.
Do you have a cutoff time in mind yet?
I don't.
Okay. I just,
It's a whenever.
because sometimes you forget to share information.
Mm.
That's all. I
We're
thought it was
just,
worth asking.
we're just chilling.
No, I'm not saying it's time to get
We're
up,
chilling.
sweetheart. It will be an 11 o'clock meeting, yes.
Yeah, I ended up working on 3 dockies
This morning, yeah.
this morning. Much to most of the people's chagrin, because I was paying attention to the art more than I was paying attention to the screaming.
Well, it's kind of hard to do both.
Mhm.
See, that I hate to say this, it would have made more sense for you to be doing the dockies and having me check the lessons learned for next time.
Ah,
Nope, we got it. Don't you want to know how much these Pokeballs cost?
What?
Don't you want to know?
You get what's known as Pokemon Cash. I don't know how much I have. I think it's Pokecash.
My games and your games are different, so.
I still have 9,669 Pokeballs, and it's like 100 per Pokeball. So
If the Pokeball is the entire point, why wouldn't they just have a separate currency that you buy just for Pokeballs and you can trade them back and forth?
but I have some expensive Pokeballs, which I should buy a few more expensive Pokeballs.
Okay. Now you're starting to get into it. Why are they more expensive?
Because there's a higher chance of catching.
So this is paid for RNG without it being RNG.
But I don't pay. I didn't put any money into it.
You didn't. How do you get the credits to get the Pokeballs?
Play the game. You get a daily allowance.
Oh, it's that stuff. Okay.
I think you get like 1,000 Pokeballs.
I haven't played a daily. Oh, it looked like it was gonna do an ad that said no, I can't take it anymore. No more ads. Oh, you post your balance. That's what it was. Okay. But like all of those, they have a name for it, and I used to know it, and now that I don't play it, it's completely slipped through my brain fog. But the daily games that if you didn't log in every day, you would lose whatever. Even Lotra had that.
Like Farmscape or something like that.
Yes, all of those. The early predecessors of Pay to Win, yes. That went for serious gamers. I do miss Lotra, but the thing that drove me craziest is it got to the point that when I wasn't sick and I tried to go back to play, everybody expected me to go back to playing 7 days a week.
For those still listening, that's Lord of the Rings Online.
Oh, I forgot it's an old game by now, right?
Most people do not play
MMOs. They don't play MMOs because they're
They
not.
do play MMOs. They play Baldur's Gate 3, which just came out.
Again? Everything old is new again.
There's a lot of Monster Hunter, Monster
Okay,
Hunter
but
Rise.
you don't have to.
There's a few of them.
I don't have enough hours in the day to take care of keeping the grass not being too tall. I do not have time to play games right now.
And of course,
Brunch is canceled. I got work to do.
Mhm. Of course, Final Fantasy. That's stuff.
Which that one, if somebody had told me that game was going to last this long, I would have been like, sucker born every minute, I guess. Like, I don't know what else to say. And I haven't looked at the game in probably a decade. I don't know. So I guess a lot could change, you know. But,
They were slick. Final Fantasy was slick. They did the same model that Lord of the Rings Online had. They had people buy into it. You buy your Forever Pass and everything like that. And so when you're paying, I think it was 4. It was the real MMO. Wasn't a straight game with the plot. And then you Final Fantasy 4, and then it lasted 3 years. Then they came out with Final Fantasy 5. Same model. People paying $200, $300, to get the Forever Pass for a game, and 4 died. So now everybody's playing 5. We're now up to Final Fantasy 14.
Oh, it's only
Still-
14 now? I thought they were
Still
already
doing the
20.
same freaking model.
And everybody's still
And,
buying into it.
I
It's
think,
become a generational thing.
yeah, and I think Final Fantasy 16. I think they're skipping 15.
DDO's still going.
GDO.
That surprised me.
Mhm.
I hate to say it, but there were certain mechanics with DDO, and I haven't played either in so long now. Who knows? But there were certain mechanics in DDO that I wish they had put in Lotra, but they didn't. Why they couldn't put the swimming in like they did for DDO, I still do not understand that.
Because of horse penis. All horse penis.
That's always going to be your go-to.
The day they coded that, and then they decided, oh, we could do horse combat.
Mm.
And I'm like going, well, it makes sense because the riders of Rohan and stuff like that. And yeah, once you had horse combat, mounted combat, I should say, once you had mounted combat, the entire system needed to get redone.
Well, that was the thing that I was really like, who thought this was a good idea? Because I just remember when they first came out with riders, and people were like, I could spend all this time grinding up my horse, or I could just dismount my horse and defeat the mob in less time.
Yeah, dismounted combat.
Because and the problem with that was there was that curve, because that's what I was doing with Lilch, as I started just getting off my damn horse, and it wasn't until I can't even remember the territory name now, but it's like well into the next book or something. You know what I mean?
Like Greenlands or Greenfield or whatever.
Whatever, way past Greenfield. But yeah, there was some point in storyline, I can't remember where in the books it was, where the learning curve hit. So if you hadn't have spent the freaking grind time with your damn horse, you couldn't kill anything. If you were out in landscape.
Mm-hmm.
Only the instances. Drove me crazy. And that was really when I just stopped caring about being capped. Not that I was ever a cap chaser to begin with, which drove a lot of people crazy, but
Wow. The moment they took away medium armor from the minstrel,
your number 2 gripe used to be your number 1 gripe until horse pants really became a problem because of Rohan, but yeah.
but when they took it away and then they gave us mounted combat, I found out that I now could be fully armored on a horse and do mounted combat that way.
Mm-hmm.
And never was fixed. So here I was, freaking crazy ass minstrel, basically paladin things.
Yeah. And it just, it is what it is.
And
I know they were trying to go for the whole experience, especially for people who were so invested in their Rohan character, you know, because they made a human model and blah, 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 but it just, dwarves should not be on a war horse. I'm sorry, and you and I have had that, and yeah, they sort of kind of came up with the war goats, but the war goats are not war goats. They're just horse pants.
Yep. That was the most broken part of the entire thing.
I just remember.
And I know they supposedly fixed it, but then I kind of like.
But I laughed my butt off because, I mean, I can remember when we, you know, there was no stables where you friggin' needed them to really be. You couldn't even get a pony until 35. I mean, like, just, it used to be so difficult to do stuff. And, like, now, I can level cap farming. Yeah, it takes time, but I can level cap, not farming landscape with a, you know, complicated little player program, just farming crops in the ground and picking them and sorting them out. That's still, like, when they gave us that kind of crafting XP, I was just like, okay, I get this for all the people who wanted to have crafting alts, but just make a crafting class. Why? Why do they have to do this?
Festivals. If you wanted to break the system or game the system,
And people did exploit the hell out of festivals. They still do, I'm sure.
Because I know you had hobbits that never left the Shire. You could level cap every single time without ever leaving the Shire, just because of festivals. It's literally like, as soon as the season started and the festival started, 4 times a year.
The problem that I had from a role playing perspective, which let's face it, we really only had 2 servers in English anyway that were role play oriented of any kind, whether they were enforced or recommended. Is that they made Winter Home and the beer garden. You had to leave the Shire because some festivals required it. And then, of course, they did the anniversary where you go to the tree and take the anniversary task, and most of them required leaving the Shire. So it's one of those things that, because I haven't followed. In fact, I have the new forms, and I still haven't gone there to build a new account. Somebody could have stolen my name by now. Because they were encouraging people to sign up on the new one so you could get your name. And I could never make up my mind whether I was going to keep the same name or use a new one. But, what do you call it? The more lore breaking they did, the harder it was for me to want to stay there.
Mm-hmm.
And as well intentioned as Meadows, campaigns were for slow leveling once we finally got our XP controllers, it was still basically a whole crap ton of hobbits fighting constantly. And it just never set right with me for a roleplay perspective. And the funny thing is, I have been accused on both sides of not being roleplay enough, and and being way too strict, and it's like I can't even find the friggin' middle ground in the community. My character was born in Staddle. You can't do anything in Staddle. You can't. There's nothing you can do in Staddle until you do crafting. You have to go to Bree to learn crafting. Then you can go back to Staddle. I mean, actually, you go to Combe, but nevertheless. And who knows? Maybe they have other, they've even changed crafting now. I mean, because it's like how they had this really great concept for the homesteads, and then they just wrecked it because forever they waited for years and years and years before they let us craft our houses. Because, that's a roleplay thing, I'm sorry. But, by the time they finally let us do it, then they were already building, the housing system that they really wanted to all along. So the old homesteads became ghost towns, and the only neighborhoods they were making were these huge, ridiculous, sprawling, rich people enclaves where it takes 20 minutes for you to get from your house to your neighbor. So you lost that neighborhood feel. They were these estates, And yeah, sure, they put the stupid swift travels in, but again, completely out of roleplay. Let me just pull out my map and I can magically appear at the right house. It really lost the feel. And it really was at the point that all I ever wanted to do was just do chicken nuggets every time. Monthly chicken. There it is. So now I'm just getting one now, I guess. But yeah, Month of the Chicken really turned out to be all that I cared about. And oh yeah, look. Totally forgot about Month of the Chicken completely this year. Didn't even check to see if they did anything. It's the first year I haven't even tried to put my nose back in because it's been so nuts. And I am absolutely touched that they have kept the tradition going as long as they have, because even if they stopped this year, they still kept it for 13 years. This crazy idea I had about celebrating chicken play for a month. All these years, it has persisted. But then again, everybody said Roger was never going to last all this time. And whatever happened to that Roger game that Amazon was supposed to be putting out? That never went anywhere. Did they ever release that damn
No,
thing?
it's still there for it.
People still use that term, or is that an old term now?
I don't care. I'm using it. It's
Alright.
exactly what it is. You promise a game, you don't produce it.
It's everywhere.
I'm still waiting for a Firefly game to emerge.
Oh, don't. We're not going down that road again.
Any Firefly
I
game.
still can't believe you suckered me into trying to do the one that they had on Steam for that, whole month before they just stopped working on it.
Well, I understood the thought behind it.
Yeah.
The codex was a great idea.
And it definitely was not a copy of Eve, which is what a lot of people thought it was going to be at the time.
It was definitely a really nice idea. We already have the game. We supposedly already have the game built.
Mm-hmm.
We've already hired all of the, the actors from Firefly and Serenity, and even some people who made guest appearances. Hired them all. We have
Yeah.
all the voice actors back again,
Mm-hmm.
so you can actually immerse yourself in the actual world. I was like going, wow, this is a really nice touch.
Yeah.
That they did. They spent a lot of money on all of them, and they produced the codex where you can basically build yourself up and you get like a little bit of ads up before the game is released.
Mm-hmm.
And if you spent a little money, which I did,
We did, yeah.
um,
Loved it.
yeah, if you spend a little money, you basically get the game for free when it's released. I help pay for the game to get released.
Mm-hmm.
I get perks of having the game. 6 months pass,
Oh, yeah.
I get
yeah.
nervous.
Mm-hmm.
A year passes, I'm like, this is ridiculous,
Yeah.
and I'm a multi-billionaire waiting for this game to start.
Yep.
I can have my own. I already have a fleet of ships
yeah.
at my disposal.
Mm-hmm.
I can now have my own command when I do this. Not, oh, I'm working in the borderlands.
Yeah.
I'm going to be in the main
Main
central
central,
planets.
Yeah.
Because I have that much money.
Yeah.
I buy planets now.
Mm-hmm. It's no longer
This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, like, how does somebody who didn't do this, how are they going to fare
Well, and this
in
is
this game?
every game. Even Lotra had this problem because we did open beta.
Mhm.
And remember, I got all pissy about the fact that they unigendered. I still can't figure out what friggin' genius thought the only way to handle the particularity of dwarf appearances, that was the best way. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And the whole thing was just so piss poor, and yes, it's really obvious that whoever built the game only cares about elves and men. The hobbits were an afterthought that they had a lot of fun with, and they did have one developer in particular at the time who absolutely adored the hobbits, which is why the hobbits got so many bennies that they got, as far as like extras and fan, service kind of
Mhm.
stuff. The dwarves,
I have to tell you, if they did treat the dwarves properly, I don't think I would have liked them.
How so?
I think I probably would have been part of the goblin group that I would be, like with the Misfits of Mordor or something like that. Because if they didn't, I don't know what it is about me as a player, but it's not just the underdog. I like the ones that are basically mistreated and forgotten. Orcs started this whole thing with me with 40K, and what most people don't realize, because Orcs had a renaissance
Yeah, because they don't see them as the underdog.
with Edition 8, and now they are in a totally different. They're not even orcs anymore. They're just poorly armored space marines.
Oh no!
And everything is actually just all the Xenos.
Hey, at least you
40K.
got carried. I was Skaven. They turned us into basically alien predator hybrid weirdnesses that didn't even. There's no space rats. How can we not have space rats? Why don't we have space rats?
They were supposed to.
That's the joke. They were supposed to, and then instead they came out with Tyranids.
First the Gene Stealer, then the Gene Stealer cult, and then
Yeah.
Tyranids.
Sorry. Yes, I don't care about the progression. I just care about what they have
And
now.
that's Space Hulk's fault.
Yeah.
So. But I had always wanted for freebooters. Because freebooters was another thing. Why did I like the Pirates? Because they freaking hated them so much. Games Workshop hated freaking freebooters so much. They're like, this is a Rogue Trader thing, and we want nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
We're not even going to add freebooters into your codexes. And I'm like, I like that.
Mhm.
I like anything that they hate.
But like I said, whoever it was that they assigned to the dwarves, it's literally like they were the short straw of death. There's no other way to put it. Who builds, even when, because when they did the original housing instances, who doesn't have an underground connection, even when they're doing magic space portals you walk through and you're just boom in another room, that doesn't connect to the main hall? Who? They still haven't fixed that. They still haven't fixed it. That game's been out since we lived in California. They still haven't fixed it. I go. Yeah. I know I'm being loud. Don't worry, Mendel. It's okay. He's like, oh no, he's upset. What do you do now? I'm not upset at him. I'm upset at a gaming company. Aww.
I'm gonna take a break. You can
Go pet him. It could feel better. Is your can empty? Clear your desk, sir.
Yeah.
That's mine. You gonna make the crap out of it?
I am. I'll be back.
Put the kettle on for me. You're awesome. Oh, boys. Oh, is it really 8:30 already? Oh, university's almost over. Yeah, little one. I know. Pretty soon it'll be time for yum. Wet food, wet food, wet food. I think the rain finally stopped. It's been that kind of a day. Yes, it has. Are you doing that? I'm not falling asleep even though you're totally obviously falling asleep. Yeah. I know that face. I wonder if he timed his get up time or if he's gonna miss a poke. Poke, 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 poke. You might miss it. He looks so sad. So sad. So sad. What? What do you think about?
When I first started,
Uh-oh.
when I first started,
Back in my day.
when I first started streaming,
Mm.
I asked you if you wanted to be doing this with me,
Mm-hmm.
and you said,
I honestly don't remember the exact words.
"Leave me out of it."
Just because reasons that you know very well. And I'm trying to think, how many was this? Are you talking back to Patron Saint, or we're talking?
Just recently.
Okay, so when you were gonna try this thing, I can't remember. The pandemic hadn't started yet,
It was started.
was it?
Yep, because that's the reason why
I thought you had already decided to do it before the pandemic was official.
Well, in the previous year, which was 2020, was hindsight.
Mm-hmm.
The pandemic had started.
Yes.
We weren't doing anything to curb it. and we were watching it run rampant.
Yeah.
I lost some family members. Some family members are now still
Oh, I
permanently
do
sick.
not miss those check-ins. Kept doing.
And by July, I called off my birthday.
Sounds about right.
And everybody even asked me, they said, well, it's going to be over.
Yeah, it'll be
And-
over. The pandemic
and
will
I
be
said-
over by then.
they
Can
said-
we halt this so I can get tea?
Yeah.
I'll be right back. So you should ramble about why you decided.
I
For
can.
those who might not know the story, why you decided to try to start streaming. Hey, princess. Be right back.
So, for most people, for people who don't know how this all started for me, I was turning 50. I still had a couple of years, but I was turning 50. And when I turned 49, the pandemic had just started. It was pretty much like the Ebola, bird flu scares that happened recently, and we got through those without too much of it to do. It wasn't. Neither one of them went global, and it wasn't a pandemic. So it still wasn't a pandemic when I turned 49. I already had it planned out that I was going to do this huge celebration. I was turning 50. Disney World was turning 50. This was like a perfect combination. And one of the big things that people do at Disney World is 50 rides in one day. That's a big thing. I don't know why it was a big thing even when Disney turned 25 to do 50 rides in one day. And it was very difficult. It was always very difficult to do. I only think that two people actually have accomplished it. And I was going to do that. So it was going to be 50-50 on the 50th. So I was going to turn 50. I was going to do 50 rides on the 50th anniversary. And that was the plan. I was getting a lot of camera equipment together. I was figuring out how we were going to basically stash the camera and do all the things that we needed to do. How we're going to keep, basically 24 hours of video and upload it. I already had the site. It was 7 years old at the time. For doing videos, because I was going to be a YouTuber 7 years prior. So there it was. All set. Everything was all set up. All I had to do was I was just gonna upload the 24 hours of video of me trying to do the 50 rides on my 50th birthday and the celebration before and after the attempt was made. Whether I made it or not, there was a chance that I wasn't going to be able to do it. And all special permissions done, all these things done, very expensive. All the wonderful things that happened in there. And when I turned 49, I was really gearing up for how this was going to happen. And like I said, Corona to drink. Some beer was making people sick. And it was pretty much a joke. Like I said, I lost family members because of it, but even still, I kept thinking that it was going to be handled. 2 months later, this was April.
I think March is when they officially declared.
Yeah, it was declared in March after I turned 49, and then, but in April, the deniers and the anti-vaxxers and all this other stuff were happening. Now, there's not even a vaccine at the time, but people basically saying anti-maskers or whatever they were at the time, but nobody wanted to get a handle on this, and it was spreading like wildfire. I said, I gotta put a pause on this because I have people coming in from other countries for my birthday. I have people coming in from all over the United States and other countries for my birthday. And by July, it was pretty much at its peak, I think. It wasn't its peak, but it was. I was noticing that the number of people that have died from it could fill large stadiums,
Yeah.
and they were talking about if they had a vaccine, which they didn't at the time, and if they had a vaccine, how long would it take to distribute it?
March 11th. I looked it up.
Yeah.
That's when the WHO declared it a public emergency.
Yeah.
Pandemic, particularly.
And something happened in Italy too at the time too. I think Italy shut down.
Well, I'm not trying to confuse your timelines. I'm just.
Yeah.
This is just one of those. I mean, people can find these if they just do a COVID timeline. But yeah.
So I was like, our current government is not stopping this. They're actually encouraging it to spread, and people are
Okay,
dying.
it's not that they were encouraging the spread. They just were downplaying it in a way that caused it to spread way more than it should have. It
Not,
wasn't like they were telling people to have chickenpox parties, basically.
not H1N1, not the Ebola crisis that people don't remember, but I do, and because those things didn't become pandemic. Yeah, so I canceled the birthday.
Yeah, I told everybody,
Canceled the whole thing.
if you haven't already bought the tickets, don't buy tickets.
Yeah,
Get a refund,
and get
whatever.
your money back if you have.
Yeah.
It was a tough decision.
You were sorry, swallowed one. You were devastated. I'm sorry, but you were devastated because you were so excited because did you mention the fact that you were one of the first Disney babies?
Yes.
So for you, this was a big deal.
This is a
To
big
do
deal.
this.
I was a cast member at Disney. Me and Disney have a long history. My entire life has had a connection to Disney.
We still have family who work for it. The whole
And
nine
Disney
yards.
World has always been a part of my life.
Yeah.
And I have family that works for Disney World.
Still. So cancellation time. That's
So I canceled it. It was a tough decision. People thought I was crazy to even cancel it. And once-
some refused. Refused to.
Yeah, refused.
They said, you'll change your mind. I'm going to book the tickets now.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
By December, their warp speed, whatever with the vaccine, had been completed, and there was a vaccine that needed to get distributed, and the current president did not distribute it.
Yeah, December had 2 authorized vaccines by the FDA.
Yeah, but they weren't being distributed.
Not as quickly as they originally had claimed they would be, yes.
Yeah. January, and then going to my birthday, the vaccines were finally getting distributed. It was 1,000,000.
You do. If we were gonna have, I didn't know you were gonna get into this detail, or I would have brought up a better chart.
All the
All the data is
the
out
new
there.
president, who is now our current president, was claiming a million vaccines in a month or something like that, or before the end of the year.
Keep talking.
And they matched it. But in February, I decided to still do the videos. And they're sad, actually. I'm not gonna put it any other way. It's really, really sad. Me alone, in my home, showing my birthday when I should have been at Disney World.
Because I wasn't in the house.
You were there, and what did you say? No, you didn't say leaving out of that. That you were.
Well, I did not want to. At no point did we really discuss me being part of your birthday stream.
Yeah.
Really, it was always this your substitute for not being able to go.
Yeah.
And so, because yes, period. Full stop. So yes, you were alone for that stream, but it was not like you were alone in the house.
So after I finished doing this, I had wondered, I had made the idea of what would I do if I continued it. Just little videos here and there, and if I just continued shooting videos. Like my day-to-day stuff and everything like that. Mostly I wanted to show the progression. I also thought, foolishly, that the pandemic would end soon and I would still be able to go to Disney World, not for my birthday, but being 50, doing 50 rides, still on the 50th anniversary. That didn't happen. I know Disney World didn't shut down, but it was still scary. The pandemic was still raging. People were still dying in record numbers.
I just double checked after the changeover of presidency is they did not have enough vaccines even in February to get them to everybody. So they were still at that point primarily going to healthcare, elderly, and I forget. I think the vulnerable is what they were saying at that point, and they still didn't even have enough doses for those groups.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was still really early in the how safe can we be.
That's when I asked you the question about whether we should do this, and you were like, leave me out of it.
Well, because you were talking about doing it for the entire day.
Yep, I was thinking about
And I can't remember.
doing like kind of like a day in the
I
life.
think we still had the tree up at that point, and it was February already or whatever. I can't even remember. I just know that I think I was trying to do something with all those nonprofits at that point because of the community org stuff that I was doing. So I was trying to help build websites and things like that. So I was so busy, I didn't even know what to do with myself. And of course, all the Zoom meetings and because everything had gone to Zoom, so I was constantly I was like, what am I going to do? Do one of my Zoom meetings in the middle of your stream? I can't do that.
Yeah.
Because those people haven't given permission to be part of your. I'm gonna have to have headphones on. Why am I going to be there? Yeah, I just had so much going on then. Oh, and no, that wasn't 21. When was the year that we found we found out the mouthwash we were using had eucalyptol in it?
That was still 21.
Yeah, I was still sick.
Yeah.
Because we hadn't figured it out yet.
Yeah, and I thought I was worried it was
It was
COVID.
COVID. We kept thinking. I mean, that was the thing was we just kept thinking.
I was working for the post office, and I was going to every house,
and people were
every
and
day.
people were already like, "Oh, a human being, I must talk to you." No, close your door, stay inside. I mean, it was a terrible time. I was constantly terrified that you were gonna get sick, and you were terrified you were gonna bring it home and make me sick.
Yeah, I wasn't too worried about myself if I got it, but I was definitely worried about you.
Okay, the eucalyptus thing. I just want to clarify that so people know I'm allergic to it. I knew I was allergic to eucalyptus, but I had never really been exposed to anything that had eucalypt oil in it. And apparently, a whole bunch of mouthwash manufacturers had just gotten rid of the alcohol, whatever whatever oil thing that's the alcohol like thing, and they started using eucalyptus. Because I was just starting to have all these breathing problems that just were not going away. And I did have exercise-induced asthma years prior, but I had done all the treatments, and because it was really minor, and we thought, oh, maybe it's just the EIA coming back, or this or that. No, I literally was dosing myself with an allergen every morning, not knowing what I was doing. Until that day, I just happened to look at the label and went, wait, what?
Yeah.
And within 2 months, my health was like 100% better, just from not using that mouthwash anymore. But yes, that's why we kept thinking, oh my gosh, I got it, because that was before tests, really.
Yep.
So we couldn't even test for it. So yeah, that was, and I was sick. I was doing the community steward stuff. Plus, I was trying to start doing the, helping the nonprofits build websites and marketing, and it was just so crazy.
Yeah, we were definitely crazy. Crazy is a thing.
Yeah.
But streaming was my solace. I really.
And that's why I did not fight against it, even though there were days when I was like, we haven't even spent 5 minutes together. That isn't like you shoving food in your mouth or whatever, or we're both asleep. I got really cranky about that for a while.
Oh.
That was hard.
I always wanted to share this with you.
Yeah, I know, but the headspace that I was in, and then of course the long story short, I have other underlying health conditions that I'm not going to get into now, and it got worse before it got better. And again, we kept thinking, because it was breathing related, oh, it's this. No, it just was making me susceptible to other things like pneumonia that I had for the first time in my life and other stuff like that. And it's just, I was useless and sick more than I was useful or even thinking about doing stuff that was entertaining.
Yeah.
To be honest. Plus, I was trying to, I was so desperate to make food because they were already having the shortages we were going through. So we were desperate to get the garden going, and we did grow, well, we being mostly me, but there was food that we produced that year, not as much as we were hoping. And, so that we had that going on. Same thing with 21. Last year, though, was just, yeah. But did somebody come in? I missed it.
Yeah.
Or are you just poking? I'm just gonna call it poking from now on. But yeah, you kept and there's they're concurrent. It's official.
We're gonna take a little bit of a pause.
Yeah.
Almost
Everything
everybody.
is nobody can really hear anything, so we'll just. So you're being chased by a lion, a bear, and a horse. What do? Get off the merry-go-round, you drunk. So it's only subscribers that can hear when the thing's up.
And I have 2, and I don't think either one of them is
I'm
in
not
this
really
group.
sure how to talk about some of this without talking about the fact that I had stalkers in the past. That's the thing that I'm concerned about. Because that was part of my.
That was one of the reasons why you've been staying away.
But I don't know if we want to announce that to the world.
No, you've announced it to 2 people. So.
Oh, yeah. Don't tell anybody.
and this is going to be
I
a
was once
VOD.
really pretty.
This is going to be a VOD on YouTube, which people can watch if they watch 11 hours of it.
Which somebody watched the entire sleep video.
I know.
Who knows? This could happen. I'm still shocked.
That's a
that
thing.
somebody. Oh yeah, if the person who asked about the voice in the sleep video, it's me all I'm not speaking English. That's why most people don't know what I'm saying. And yeah, don't.
And we're back. Yay!
And we're back. Yeah. But yeah, so I mean, I was struggling with health problems. The joke is every time, because it had to do with breathing, which was one of the COVID things. You know, we did start having tests by then and whatever, and you were still working with people that kept trying to talk to you all the time, and you were like, get away from me, I have a wife with compromised health. And I was still doing the organizing stuff, and yeah, the pneumonia happened. And that at that point, I was like, I just need to get better. I can't even think about the streaming stuff.
I had, and I know this doesn't sound like much now, but I had, without streaming, I was just a viewer on Twitch, and in fact, I had no designs to become a VTuber
Presenter,
or
whatever.
even a Twitch streamer
Yeah.
at all. But I had at the time, I had close to 200 followers that I was connected to. And it actually helped me find, I liked it because it helped me find the streams I wanted to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when a lot of the people who were followers of
And I was, yeah.
a certain, I'm not going to mention the streamer's name that we're all connected to, but there was a streamer that we were all following, and you know, from there, that's where I picked up a lot of followers, you know, because we were all kind of connected together. By the end of the year, I was nearing my 1 year anniversary
For the Disney thing, yeah.
for YouTube of when I did my worst birthday ever. And
But I made sure you still had Carvel ice cream cake. So
I did have my Carvel ice cream cake, which is, I have that for my birthday every year.
Yes.
Well, stay, good night. We're having a great stream. Wonderful. And I'm gonna check you out on Mastodon. I'm gonna do that. I'm making an account. Alright?
Now you finally can do it. I'm bugging you tonight.
I know, you've been bugging me for months.
Thank you for coming by.
Bye, Mouse.
But yeah, so I had all the community org stuff that I was doing. I was trying to get the garden off the ground.
Yeah.
I was starting to do the rewilding stuff. I was learning about native plants and all that crazy insanity. And I kept just getting sick. And it was never COVID. Every time we would do the test, whether I did it at the doctor's office or I did it, you know, I had the blood test and the nose test and nothing. Never had it that I know of. And it just was so frustrating. And we just couldn't figure out what was going to make a difference. And then we were having all the insurance problems, you know, because whatever.
All the private stuff that was going on.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, definitely. Bye-bye. Good night.
I'm waving to nobody. Habit. Can't help it. But I just want them to know that I didn't just say no. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't like I was just like, no. there were reasons behind the no. And to be honest, like, my circles were very different even within the usual crossover communities like comics and gaming and movies. And so I didn't really have any element of connection.
Yeah.
And it wasn't that it wouldn't be the first time I broke into something completely different, because heaven knows that's not something I've ever done multiple times. But I just had a lot of concerns about where this was going to go. And I just did not have the mental capacity to even think about it.
Yeah. By December, I had already drawn the cube model that you see that I used, that I made everybody into.
Yeah, you were starting to get a better understanding about the frameworks and programs to use and all that background stuff.
And all that other stuff. And so I finally streamed. I did my first stream a week before Christmas.
I don't have a timeline, so.
Because actually, Christmas Day was going to be my 7th day, and I'd already made, by that time, I was already averaging 10 people per stream and everything to make affiliate. So Christmas Day, I was going to
Oh, that's
become.
right. It was the Chase the affiliate thing.
I was Christmas Day. I was going to become affiliate automatically. Just by doing the stream, I had lots of support, lots of people. I was connected to all these people, all these wonderful people. Holy cow! Like it is still. It makes me sad that there's a lot of them that I didn't reconnect to, but I at the time I thought this is easy. I could actually make a living.
Yeah, there was
being a
definitely that
streamer.
time that the people were saying to you, Hugh, you really should do this and da 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 da. And you were just
And
considering it seriously.
somebody even had a meme of like how to spend little money and become a VTuber, and then the answer, the meme had him opening a book, and it was do it yourself.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I love that meme because that's what I did. I rekindled my art, which I completely.
And that was such a great outlet for you because it opened doors that I don't know that if you hadn't have done that. it would happen.
10 years I didn't touch any art at all. 10 years I didn't draw. 10 years I didn't do anything.
I'd
like
argue
that.
because of your work with your models, but that's.
But I wasn't even really painting them.
Yeah, you were. I mean, you were getting back into it because of the shop, but then of course they had the troubles because everybody was closing businesses and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
COVID affected everything.
but yeah, so I was gearing up, and I actually thought I could actually make a living doing this, and I'll probably quit the post office. I'll quit the post office and do this full time.
Mm. And you did have a lot of people who were saying to you, "You should totally do this." I
Yeah,
can see this working.
Christmas of 2001, I thought I had this all in the bag. Christmas Eve, for the 6th day, I was suspended for a week.
Mm. Furious. You were furious. Because you couldn't figure out why. No one would tell you why.
It threw a monkey wrench into everything that I was doing.
Mm.
I went from 200 followers to 65 followers in less than a day after the suspension. And I didn't know what to do. There was a lot of support from the community. A lot of people basically like kind of hand-holding me through it, telling me it was going to be all right. It didn't feel like it was going to be all right.
But they were so supportive too, which was part of why you kept focused on it and you didn't just walk out the door, so to
Yeah.
speak. Which I thought was, sometimes I wish they would stop encouraging you because I kind of felt like it's Amazon. What did you expect? But they were really supportive, which I've always been so glad you had that.
By the end of the suspension, I had already dropped down below 50 followers. I was at 40, 44, 43. I was literally hemorrhaging. And somebody said, "Oh, they're all bots." Doesn't matter if they're all bots or not. I needed to break
You needed to fit the model to get the
affiliate, and I had to start over. I was just learning how to rig. The platypus model that I was going to be, which was I was going to reveal on my anniversary. I was going to come in as on a YouTube page as the platypus, and if you don't know what the whole story is about the suspension, it was a disaster. It really upset me. The lack of care, empathy, and everything like that. The people, the very few people who were just out to hate in the community, and I felt like they were attacking me. And then there was, of course, the people that latched onto that. So my reputation was already kind of in the toilet.
Yeah.
And
Because they kept saying that if there wasn't cause, Twitch wouldn't have done it. There
Right.
was that whole nonsense.
so by my anniversary, I had decided that's it.
Hmm.
I stopped doing. I didn't go back to doing Twitch streams. I was already not doing Twitch streams, and I was barely watching anybody with my. It was a Q Hope account. I was barely watching anybody with a Q Hope account. I'm not even really a part of anything.
So we're going into 22 now?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is
I just want to make sure I'm in the right
22 and
spot.
2. But I was just going to make YouTube videos
Mm.
and focus on trying to get YouTube back up because I had stopped pushing
Yeah.
to build YouTube up. I mean, YouTube YouTube still thinks that my account is an old account, and it's everything that I do is considered suspicious activity on there. Thankfully, because it's been active, they haven't shut it down. They haven't locked it down like they locked down my over 10-year-old account, which I can't get into.
Two. Yeah.
I can get into it. I can't change it, edit it,
Yeah.
remove the videos.
You
know,
can just watch stuff.
Yeah, you can just watch those videos, which are still there. I can't even take them down. I don't have that access anymore because it's a lock. It's locked out.
Yeah.
But this my now YouTube video. I've never had the renaissance that most new streamers get, where they hit people are hitting 1,000 subscribers on YouTube
Mm.
in 2 months, 3 months. I've been there for now almost 3 years.
Well, I know we had talked, because I think this is when you were starting. You had the Discord by then, right? By 2022.
I had Discord, yeah.
Yeah, you had your Discord by 2022, the Spark Discord. You were starting to be more interactive with social media formerly known as Twitter. So you were doing some networking, not a lot, but you were doing some.
I've always had over 1,000 people on Twitter, and it's always been kind of a cycling through and everything like that.
Yeah.
The fact that I'm at 8,000 is kind of an amazing thing. And, it's always grown exponentially. The site formerly known as Twitter has always been good for getting information out to the largest amount of people possible. So that's what I've always used it for. But yeah,
And I just, because I just remember that, you were, I was trying to think, early 2022, the Koki.
So I decided to completely quit. I deleted the Q Hope account, not because
Weren't you doing, was
it
that
had
before
it didn't even they cleaned my black mark against it.
Yeah, you finally heard back and they did the,
Well, cleaned it all up, and
Yeah.
they finally cleaned it all up. It was already in good standing, because somebody at Twitch actually tried to use that I had a blemish when I created the new account,
Yeah.
and they were like, it all rolls over. Nothing rolls over nothing rolled over into QB.
Yeah.
I have no blemishes.
When did you start doing the community videos?
Around that time.
Because I thought we were getting close to that, but I
Yeah.
wasn't sure.
It was after my
Even though I
birthday.
asked you to do a timeline, so if we ever had to remember this, it would
Yeah.
all be there. Of course, you were like, yeah. I got the pajamas.
It was after my birthday sleep stream
Mm.
where I did 48 hours of me just sleeping.
I still can't believe somebody watched the entire thing.
Yep.
I mean, even
No.
just not the looped, just the
1 hour.
just the yeah.
The 1 hour of me sleeping.
They watched the whole thing.
Yeah, one person watched the whole thing through, which is still to this day amazing to me.
I think they were still waiting for like a jump scare or an Easter
Yeah,
egg, you know.
something. I think they thought something was going to happen, or they just had it on and it just played.
And it just played. It was just background noise.
They didn't even realize it. They didn't even realize it was on.
Yeah. ASMR, who knows?
Whoever, whatever it is,
Yeah.
they are a Chad.
I don't know if I'd say that. That's totally
Chadette. Could have been a woman. But they're awesome. Whoever they are, I still don't know who they are.
You were really pleased that
They
somebody,
never revealed themselves.
and I still think it's because they just were determined to find an Easter egg that had to be in here. Why else would you do this ridiculously long video? Yes.
Around my birthday, I met a whale
Yes.
who is a doll, and she had just started streaming herself, and she is amazing. And I was telling her goodbye, and she was like going, "Where are you going?" like she was thinking that I was saying goodbye, like, "Oh, I'll see you tomorrow, goodbye." And no, it was like I was going away forever, goodbye. And she was like asking me where I was going, and I was like going, "No, I'm leaving." She's like, "No, you're not. You're staying, and you belong here." And,
One of us.
Yeah. And it wasn't like instantaneous. I didn't just like go, "Oh, everything's fine now. Let's go back to Twitch. Let's
Yeah,
have,
and
make
I
everything
admit, I'm going to be clear about this, is that there were other projects that we were talking about at the time, community related and stuff, and I was kind of going like, are you sure you want to keep trying this? I was not 100% supportive, but I wasn't 100% like, just quit this already and get on with your life either, so I wasn't really for or against. I was just kind of like, you've been at this for a while. Is this really worth the time?
I will always say it's the people, the people, the people.
Yeah, and it is, because you were ready to go. You were one foot out the door until that happened.
I started back. I created a QBean account.
Mm-hmm.
I said I wasn't going to start streaming on Twitch unless I hit 50. And that took a little while. I'm not going to lie. It took a little while for me to hit 50. And I actually didn't think I was going to hit 50. So I thought this, I'll never stream on Twitch. I really did.
This was your excuse to just not do it. You want my lap again? Come here, kid. No, change your mind. Sorry.
And it took a little while. I think June is my affiliate anniversary. So right before June started, I started streaming again. I did 7 days. I did the minimum amount. I hit the number of people viewing, the average viewing, and I went right into affiliate. As soon as I started streaming, only streamed for a week, became affiliate.
And you were shocked. I remember. You were absolutely shocked.
I didn't think it was gonna. I still to this day, I'm surprised it even happened. To me, it will always be. I don't want exponential growth. I don't want followers for followers. Yeah, maybe I have that on Twitter, the platform formerly known as Twitter. Maybe I have it there where it's. I always say like I have 8,000 followers and 7,000 of them are bots.
Yeah.
I've never really given them much credence to that. But here, I like the fact that it's been slow growth. The people coming in, it's people who just come in and share, and it's been completely different than the group that I had
the first time around.
By December of 2001, and that was absolutely crazy. It was being on. I was literally like trying to entertain, and I was kind of losing myself, which I think is one of the things that you hated about me streaming, because I was kind of more doing it for.
Yes.
I was doing it for the. I did it all for the money. I was.
Yeah.
I was doing it all to become a professional streamer.
You and because a lot of the, not necessarily advice from people, but I mean like the research and stuff like that you were doing, it was pretty systematic. Of if you want to be a a personality or a YouTuber or whatever the particular name tag was, these are the steps you have to take. You have to build a following. You have to be outreachy on the other social medias and blah 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 blah. And you were like, okay, I'll give it a shot. And then when you realized that wasn't working for you, you really took a good look at things and said, you know what? Let's just see what happens if I do this instead. Forget everybody's advice that's getting repeated ad nauseum that obviously ain't working. Let's try a different way. And that was one of the things that, at that point, it took me a while to understand what you were really doing. But when I did understand what you were doing, it made so much more sense. Because you weren't just doing stuff to do stuff. You were doing stuff because that's what you had the urge to do that day. That's something you were interested in exploring. So it didn't seem as canned, I guess. I think that's fair to say.
I wanted to learn how to digitally draw.
Well, and that was something that I think was just gratifying for you for multiple reasons. We both are people who like to learn skills. And you already are an art person in general in so many mediums. So it was a natural extension in my mind. And people helped that aspect too.
Oh yeah, I've been encouraged all the time.
Yeah, I mean
it's the reason why I became a fan artist. It's the reason,
Yes.
because
which made you a lot happier.
yeah, I when Violet was talking about commissions, and it's like, yeah, there's a reason why I don't set up commissions, and I do this out of love. It's because this fan art is for you,
Well,
and I'm learning how to do digital work.
I can't remember who it was. You don't have to name them. But there was somebody that was like Tickled Pink. That when you had the store, they could buy a shirt with your art of them on it.
Oh yeah,
That was like best day. You know what I mean? You were on cloud nine, but this person was just so happy, and it wasn't what your original intention was, but it was such a great, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't even think of it.
yeah. All my art up until this point has all been commission work. Has all been do the work like this artist.
Yeah.
Give me this like this. I need something built like that. I mean, when we talk about like the 18-foot tall Oscars, do you think there was any deviation from how an Oscar looks when
Yeah.
we built that?
Yeah.
No.
No.
It's exactly what they asked for in the exact dimensions that they asked for. There was no deviation from it.
Yeah.
And my art had really become that. It really had become
Well, you were-
centered around what other people were paying me for.
Yeah. As opposed to
yeah.
freedom of expression. Yeah.
And it wasn't my art. For the first time, when you talk about somebody wearing my art, for the first time, something that I created out of pure love, out of pure expression, somebody said, I want that, and they are wearing it. And that means everything to me. Because that t-shirt or that hat
Mhm.
or coffee mug, if somebody buys a coffee mug that has my thing on it, I have no idea. Like, that's my expression, and it's pure. There's no way around that, and that means more to me than every other project that I did. And I did it for money and the fame that I thought I was gaining, which never existed. The legacy that I thought I was leaving behind with all these things, which after I built them and people said you will be remembered forever for these things,
Yeah.
I'm forgotten.
Yeah.
When we talk about me cutting the tie, do you think he thinks about me? And like that one instant, I might have been a joke at a coffee thing,
Yeah.
one time, but he's probably already forgotten that. So that story is probably long forgotten from his mind,
Yeah.
even though it happened to him.
Yeah. And I don't regret going west because I knew if we didn't, it would always be the what if.
Yeah, what if we didn't do that?
What if we didn't do it? And we did have amazing experiences out there. We met some great people. Just this crazy stuff that we got ourselves into. And I don't regret it.
It was an adventure.
It was. We definitely did. And that is, can I say it?
Yeah.
That is one of our marriage vows. We wrote our own vows. And one of the vows was we would have adventures together. Because
Always.
as I'm going to say this, I did not want to go to California because I am a 3-season kind of gal at minimum. And if anybody who's lived in LA County knows you have hot and you have wet and slightly cooler. And I was miserable weather-wise the entire time we were out there. So
Two seasons, sun and rain, and
Sun-
rain only lasts 1 week.
yeah. But I was willing to try because of these opportunities that were offered to us, both of us. And I knew if we didn't go, we would regret it for the rest of our lives. And those experiences, yes, would it have been nice if we got rich, if some of the jobs that we thought we were going to have working towards, came through and whatever, and we never left Cali? Who knows? But I will, if anybody ever asks me, I will never, ever say I regret going to California. Ever. And
It was definitely an experience.
yeah, so sorry to
But-
sidewind, but yeah.
But all the stuff that we did, like I said, I've always wanted, my immortality is based on my legacy.
Which you and I do not have that shared, but yeah.
And when I realized that my legacy is nothing, that I will,
It's not the kind of legacy that you were aiming towards, I think is probably
I will be
fairer.
long forgotten. And I would not be remembered. And
Have you talked about that, the whole in your heart thing?
no, not really. I don't think I have actually.
Okay.
We'll save that for another day.
Yes,
I'm
that's
just-
what I was just going to say. I didn't know if you talked about it before. Just in case anybody's wondering, no, I don't watch every single video he makes.
But yeah, so the fact that people will buy my art, buy the merch, it's like with the documentaries.
The thing I want to stress is, it was obvious to me when you said it that it wasn't about somebody was willing to reach into their pocket and hand over the cash for it. It was that they were so tickled pink that it existed at all. Do you know what I mean? It was just this idea that here's this guy I've never met who did this thing, and it's me. That was just so awesome.
That means the fact that people would wear my art is, I would give it away for free.
Mm-hmm.
To have that happen.
Oh, look.
Oh yeah. Just did it. Okay. We'll wait. Oh, we will wait until the ad is over. Because this is silly.
Are you gonna put up a non-logged in thing from the future when you do this, so you know when this is happening?
Well, the funny thing about it is, once this goes to YouTube, because I'm not monetized there, everything that we're saying here
Mhm.
goes on because there's no ads. There's no ad break.
Well, they do ad breaks differently. They don't overwrite. They actually break the
pause
video and
They pause it and add it.
yeah,
Yeah. See, well, that's because your videos were not live.
yeah.
So,
But
but they do run ads during live videos. But they tell their streamers that
yeah, it's happening.
it's happening and that you can take your break now.
Yeah, we'll be right back. So,
And here we go. We're back.
yep.
I'm back from our station break.
Now you're gonna be my last. Okay.
The
So you hit that milestone.
yeah. And like I said, I am like tickled pink at the community that's here, that's part of it, and I'm very happy that I can share you, somebody that's very special to me, and I can share her with you and you with her.
To whatever degree.
And
And I was worried that, because I'm not gung ho, streamer myself and stuff, that some people would be like, why is she, hanging out and stuff? But it's part of you, and this is cat hair. Thanks, kid. Even
Right.
the stuff that you do that I can't stand, which this is not one of them, it's still part of what I signed on for. So being able to share the stuff that is just hanging out and being silly and meeting people and whatever is fun. So yes, everyone. You're like, sure, Mama, you're in this chair forever, and I get to just sit in your lap. I'm all on
And
board.
or when I've had those no mic streams, because I've had mic problems. We have three things going on. I've had severe mic problems. I forgot to turn the mic on. I had the wrong mic plugged in.
Human errors.
And I've run actual no mic streams where I've said there's no mic and I'm here listening to my own music and stuff like that.
Mhm.
It's usually because
I was in a meeting,
we
or
are-
doing other
or we were
stuff,
part
or
of something
yeah,
going on
at the same time.
at the same
yeah.
time, and I was drawing. And I did a lot of art streams like that where so there were no mic. That's why I put in the description no mic.
Yeah.
But I also had times where 2 hours in I had no mic.
Right. Yeah.
Whoops. That's all I can say. Those were not
Those were
not
whoopsies, not
meant.
intentional.
Yeah, but
No.
but I have had times where because of I have a private life that
Yeah.
I didn't want to unnecessarily expose her.
Well, that sounds really weird. It was more a case of I didn't really know where I would fit in. Do you know what I mean, to the stuff that you were doing? And that's why when I did say to you that one day, I remember it was a while ago now, if we just put up a mic and talk about the crazy, windy conversations that we have, would people have any interest in that? It's not like a formal interview with somebody famous, or, an in-depth conversation about a particular subject matter, because we go all over the map and we rarely have a plan. It's just casual conversation. But there's a lot of stuff that other people would be like, hey, I'm into that, or I didn't know about that, or whatever. And, especially because, like you said, there were people who were just keeping you in the background. And maybe they'd look over every once in a while, look at your art or look at whatever. But, it's kind of that.
We love the lurkers.
Yeah,
Lurking's
it's
fun.
it's like an active lurking, though, in a weird way, because they're choosing to lurk. Do you know what I mean? It isn't like they accidentally just left this channel on. They were like, hey, this guy does some art that I like or whatever, and I want to watch his progress today or something while I'm doing whatever chore or studying or whatever, because of this, or your songs and stuff like that, all your spoof lyrics and things like that.
Parody songs I'd like to get back into doing too.
Yeah, so the joke about, I'm going to say this now, this man actually can sing, but he has to actually put effort into it.
But
So-
no, don't listen to her. She lies. I am
So-
partially deaf, just so everybody
He
knows.
is, and we've talked about, putting a hearing aid maybe help this, but he takes this perverse pleasure in singing on key because he doesn't have to work at it. So, yeah. But anyway, this is part of the reason why, the singing in particular, that we have, our little home is an older style. It's not your usual typical open concept, where you can't even whisper in a corner without anybody in the house hearing unless they're on the second floor. And we originally had a room that we had set aside for the library. And that was going to have all the books in it, comics, magazines, stuff like that, because we are, old media as well as new in this house.
Lots of
And
comic books.
what do you call it? We're not going to talk about the comic books today. That's another video. I realized, because there were times where you were off mic that you really didn't want to be, but because we both had our computers in the same room, it was getting problematic. And that's when I had suggested maybe you really, because actually, you know what it was? It was when the house next door went up for sale. And we had talked about, would it be worth buying, one, so we can control who the neighbors are, two, because we might have family that, would like to live next door. And, oh yeah, we could also make it a studio. And then we were kind of like, okay, that's a little much, So that's when I had said, well, maybe we should just make this room the studio. And you were like, huh, And then, of course, I started calling it the Stewberry because it was the library then, but it eventually would be your studio. So since it's in between, it's the Stewberry. Because that way you could, just do your thing. And then, of course, after I come up with that idea, then later I did the whole, like, hey, we should just, try to do a couple with us, just doing our usual hangout and have tea and sodas or whatever. And
We have crazy conversations all the time.
oh my gosh, yeah.
And it would be so much fun to actually have other people involved with their input and crazy ideas and things like that.
Mhm.
So it doesn't necessarily have to be just two beans and one mic.
Agreed.
And
I thought he was going to hate the idea because I brought it up, just so you know, more than once, and he just kind of did the, well, yeah, and then all of a sudden it was like, hey, why don't we do, and like he had this entire concept planned out. Did not tell me this until he just slapped me with this concept out of nowhere.
well,
Say it.
it's our anniversary, not my anniversary.
Well,
And
the day you chose to start it, yes.
the second half of that is that here we are, we're over 12 hours in, and if I did just me streaming, even if it was just today, it would only been for a couple hours. And I have it streamed. It has to be 4 weeks. No, I did stream within the 4 weeks, so it's only been like 3 weeks.
But still, there's been a break.
Because I did a Blood Bowl stream for only 2 hours. And
we had talked about like gaming together, and then you just kept not doing it.
And we were going to be gaming together because we got a game called Dwarves, which I created.
I've been wanting forever.
I created. Oh, you got it. I gotta do this.
This being. Are you gonna show it?
I created a reactive for it.
Oh, is that where the reactive actually came from? Was for the game?
Yep, it's all for the game.
Oh, see, if you told me that, I forgot it. I'm so sorry, hon. There, yeah, I remember that one. You showed me that one.
Uh-huh. So when we play it, because dwarves are the underdog, and I really do like the underdog. So it is one of my things.
And I just like dwarves for lots of reasons.
And dwarves are cool.
Still
No.
love that song.
So we should
And I didn't have
change
time.
now.
Yeah. And two was like we had talked, I do want to just take one quick step back. We had talked copiously about me doing my own stream stuff that was more because we do have a lot of overlapping geeky interests, but there were some things that were particular to me that weren't to you, and we talked about that, and I'm like, I don't have the time to learn all the stuff that you've already learned, and I still don't. But that was one of the other things that just for me just kind of was like, I just don't have the space of time to fill with learning this particular everything that you had spent months and months and months doing for your own streams. So there's that. Yes, little one. Yes, you comfortable? She's being fussy.
But yeah, so I created this avatar
For that game.
for the game that we were supposed to play and stream. I was going to stream it.
Yeah.
We were going to play together, and we haven't done that yet. And that's mostly because my time.
Yeah, you've been working like crazy.
It's. I think that like thrusting you into and playing a game doesn't give them the introduction to you
Well,
that this does.
And we didn't even know if I was gonna like it. You know what I mean? Because you know me. I don't remember things nearly as good as I used to. So like I forget people's names and stuff like that. So I'm terrible at the, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. Just like being, I don't even know what it is. Just the social aspect. I've never been as good at that by far as you are. Your social skills are miles ahead of mine. I am much more reserved.
I'm socially adept.
Yeah, well, because that was why.
Inept is probably closer to me.
I think it's one of the reasons why when I got the idea of us just rambling, for a while, and was because I didn't have to worry about focusing on the game, regardless of which it was, whether it was Lotra or Dwarves or whatever the heck, because there's 20 billion. I mean, put in a Bushwhacker or something silly, just to do something.
Mm-hmm.
But it just would not have that multitasking element that I was like, I don't think I can handle that right now. So that's why I like the conversational best. I still would like to try the gaming stuff, just because one, you'll actually start playing games with me again, because that's been a while. And we used to game together tons, and that I still think it's hilarious that of all the times for us to not play games together as much, it was during the pandemic when everybody and their brother was starting to get back into gaming. And not us. No, we went the other way. So, and it is what it is. And, we'll try other stuff, I guess. Just if as long as we're having fun, I'm fine with it. I'm kind of at that point, to be honest. And if this is the only time we ever do a collab anything, I was so happy that I was going to have you for the day. Because we originally thought you were going to be working until they changed that one thing. And that was a bummer in itself. And then we were going to have the day, and I knew the weather was going to be junk, and both of us were just really tired, and something laid back like this was perfect. It was a perfect way to spend the day. Just lazy and together and just hanging out. Because we really don't get to do that now.
No,
it's been hard because our schedules have been different and everything. Just everything. So, time will tell.
Yeah. Okay, well, meshing this means that I can stream more. And still have kind of my private life outside of work, because everything to me is very, very sparse, and I say this all the time. I work to live, but I do not live to work.
Yeah.
And
that was.
I don't hate my job. Which is very different than the post office. But my job is very taxing, and I would give it up. But I wouldn't give up my job to become a streamer to hate this.
Yeah. It's always been, I've always been most supportive of it when it was a creative outlet for you. I think that's the best way to put it. I was always worried that you were just going to be, chasing the stream thing, which I had no doubt with your people skills that you could totally pull off being, a top streamer. But at what cost? Were you really going to enjoy it? Because you were already getting worn out just from the original campaign, like you said, and part of it was because you're doing it for the wrong reasons. Like when you shifted your focus, it got lots better for you.
I mean, like, it's really funny when I think about it that when I was driving to become a full-time streamer, I was worn out. I couldn't
That's
do
exactly what I'm talking about.
And when I was drawing slimes,
Yeah, which I love. I'm so happy you're doing the art. I can't even tell you.
the amount of time that I put into it, the amount of effort that went into it, the times that people were like going, "Hey, do you want to do this? I'm going to draw slimes," and people were like, "What?"
Yeah.
That's all you do.
But even before the signs, because you were doing other,
I did the cues.
you did the Christmas card, you did the Halloween thing. Well, the Halloween thing was Christmas, but I mean, like, you were working in a way. Your brain was kind of leading you towards this path, and it was when you seemed the happiest. Instead of just being worried about, oh, how many videos a week is going to be singing, how many I need new lyrics, how many is going to be this. You were just like, this is what I'm going to do today, and you would just do it, and you didn't look stressed out. That was such a huge difference, for me observing you.
Yeah, and not having to stream. I didn't have to stream.
Yeah.
I drew a bunch of those slimes without streaming them.
Yeah.
I'm not.
You were getting back to the craft instead of forcing the craft to meet another purpose.
Right. And I don't want anybody to think that I do not take streaming seriously. I do. I take it very seriously. It's a lot of work. It is all those things that everybody puts into it. But when it's a labor of love, it's easy to do.
Yes.
When it becomes a job.
Well, I think of it, like it's the racetrack. You're chasing the rabbit. You were the greyhound chasing the rabbit, and that's what was happening prior. And you realize that damn bunny is never going to be caught. And what would you rather be doing with the time that has a similar, pattern or whatever? And I've just been so much. It's been a relief. And I know maybe some people are probably like, what on earth is she, why is she rambling about this? Because you have no idea how stressed out he's been the last couple of years. Yes, we were all stressed out. This crazy thing, the pandemic happened. All the political nonsense and everything else. It was crushing me to see him just look tired all the time and not finding respite. And as soon as you started focusing on the art, everything changed. And I love the fact that you were doing it for you first, and the fact that people were appreciating what you were doing, I thought was fantastic, because that was something I could absolutely support. Because it was just a much more positive experience. It sounds weird and simple to say, but that's how it felt. It wasn't like, when you would get off stream sometimes, or you would just, grumble to yourself about how, I wish I hadn't released that video yet because of this or whatever. And I mean, even like your commute videos, you had way more fun with those than stuff that you spent so many hours trying to like make a performance out of. You know what I mean? And the casual approach just seemed to be working best for you. And
I love the community videos.
Yeah, and I haven't felt, as far as the relationship aspect goes, there were times when I really did feel like that was the mistress, you chasing the rabbit. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't worried about any of your fans. I wasn't worried about any of that stuff. It was just the time that you were always like, what? Oh, did you need something? Oh, did you want to? Oh, didn't we talk today? Like, like you were getting so immersed in that path that you forgot to take care of you.
I'm not gonna say that the person who got me suspended did me a favor because it was awful.
Yeah, you were so upset at the time.
It definitely changed the path, the direction that I was heading in, and in a way, I've never been a big fan of Twitch to begin with.
I was trying not
So-
to say it, but
So it's not.
you
we're
know
not-
that was one of the things I was against from the beginning. I'm like, oh, Amazon. Not that they're much better than Google, but Amazon really.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Twitch to begin. I was never a fan of Twitch to begin with. I was only here because a streamer was doing a forever stream,
Mm.
and I met a massive amount of people.
And some of them you
who-
still have very great contact
and
with.
I do, and they're
Yeah.
very, very close friends, and they're very dear to me.
Good reason.
And it's sad that not everybody made it.
Yeah,
I always
it was kind of like a bridge that fell down but got rebuilt, but not everybody knew where the bridge was anymore.
or something like that. There are people who I thought I was really close to, but when it got pushed, when the push came to shove, they said they weren't a part of it anymore. And
That was hard.
it makes it more difficult, and I leaned on the people, the other people, for a lot of support. And I don't know, maybe I did, where some of my
Yeah.
yeah
We're out. You're welcome, Matt. In a few places, maybe.
yeah maybe where
And we
it went
talked
down,
about that,
but
too.
It is the
Yeah.
fact that people have stuck by me through it all, regardless, means everything. And it's not that I won't welcome the people who left back. I will, and everybody's welcome back. It's just that, where people are,
Yeah.
those people will be starting back at zero. We're reuniting from that.
I know in some ways there's that part of you that is a little bit of a curmudgeon about that, but I don't think so, because I think of it like when we were, first in Jersey, then we moved, to Cali, and we came back to Jersey. There were people that we did kind of lose connections with, barely even talk to them at all when we went to Cali. And when we came back, those connections renewed because it was just easier to do stuff, or have the time difference did have a little bit to deal with that, but it was just a lot easier, and we just kind of picked right back up where we were, and it wasn't, and some of them were not good endings. I can't believe you're going to go there. Why would you? It's a fool's errand to go to California. I remember we had some people that we really were hurt.
I look at it more like a lot of the people who left. I betrayed them. I betrayed their trust. I betrayed.
So you see it differently.
I betrayed a lot of things. They left. They didn't leave because they had work to do or anything like that. Because I wasn't offering any work. I just needed support. They left because they could not support me, and for them to come back into my life, it's like you have to basically we'll be back with supporting again. But it's not like, oh,
it needs to be more mutual, is what you're saying.
I'm not going to abandon the people who've been supporting me.
I see. No,
time
I wasn't talking.
I
I wasn't saying it like that. No, sorry. If that's how it was coming out, that's not what I meant. at
renew
all.
the friendship that ended. It's that friendship's over. It's going to be a new friendship.
Yeah.
And
No,
but everybody's welcome back. I mean, there's no. I don't have any hard feelings or anything like that. People got to do what they got to do. It's just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, I know for me that, especially because I've done a lot of moving, before we even met, is that there are times that it is literally like out of sight, out of mind. But you were talking about a different element.
Yeah,
so that was my mistake. I misunderstood what you were talking
I know
about.
that there's probably 100 people
Mm.
from the original group.
Mm.
There's probably a good 100 people that really feel betrayed by me. That really feel that I did
You've
them
never
wrong.
given a number to that, I think, now that we're talking about this. I don't think I've ever heard you make that kind of a declaration.
It was I didn't defend myself. I was upset.
I know,
was-
yeah, you were really annoyed that people were like, well, you must have done something. I know that
I
there was
was-
that element
I was
going
upset. I was angry, and I think what was happening to me. I don't need to defend. I don't need to defend a lie or
Yeah.
defend against a lie. You either have to accept either accept me that I'm telling you the truth that this did happen,
Yeah.
or you accept that that this happened and I betrayed you and your trust. And if you accept that I betrayed your trust, I'm sorry, we can't be friends, or we will part ways. And hopefully it's amicable, and we don't have any hard feelings. Like I said, I don't have any hard feelings. I don't talk down to anybody like you left or anything like that. I didn't even ask their reasons as to why they left. I just feel that that's what it was, because there were people like, what are you, why are you even considering even being here? Like,
Yeah.
I don't belong.
Yeah. And unfortunately, the internet, social media, the whole thing is, there is that divisive element that I have never liked about it, which is another reason why I kind of shied away from, getting into more than like, joining a Discord kind of thing and hanging out with strangers in that sense. But it still seems like there are some people that they need the space to understand that we are not enemies just because of X, or there's this, rift that we're never going to overcome because of a misunderstanding. Because you also get that weird awkwardness, and I've done this myself. There are people that I had a misunderstanding with, and then I realized later I was the idiot. Do you know what I mean? And I had to go to them and say, look, I know we partied really badly, but I realized blah, blah, blah. And it's hard to take that step because you feel like such a jerk. Do you know what I mean? And you just don't want to be the one who has to suck it up and call yourself, what you were at the time. So I can kind of understand how some of those people are probably like, well, things didn't end well, and there's 20 billion other people on the planet. Like, it's just so much easier to just not own up and see if it can get better between you. Because there's people I didn't talk to for years that, we had whatever bizarro connection happen, and then it was like, whatever it was between us, whether we remembered it or not, we're fine now. You know what I mean? And I still think that could happen because it, in some ways, it was years ago now, but it's really not. Years are, for humans, that's not a lot of time. 5 years, 10 years, okay, now we're starting to think of, okay, that's been a while. So stuff could change.
Mm-hmm.
So I still think that there are folks that you're going to reconnect with, and it's not going to be nearly as awkward as it could be. You decided to go back to being a diggy diggy?
There it is.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, I mean. For anybody who somehow is coming into this video late, I didn't log into an account, so every time there's been a poke, catch a Pokemon, an ad comes up, and then all of a sudden, a couple hours ago, like, instead of it being every single time, now it's like every other time. So when we say things like, oh, ad, or there it is, or whatever, it's because he's looking at my screen after he saw a poke show up on it. So, but I still don't even know where this is going to go, because it's a new experiment, and I like I said, I was just talking about two people just basically having conversations we have because we're weirdos and we do kind of talk all across the spectrum. So,
And yes, I do want the dugong.
what?
I do want the dugong. It's like a little seal with a little horn on top of his head.
Oh, the current. That's the one you're talking about before.
No, that was a fish with a horn on its head. Now this is a seal with a horn on its
Is
head.
there going to be an otter with a horn on its head pretty
Probably.
soon?
I definitely want that one too.
Of course you will. We love otters. So yeah.
You see what it says?
Yes, I do. So are you gonna make me a Biggie dwarf?
Yeah, I'm gonna make you a dwarf too, so we're gonna play together as dwarves.
Yeah, and it could be a disaster because I haven't even touched the game because I didn't want. I don't even know what the game's gonna be like. I don't know if there's that level problem we're gonna have right away, and I didn't want to have any of that nonsense. I wanted to just be the two of us being complete noobs in this new game. And one of the main reasons I like the game is because it's something we could do together. But it didn't necessarily, it wasn't going to be like a regular MMO. So, although I've said it a billion times, I really miss playing Loafer, but the problem is every time I go back, everybody expects me to start playing full time again. I don't have that time. I just can't. So, what are you fiddling with?
We got sound alerts.
What does that mean?
What does it mean?
What kind of sound alerts?
It's like things that can pop up. I was just looking at them.
Yes,
Just
because
go
things that pop up gives me an extremely clear. Just so you know, failure to communicate. This is something. If we do this more often, yes, there will be times like this where I'm like,
So what? I didn't know which sound alerts I had still.
I still don't understand what a sound alert is.
It's like a song or something like that, or something like that happens when like somebody raids or.
Oh, so instead of it making the sound, it just gives you a notification.
Right.
Okay, that's all you had to say.
Something like that.
It's a sound notification. And alert means danger, danger, flood, fire, foes, alarm, wake.
It's not notifying me. It's just I was just seeing what was still there that people could redeem sound alert wise.
So you really weren't looking at sound alerts themselves. You were looking at the availability of sound. Failure to communicate, folks. Here we are. Somehow, 22 years later, we haven't murdered each other this way. Okay.
It's happening now. Soon.
Soon. Sooner than sapient soon.
Yeah.
One person who's going to watch this video years from now goes, wait a minute, I know what that means. Meanwhile, everybody else is going, sooner than sapient soon. Let me go to Urban Dictionary.
I think it's in there.
It will be, eventually. I love Urban Dictionary. I do.
But yeah, I'm very happy that we were able to do this, and I would love to do more of it.
Well, here's the question. Obviously, if we're going to do something this long, it can only be under 6 months, so that kind of narrows down, things down quite significantly. And when? Are we going to try to plan this, or are we just going to be organic? Because organic is hard for people to follow.
Yes.
So if they actually like this, the only good news is that whatever happened, it'll later be on YouTube, but they won't necessarily be able to participate. And like I said, there could be people who just love listening to these two whack jobs just have these conversations for long periods of time. But there are other people who are going to be like, no, I want to actually be there and be part of the conversation. I have no idea. So we are going to have to start giving warnings to people, especially when we get back into growing season and stuff next year, or of course in fix-it season pretty soon. Now the growing season's almost over. That if they don't want to hear that boring house stuff, they got to tell me, because I will just ramble about that to fill space, because that's the thing I know the most
Filling
about.
space.
Yep.
We are the doors and we're digging a hole.
Dig hole.
Well, I think of that as the filling hole.
Filling hole. Fill the hole.
Yeah. So, yeah. But I have to say, the one thing that this did very successfully help me do was not check mail today. Because I knew if I did, we were not going to be spending as much time together because of this project that is not being read as well as I would like. I think I can say that and be fair about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's my selfish take on it. I still can't believe I forgot. Like that is one of the things that drives me crazy is that it has been so rushed lately that I forget the most dead basic information, that I wasted more time trying to solve a problem that was not a problem. I've done that twice now in the last 2 weeks. And I have got to start stepping back. And that was one of the reasons why when you suggested this, I thought, this is perfect. Just hang out. Don't try to get caught up on chores. Don't worry about the fact there's still cobwebs in the ceiling from last winter. That's the one thing that it's been.
Somebody will offer me $1 million for my house. We'll take it.
Just so we can move into a clean house.
And we'll sell that one for another clean house.
Yeah.
Ha 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 ha.
I'm still so mad at myself about the whole two Steves thing. I can't believe I mixed that up.
I mean, Steve Rogers, Steve Trevor. I mean, you got to think like when. All right, not to pick on DC in any way, shape, or
Here we
form.
go. I'm a Marvel, I'm a DC moment.
But
I miss his videos.
Steve Rogers,
Yes.
as Captain America,
Mm-hmm.
was part of Timely Comics before he was part of Marvel. He is old. He's so old. Hitler was still trying to invade Poland when he came out. That's how old Steve Rogers is. Steve Trevor, on the other hand,
I'm just laughing because I'm not laughing and crying.
happened
I
around
feel like I have to hand in my Wonder Woman fan club card.
happened around the Korean War for some strange reason, and for some reason she's a World War II or World War I person. I couldn't figure out. I can't keep the timeline straight. But she came out a lot later than
Well,
there.
yes, but that still doesn't help me remember which Steve was which when I've just gotten up, barely back being awake.
Yeah.
Can you reach
So,
the spot? No, nobody
The
can.
fact that they named her counterpart,
Mhm.
a captain, Steve Trevor, is almost like Steve Rogers.
Are you trying to say that the dude, whose name I will not mention, that created Wonder Woman was unoriginal? Not that the name Steve had been popular for so long that it was I mean, it's like, no, we are not going to play the name game in comics, because when you start realizing how many people have the same bloody first names, not doing it. Not playing that today. And I will remind you that, unlike you, when I was a kid, the only comics on the spin rack at the 7-Eleven, which was the only place to buy comics, was almost entirely DC, except for like the Disney stuff.
What? No Spider-Man?
Eventually they added Marvel,
Okay.
but initially it was just DC
Okay.
and Disney, because it was like DuckTales and stuff like that or whatever. But it was almost all soup.
That
Soup
Keystone,
comics.
Keystone,
Yeah, the key, like the same ones does the
Keystone
books.
keynotes.
Yeah, whatever
I think
those are.
Keystone.
Because like my earliest comics, obviously Wonder Woman. You know, I did have some Batmans. I didn't really buy Superman because he was on the Justice League cartoon anyway. And we had the Christopher Reeve movies and whatever. But Black Canary, Green Arrow, for the very brief time, Diamond Silk. Not Diamond Silk. Oh my God. Just shoot me now. Sorry, they were in the news again recently. Cloak and Dagger. Why did my brain do Diamond Silk instead of Cloak and Never
Cloak and
mind.
Dagger. That's
Right. Spider-Man. Later, these things started coming in. But that's why I was trying to remember Marvel. Why I said Diamond Silk, I don't know. It's still like brain.
Dazzler. Was the Dazzler comic?
We actually Dazzler. I first got introduced. I'm pretty sure through the cartoon.
Okay.
No, I'm thinking Gem and the Holograms.
Same thing.
It is, but yeah, that's exactly the problem. Diamond Silk thing is gonna haunt me for days.
Diamonds are forever.
Yeah. I'm trying to think who else was on the spin rack. There might have been Justice League, maybe. But then again, I didn't have a lot of money for comics either, so I primarily bought Wonder Woman, Green Arrow, and when they had Black Canary separate from Green Arrow, Black Canary. Wonder Woman was my staple. Because Hawkman was another one they had available. Because alright, how many times I gotta say, they started with DC, eventually they brought in some Marvel. Name a female Marvel from 70s.
Female Marvel from the 70s.
Who had her own title.
Ooh.
See?
That's a rough.
Because Spider-Woman was 70s or 80s?
80s.
Yeah, so she didn't even come until the 80s.
Talking about Jessica Drew.
Because I had some Spider-Womans.
Yeah, she's 80s.
But there was really no selection.
Now, a female Wonder Woman was.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, 60s and 70s.
Well, okay, I wasn't around in the 60s, but yes, the 70s. I'm trying to talk about when I actually was there,
60s.
and we had a 7. Because you can remember, they didn't build a 7-Eleven. I don't even remember what year it was, but we did not always have a 7-Eleven nearby. That came later.
They always had in every team.
Aquaman.
Oh, of course, Spinner. Well, okay. Right, Spinner?
What are you saying?
Who did Aquaman?
Oh, I don't remember. You know I'm bad with names.
It's not Jason Spinner. I think it is Jason Spinner.
Are you thinking of, oh gosh, was he still working back then? The guy I met when I was at college, but he wasn't working for any of the majors anymore. He was just doing his own thing then. I can't remember his name. Steve Skates.
Steve Skates. There it is. No, I'm thinking of something else.
Was Skates Aquaman? He wasn't.
He
anymore,
was.
right?
He was Aquaman.
Yeah. So Skates. Yeah, I think I have some Skates Aquaman. But I met him much later. Many, many moons ago.
He was the talking to fish Aquaman.
Okay. I mean, I'll be honest. When I was younger, I didn't care who the artists were, which that kills the artist inside of me. But it's the truth. I just wanted to escape in comics. I was definitely an escapist where comics were concerned. So.
Do you want to wrap it up?
I don't know. You seem to want to. You've been at this quite a while. I came in later, so You had already done what, 4 hours, 6 hours by the time I got
6
up?
hours.
Yeah, so you're probably like,
We're at 13. Do we want to make 14 or do we want to leave it at 13? 13's fine.
this is your channel. You pick.
I leave it up to this. If they don't say anything, we leave in 7 minutes. my adoring chat.
2 completely out of nowhere brain farts today, both related to comics. I am so embarrassed for myself. I can't even tell you.
Diamonds and silk.
Don't say it again. And I know who I'm thinking of that triggered that, who was similar to Cloak and Dagger, and I cannot remember them for the life of me.
We are going to raid
Ooh.
because we got to raid. We're going to raid as a team. Leafy Von Gogh.
Are they still up?
They are still up and they're streaming. At least they think they are. They might be stopped streaming. I haven't checked it out yet.
Maybe you should check that before you announce it.
I'll check myself before I wreck myself.
Oh my gosh, I haven't heard that in forever.
Let's see how long has he been streaming? He's only been streaming for an hour and 41 minutes.
Oh yeah, they should be around.
Yeah. He might actually invite me in.
Are you fishing for an invite?
Let's see if we get it. No, I'm not fishing for anybody.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is gonna drive me crazy now.
You guys have been absolutely incredible. This has been an amazing day.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
We're gonna definitely raid Leafy. Leafy actually was the first one to say, "Come check this guy out." So, thank you for stopping by for 2 beans and a mic. We might do 2 beans and the dwarf, 2 beans and the dwarves, in the dwarf game or something like that. 2 beans in a game, but it'll be something like that.
I think 2 games in the game is good enough.
Yeah, so we will probably do that. Let's start this. We're getting ready to raid. 6 viewers. And we go. Boom.